Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Boone. I'm the Dean of the College of Global Futures, and it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this year's College of Global Futures Student Showcase. As far as I'm concerned, every day is a student showcase. This is why we're here, is to show off all the amazing things that you all do. But I know that this is a particularly special day because you'll get a chance to summarize the experiences that you've had over the last semester or even longer. We have students from School for the Future of Innovation Society and the School of Sustainability talking about a variety of different things, everything from individual research projects and theses to work that you've done for internships or other activities. It's the collection of all of them that amazes me more than anything else. I know individually what you've done, each of you, is a transformative experience. It has been great experience. I know that these are things that are going to be important for your resumes or CVs and helping you in many cases launch into careers and career pathways. But it's the kaleidoscope of activities that we see every year that continues to blow me away. It's really quite incredible, all the extraordinary things that you do. So looking forward to today's presentation, and no more talking from me. Let's hear it from you.
All right, so welcome again. And our first presentation is from Tasneem, Bamboowala, and Elyana, Chacon. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And their presentation is called "What if Public Safety Data Reflected the Complexity of Real Life?" So I'll turn it over to the group. Okay, you good to get started, Elyana?
Yeah.
Okay. What if public safety data reflected the complexity of real life by Tasneem and, well, me and Elyana. I'm going to start off by introducing myself. My name is Tasneem. I'm a junior at ASU, also a member of Bear at the Honors College. I am majoring in biomedical sciences and English literature, and I'm on the pre-med track. And I'm going to let Elyana introduce herself.
Hi, my name is Elyana Chacon. I am also a junior, and I'm also part of the Barrett. I am majoring in biomedical engineering and minoring in statistics.
Perfect. So the problem that we were trying to solve with this research project is that there is a very significant mismatch between the total number of mental health related calls reported and the total number of mental health related calls that are being logged into the police data encoding system. So the reported burden of mental health incidents in the community and the small number of police calls coded as being mental health related are significantly different from each other. There's more calls, there's a greater number of calls overall than those that are being reported in the data system. So this was the question that we were trying to solve. We were trying to figure out the discrepancy of why certain calls are falling through the system. Okay. So for context, in the world of public safety, it is very commonly acknowledged that mental health calls contribute to about 1/4 or more calls for service. And this 1/4 is anecdotal reporting. So it isn't actually documented, but if you ask any police officer about this, they're gonna say that, oh, it's definitely about like around 25% of calls, of all calls, are mental health related. However, public safety data reflects a much smaller percentage of calls related to mental health, like I talked about in the last slide. And we think that one of the main driving reasons behind this data experience mismatch is the current data encoding system that's being used, which assigns a single descriptive code to each public safety encounter, thus obscuring multiple other codes with contributing factors to the encounter as well. So for example, if someone calls into the police for a trespassing issue, that issue gets coded as trespassing, even if it has a mental health component. So this is the main reason that some certain calls are falling through, because it's only being represented by one code. And one of the fun facts that we found out while doing this research is that most of the mental health related cases that the police departments are getting are all occurring near downtown and South Central Phoenix. which we found out when but from the de-identified data, when we went through it and coded it. Okay. Research questions. So the main question that we got while doing this project was that, does the written narrative or the written notes data provide a more complete and meaningful analysis of police calls in the current single code system? Because in previous years, whenever police data analysis has been done, the written notes data has almost never been included. So this is something different that we're trying, because previously they only looked at the single code, like the number codes, and they never once considered going through the narrative of it and trying to see if they could figure out the discrepancy and complete the analysis. And then the second question we faced while doing this was that, what would this future system of multiple codes look like? Because it's a very drastic change from the current system. And I don't know if you know this, but the City of Phoenix Police Department, or just police officers in general, aren't very open to change. So this was one of the major issues that we faced while doing this.
So for the research methods, with the current code system, each incident is assigned a pre-code and a post-code. The pre-code is given by dispatch and depends on the information that is given by the person who dialed 911 or who reported it on Crime Stop. The post-code is the code that is given by the officer after they have reached the scene of the incident. So for most instances, the postcode is more reliable than the pre-code. We were given Phoenix police data from November 12th, 2019 to the November 11th, 2020 that included the incident number, date, beat area, pre and post codes. The data is de-identified and does not come with the notes that were written by the police officers when investigating the incident. Out of the 1,480,576 incidents reported in the time span, only 6,290 incidents were at one point classified as a mental health case or transport of a mental health case. So a 918 is a code used to identify mental health cases, and a 918T is used to identify a mental health case transport, so where they need to be transported to a psychiatric hospital. Google My Maps was used to map pre and post codes onto the beat areas. Google My Maps was initially used because it was free and the interface was easy to understand, but another mapping interface will be used for future investigations. And this is because Google My Maps is limited in certain aspects of the mappings, and other mapping softwares could be used to increase the accuracy of the maps that we make. Out of the 6,290 mental health incidents, 22 were excluded for not having a beat number or not having a pre or post code. The map on the left is a map of the 92 beats in the Phoenix Police Department. The map is simplified due to the limitations of Google My Maps. So there's some beats that have like holes in them because technically police officers aren't supposed to supervise that area. The map on the right shows all mental health incidents onto the beat map. The beat map is a choropleth map that gets darker as the number of incidents increases in the beat. Beats 213 and 591 have the least amount of incidents, so they tend to be wider on the scale, while 421, 512, and 725 have the most amount of cases, and they tend to be darker. I think 421 is the darkest one there, and it has around 391 cases. When we made the map, we realized that the map may be affected by psychiatric hospitals and shelters. To fix this, we plan on only recording incidents that are specifically 918 calls or 918 codes instead of the 918Ts, because the 918Ts increase the darkness of certain areas since people with mental health issues are brought there for the psychiatric care. The map on the left is also a choropleth map of incidents that are have different pre and post codes. For example, a pre code may have been a 418T and post code may have been changed to a 918 code. The map on the right plots incidents with the same pre and post code. So it was initially dispatched as a 918, and then it was at the end, the police officer just confirmed that it was a 918 code. There were a lot more incidents with the same pre and post codes than with different codes. So that would explain why the one on the right has darker areas as well. From the basic maps of from the data, we discovered it was common to get higher amounts of incidents near downtown and South Central Phoenix, like Tasneem explained. We also saw that from the incidents with different pre and post codes, 99.25 of the incidents had a non-mental health code turn into an 18. This indicates that dispatch is undercalling mental health codes, but this isn't really dispatch's fault because they lack the information that the officer would have when they go and investigate the call. For future steps in the study, we plan on analyzing the frequency of the pre-code types in order to determine which pre-codes are more liable to become a 918 code.
Okay, next steps for us. So this data, the data from this research and everything we find has very real world implications for planning public safety responses in an urban environment. And for what's next for us, the first thing is going to be going through the written notes data and trying to determine the cause of the discrepancies in the call. So we actually haven't received the written data yet, but we just got an email today and that's going through very soon. So hopefully starting like a few weeks from now, we'll be able to start going through that. And the second thing is trying to incorporate a multi-code public safety system, because incorporating a public safety system not only includes the technical side of it, the ones that we're working on, but it also includes the personnel side and the understanding what the consequences of this are going to be for the police officers and for their coding system and the way they understand the system. And then the last thing that's on the plate for us is reporting findings to the City of Phoenix Police Department, which we're going to do sometime around January, just so we can give them a concrete understanding of what's happening and like how to fix it. And potentially working with other police departments. I know we're in contact with the Scottish Police Department right now, but we're looking to expand that as well, just to perfectly implement the multi-code system. And the last thing that we're hoping to accomplish is that we are presenting this to the police department in January, and we're hoping that by having a better geospatial understanding of where these calls are happening will allow the police department to better place the crisis response teams and help with the development of the mental health awareness program that they're currently doing in the city. Okay.
And that's it.
And that's it. Thank you for listening to us present. We had a really great time working on this, and we're super happy to share this with you.
Thank you so much. And so what a great presentation from Tasneem and Elyana. So if there's any time, questions, we have time for a couple questions on their presentation.
I actually,
go ahead.
If you don't mind. Great presentation, really, really interesting. So my question was, I guess, have you looked at other cities across not only, Arizona, but across the country and see what they have implemented in terms of having some kind of multi-code? So, and what kind of effects that has had on the police department and the community in response to mental health issues?
Right. So like I said, we are working with other police departments, and as of now, they're still implementing the single code system. So the multi-code system has actually never been used because, as I mentioned in my PowerPoint, police officers aren't very open to change. So they're kind of okay with the way things are going right now. And as I mentioned, we are working with the Scottish Police Department. So Dr. Ross just went to Scotland actually, and it was there that she found out that Scotland has implemented this like mental health awareness hub within their offices, where it's like the mental health calls are fielded only by that certain office. They've seen improvement because of that, because those officers working there are specially trained in how to deal with mental health and behavioral related issues.
I guess also adding on to that, there's also the technical component of like having a multi-code system, which would include keeping track of a lot more information, a lot more data, and then it would have to account for like storage and how to like save all that information as well. I know that Flagstaff while they're not at the multi-code system yet, they have been trying to do what I guess what we've been trying to do. So like map out all the beats and then try to see which areas need more help with mental health cases, so so they can improve their crisis response team.
Great, thanks.
Thank you so much. We started a little bit behind, so I know we're a little bit past 3:15, but if you have other questions about this particular project, you can always drop them in the chat and we can get those to the presenters after the showcase. So thank you again, Elyana and Tasneem, for that great presentation. I definitely learned a lot myself as well. So we're going to move to our second presentation of the Gold Room, and I'd like to introduce, it's another duo. We have Libbie, Farrell, and Allison Hoops, who will be presenting on Solar Spell.
Thank you, Natasha. So I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. All right, looking good.
Perfect, cool. Thanks, Libbie. Awesome. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining in on our presentation. We're really excited to share what we've been working on this last semester. We just began our grad program this last semester and an internship with Solar Spell, and we're here to share with you all what we've created with the team in developing a content needs framework. So to give you all a little bit of an idea about us and our backgrounds, my name is Allison Hoops. I am currently a master's student in the Global Technology and Development program here at ASU. I am also an intern with the Solar Spell Initiative, working on their content needs framework team with Libbie. And prior to moving out here to Arizona, I served as a Peace Corps volunteer in Lesotho within the education sector.
And my name is Libbie Farrell. I'm also a master's student in the Global Technology and Development program at ASU, working with Allison on developing content needs for Solar Spell. And previous to all of this, I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Timor-Leste in the community economic development sector from 2019 to 2020, got evacuated because of COVID. So for those of you who are not familiar with Solar Spell already, just a brief run through of what this initiative is looking to accomplish. So it is a digital offline library that looks to empower global learners through implementing information literacy. So it's an offline library that provides access to information for communities that might not have regular access to electricity or the resources for literature or textbooks, books, things that really supplement the education network. So through the access to information on this offline library, Solar Spell looks to develop the skills to turn that information literacy into knowledge, and then also provide the means to develop agency that turns that knowledge into solutions for bettering this world and, developing it into something a little better than how we found it.
So to give you all a little bit of background and context to this content needs framework project that we have been working on, prior to the new content needs framework development, Solar Spell only used site visit questionnaires and baseline surveys to collect their initial data with their new partner organizations. However, with COVID-19 from 2019 to now, they have not been able to do their in-person site visits. So they're transitioning many of their processes and models to adapt to the online remote world. And so this is a little bit of a part of that process. And so the framework will help improve the initial communication and partnership building with SolarSpell. That will help create more unique and localized educational materials with our partner organizations.
All right, so research problem and methods. And actually one thing that I forgot to mention previously is that SolarSpell is also a student run or a student volunteer driven initiative. So we're only one team within the SolarSpell network focusing on this project. There are so many other students within ASU that are working on other different projects to get SolarSpell to achieve the overall vision of equitable education. But when it comes to content needs, we were focusing on the problem that came up because of, you know, just the COVID pandemic and the gaps between communication that arose and came to the forefront of SolarSpell's attention. So the problem was the lack of standardized form that allowed SolarSpell to develop a deeper understanding of what kind of content needs that our community partners needed. So Allison and I, over the past semester, kind of split it into 3 phases. In 2020 Vision, it was 3 phases. So the first phase was the creation of a master document that had 30+ questions ranging in focus. From there, we broke down that master document into 2 more honed in documents that focused on the primary partnerships that SolarSpell has in locations of implementation. So those would be Peace Corps and Ministry of Education within countries. And then finally, phase 3, where we are at and wrapping up now, is the editing down of those 2 documents that were still quite sprawling in scope, and really editing it down to be directly focused on the content needs and polishing up that document so that it could be an appropriate deliverable to our partners.
Awesome. So how does the content needs framework better support SolarSpell in meeting the sustainable development goals? So these are global development goals that governments, businesses, NGOs, community organizations can all work towards to achieve a more equitable and better world as a global village. And so the content needs framework really hones in on 2 of the 17 goals. So the first one is quality education. So the content need framework asks relevant questions about the current education system, infrastructure, resources, challenges, and hopes for their education system's future. The content needs framework also prioritizes understanding the realities communities experience, like educational challenges, successes, and hopes for their youth's future. And then related to the 17th goal, partnerships for the goals. By surveying SolarSpell's partnerships early in the relationship development period, SolarSpell is better able to understand the local needs while also being held accountable for incorporating the local and community voices and needs of our community partners. Additionally, this new framework develops stronger partnerships that will ultimately lead to unique and locally relevant libraries for our partner communities to have access to learn from, and to further develop their capacity to transform their knowledge into sustainable community action.
Great. So finally, we have the future steps. So just yesterday, we sent out our working version of the content needs framework for both Ministry of Education and Peace Corps to Peace Corps Lesotho. So our anticipated plan of action is to have Peace Corps Lesotho fill out those forms and provide some feedback so that we can make the appropriate alterations moving forward. From there, we are looking to begin conversations with the Ministry of Education within Lesotho. So as those conversations with Peace Corps Lesotho continue to develop, we will evaluate the effectiveness of this framework and of these documents and collect that data. So hopefully in future presentations, you can hear about that. And finally, as the education content needs framework starts to manifest into its final version, which I don't know if it ever will have a final version, as it will transform as Solarspell and as the communities and partners transform. We are also going to be looking Thank you so much for listening to this presentation. If you have any questions, definitely let us know.
Thank you so much, Libbie and Allison, with a great presentation. And so I'll turn it over to our attendees if there are any questions about their presentation on Solarspell.
I have one question. Does Solarspell seek out the partners, or the partners seek out Solarspell, or the communities?
Great question.
So yeah, Allison, you can go first.
So to kind of give you a little bit of background, one of the first partner organizations that Solarspell was able to implement and deploy the devices through was actually because of a Peace Corps volunteer who reached out to the organization, heard about the initiative, and thought what a great resource it would be for her community and her school, and just a nice way to kind of help supplement and expand the resources within her small rural community school. And since then, for the most part, it has been partner organizations reaching out. It's really exciting. The Solarspell initiative has recently partnered with Peace Corps. And so the reason why that's so exciting is because it's a really sustainable way to implement and deploy this program. Because Peace Corps volunteers end up being in their communities for about 2.5 years, which is a great, just enough time to really train community partners, get the system running, and make help the locals feel comfortable with the content on it. So that way once the volunteer leaves, they don't leave with their knowledge and information. Rather, they're leaving this community now with a digital library that they can use to access additional lesson plans, textbooks, or even resources within the health or agriculture field.
Thank you.
I just wish I had this. I was in the Peace Corps in Guinea, also in education as well, probably before you were born. But this would have been awesome, because that was one of the biggest problems that we saw is there was, with the changeover of new volunteers coming in, the new ones didn't quite always know what the old ones were doing. And sometimes it felt like you were just kind of reinventing the wheel again and again. This is fantastic. Awesome job. Well done.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend, if you're interested in learning more, there's a full website that highlights all of the work that Solarspell does. It's fantastic, and I would recommend you take a look out at that. Actually, Courtney, one of the Solarspell staff, just linked that in the chat. So okay. definitely take a look. Yeah.
Wonderful. I think we have time for just one more question. If anybody has an additional question, I'll just pause for 5 seconds to see if anybody does. All right, well, wonderful. And as was noted, Courtney dropped in to the chat the link for Solarspell if you would like to learn more. I'd like to thank again Allison and Libbie for their presentation. And we will move on to our third presentation of the day. I'd like to introduce Leon Dillly, who will be presenting on the evolution of containment strategies for GMOs?
Hello. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, looks good.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, hi, my name is Leon Dillly. I'm a senior majoring in astrobiology and minoring in biological sciences. I've been working with Mark Danciu and Dr. Frow on this project this semester. So this bit of research is part of a bigger project developing a toolkit for precise DNA replication. And our part in it has been to kind of start evaluating the field and looking at how this toolkit might fit into the spectrum of existing containment measures for engineered organisms. So the first question we asked as we were starting this project is, what biological containment methods are out there? We started exploring this by doing a literature review and defining various methods and exploring some more standard physical containment methods as well. And then we sort of pulled it all together in this flow chart that I'll get to in a couple slides. And as we were exploring these biological methods, we also wanted to know, how have they been used outside of research, and are they well tested? And the answer we came to was not really. It seems like this area of research is still relatively new, and a lot of the methods we found were theoretical or just proposals, and there's not a whole lot of examples of these methods being applied outside of a lab. So the second question we started exploring was, are there any sorts of regulations or standards regarding biological containment, and who's responsible for regulating what? So we started by talking to ASU's biosafety team, or institutional biosafety committee. They review research that involves potentially hazardous biological materials and what safeguards are needed. And they told us that they're mostly concerned with researchers keeping things physically contained. They don't have much expertise in how these complicated engineered biological mechanisms are supposed to keep an organism contained. So then we started looking into some pretty dense, fun regulatory documents from organizations like the EPA, NIH, FDA, just looking for language that specifically regulated biological containment. And we found a few examples, but by and large, there's just not a whole lot of regulation around this kind of research. So that leads up to our last question, which is, where does it go from here? Without much regulation or acknowledgement of these methods, we don't really know what the future of this kind of biocontainment looks like, or how this kind of research would transfer from the lab to the real world. So real quick, just to show a quick overview of the types of containment we've been concerned with. This is a timeline from one of the papers we reviewed that sort of illustrates how research on these biocontainment systems has really ramped up over the last decade or so. There's all these new methods popping up with xenobiology and CRISPR. So regulations have some catching up to do because the research community is very enthusiastic about all these new possibilities coming up over the last few years. And of course, Jurassic Park was thinking big back in '93 with its lysine contingency to try and contain the dinosaurs. So this is that flow chart that I mentioned earlier. We'll zoom into each section in a minute, but we created this to kind of organize how all these forms of containment are related and regulated. There's obviously a lot of different ways to keep something contained. I won't go through every box, but of course, physical containment is the gold standard. It's the most regulated. It's been around the longest. It's essentially just ways to keep something in a box it can't get out of, whether that box be a lab building or a biosafety cabinet, while biological containment is fairly new and has some catching up to do. So physical containment in regards to research is regulated by documents like the NIH guidelines, where it's very clearly defined what safeguards are needed in different types of labs for different risk levels, from disinfecting equipment using filtered air vents, certain PPE requirements, lots of safety standards. For example, they list an acceptable maximum escape frequency for working with certain microbes as 10⁻⁸ or 1 in 100 million. So very clear quantifiable standards in this area. But physical containment tends to focus on lab-based experiments, and there's some regulations for field testing or greenhouse conditions, like selecting a low-risk site where an organism probably wouldn't survive if it escaped. But most experiments tend to be held to these kinds of safety standards when working with genetically engineered organisms. So next we have this kind of gray area in terms of regulations. There's some forms of biological containment that don't involve genetic engineering. So these are methods that rely on features intrinsic to the organism, like the short pollen viability of a plant, or other non-GE interventions, like the sterile insect technique, where you just irradiate an insect and it lives, it just can't reproduce anymore, so its genes aren't passed on anywhere. So these methods will limit how far the genes of an organism can spread. And we actually found a few examples of these sorts of methods being considered by the EPA when they approve things like genetically modified crops, where the genetic modifications aren't actually part of the containment mechanism. And now we get to the genetically engineered biocontainment. These are methods that for the most part are only used in lab research. There's some sort of genetic engineering done that should either keep the organism from surviving without human intervention or keep genetic material from transferring to another organism that we don't want it in. So these methods can start to get really complicated. More basic one is auxotrophy, which is sort of like what Jurassic Park did. You knock out a gene that makes an essential nutrient so the organism can't survive unless that nutrient is supplemented. And with this part of the flowchart, there's probably lots of ways to arrange and illustrate how these methods can be connected. We just tried for now to show how they're related and how this sort of organization might be able to help someone evaluate exactly how a containment mechanism works. But when we're thinking about regulating these methods, we have to consider that the idea of genetically engineering something is much more complex to evaluate than, say, putting something in a sealed container and knowing it can't get out. So we didn't find a whole lot of examples of these kinds of methods being used in products that have left the lab. And so we're not quite sure how these sorts of methods will end up being regulated. So in terms of regulations, I won't go into too much detail because Mark will be going more in depth with this subject in his presentation next. But the actual process of getting a genetically engineered product approved is long and difficult and expensive. For example, if the EPA is evaluating a genetically engineered microbial pesticide, there's a huge list of things they want to know about the organism and the product so that they can conduct a risk assessment and determine themselves if the product is safe. So this is a back and forth process of a company doing all this research on their product, presenting it to the EPA, and then the EPA says, okay, but what about this? We want more data about this. So the company does more research and the EPA looks at it again. And this process can take upwards of 8 or 10 years. And this poses a big problem for a lot of biological containment methods that haven't been studied very long because there's not this big pool of research to support these methods being safe. So the EPA is very cautious about approving things like that. So in theory, there's room for these kind of biocontainment methods to be proposed to federal agencies, but there's some practical barriers that make that process kind of difficult. As well as it seems like sort of a gap between some of the methods being proposed and the actual path to getting a product approved. So really there's no clear path to get these sorts of methods regulated. So I've already kind of gone over the conclusions we came to in the beginning. There's a lot of containment methods being studied and developed. They're just mostly confined to the lab still. There's not much regulation around biological containment, but we're at a point where some of these methods could start approaching the regulatory system and products, and we're not sure if that system is well equipped enough to evaluate these sort of things. So next semester, it looks like our next steps will be to start looking into exactly how well some of these biological containment methods we've looked at have been tested, and how feasible does it seem for some of them to be used outside of research. And then alongside that, we want to start looking into the nitty-gritty of that back and forth process with the EPA and other regulators. You know, what exactly are they asking for? So we're thinking about potentially interviewing some industry professionals who have been part of that process and getting some insight on what would actually be required to get these methods used in the real world. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leon. As Leon mentioned, the presentation after his will also focus on some regulatory issues regarding GMOs, but for now, I'd like to turn it over to our participants and see if there are any questions for Leon and his presentation on the evolution of containment strategies for GMOs. And I'd also like to just point out that you are feel free to ask a question via your voice or in the chat. We also take those questions too.
Hi, Leon. Great presentation, very interesting. I appreciate the time. I do have a quick question though. When you were, you ended up by saying work, what will work in the real world type thing. And I'm just wondering for some clarification, by real world, do you mean like just the United States, or is this kind of looking at more of a universal guidelines, or just federal in the United States guidelines?
So most of what we've looked at so far has been specific to the United States. It turns out that regulations around GMOs are pretty different all over the world. Yeah. So I don't know exactly how this kind of stuff would translate internationally, but it's very complicated so far in the US. So that's what we focused on.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about. If it's so difficult here in the US, how would that translate to other countries with their different scenarios? So yeah, okay. All right, good, thanks.
I had one question, Leon. Do you think the reason why there's not a lot of research on the, was the third level of your presentation about the GMs, the GMOs or whatever that are genetically engineered? There's not a lot of containment research out there because it's a lot of classified information, do you think?
In some cases it might be. I guess it depends if there's companies trying to develop these kind of things for crops and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like kind of like industry secrets or company secrets, or even governments, right? Maybe even working on something that's classified, so we don't know what their containment regulations are for that type of situation.
Yeah, that could definitely be part of it, but there's definitely lots of research from universities too on stuff like that.
Hey Leon, this is David Gillum. Nice to see you, good job. I have a question about gene drive specifically, and the fact that part of the papers that have been published about how you would contain gene drives would include biological containment, like intrinsic biological containment. Have you thought very much about whether or not, like, is that even reality given what you've seen, and how would you actually govern that going forward?
Yeah, so we have looked into that a little bit. I think there's a few examples of that being used, like in actual applications, but figuring out kind of how it was regulated and what regulations were around that was kind of difficult. But
yeah, I don't think there are many. I think I'm more asking in the sense of the future. If we're talking about having releases of gene drive insects or plants or whatever, do you think it's even going to be realistic to have intrinsic biological containment? Have you guys thought very deeply about that yet?
Yeah, I definitely think that's a possibility. Yeah, because there's with like the sterile insect technique, there is an example of doing that with mosquitoes, where you release a bunch of mosquitoes that can't reproduce, so it crashes the population.
But you shouldn't feel too bad about this, since the National Academies of Sciences is trying to figure it out too. But I do think it's fascinating that you're researching this, and I do appreciate it. So I think it has real good value for people like us in the safety profession who are trying to evaluate risk. So I am looking forward to whatever you end up creating as part of this project. Thank you.
All right. We have time for if there's any last minute questions for Leon. It's a really great discussion about his project. Otherwise, I will say thank you again to Leon for his presentation, and we will move to our next presentation, which Arnie mentioned, is from Mark, and I'm going to say, is it Danciu? I get that. Okay, awesome, perfect. So Mark Danciu will be presenting on the federal regulatory policy on the biocontainment of GMOs. So a great kind of partner project with Leon's, and just make sure I have your video up. All right, wonderful. Great, we can see your, yep, we can see your screen. You want to just make it presentation mode? There we go, perfect.
Good. Awesome. Okay, yeah, so as Natasha said, I'm sort of continuing off of what Elyana was talking about, and these are sort of like the real world applications that we were looking into, like actual trying to find out examples of biocontainment of GMOs from US federal regulatory agencies. And so just a real brief review of what biocontainment is. It's basically, in terms of synthetic biology, it's making sure that your genetically modified organisms aren't where they're not supposed to be. Like, we don't want them to get out anywhere, so we want to contain them. And there's two types. There's physical and biological. Those are the two main categories. And of course, as Leon said, there's a sort of in between. And then, yeah, the physical ones are just boxes, making sure that your organisms don't escape physically using barriers. And then biological are the sort of intrinsic ones within the organism themselves, coded in there. And there's been a lot of, new, really technical proposals for interesting biocontainment methods, like Leon was talking about. And so we wanted to set out and discover whether or not any of these biological containment, the intrinsic mechanisms, are actually being used by federal agencies in real world, like market situations, in order to contain genetically modified products. And so just a really brief overview of how regulatory policy for these things works in the US. It's coordinated by the 1986 Coordinated Framework for the Regulation of Biotechnology. And that's synthetic biology. All synthetic biology regulations fall under that framework as well. And it splits up responsibility between three major federal agencies: the Food and Drug Administration, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the US Department of Agriculture. And each of them have their own tasks and their own regulatory policies. And here is a chart that describes sort of what each agency is concerned with. So the USDA wants plants and animals and poultry, meat, stuff like that. And they're regulated by the Plant Animal Protection Acts, whereas the FDA is concerned with food, drugs, cosmetics, animal drugs, medical devices, stuff like that. And that falls under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act. Whereas the EPA actually, because currently a lot of genetically modified organisms are bacterial and sort of very microscopic. The EPA deals with stuff like that. It deals with pesticides, herbicides, microbes. And so a lot of their regulatory policy is under the Toxic Substances Control Act, which is a very important document for regulating containment of genetically modified organisms. And so we did a lot of case studies. We were looking through several organisms that are genetically modified and that are contained and approved by federal regulatory agencies. So this is just a brief overview of the ones we went through. And I highlighted in red the ones that I'm going to go through for today's presentation. So case studies were a valuable tool because through our research, we discovered that, as Leon said, physical containment is the gold standard. And we were really interested to see whether or not any agencies have actually approved something that uses anything besides physical containment. And so the first one that we looked at, this is a very well-known one. It was the frost-banned strawberries. The scientific name is there and it's pretty complicated, but it's essentially a spray with these bacteria and it's marketed as frost-ban. And they lack a surface nucleating protein, which basically means that frost can't form on the strawberries and the strawberries won't die of frost in the winter. It was the first ever open air tested GMO in 1986, and the public backlash was really bad to it. People weren't happy about it, and environmentalists protested it, and people weren't happy. And that actually prompted the creation of the regulatory framework so that the government had a way to deal with regulating similar products. But the containment mechanisms were very limited. And even now, it's widely available. You can buy it online through agricultural sort of sellers. And it had several containment mechanisms on the label, which I've included. Also, here's a picture of what the strawberries would look like without frost on them. These are directly from the safety data sheet that comes with the product. And so it has some pretty basic stuff here, like don't allow the workers to go into the treated areas 4 hours after it's been treated. Don't dispose of it in communal water. Make sure you wear PPE. Always take off the PPE, wash your hands, just sort of basic stuff. But a lot of it is up to the individual. It specifies that it's a violation of federal law to not comply with these, but in the end, whether or not workers follow these word for word, it really depends on the individual. And then that was regulated by the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. And the FDA case study that we looked at is aqua advantage salmon. And so there's a picture of there. They are essentially, they have a growth hormone from a different species of salmon that grows much faster, but that we don't use for food. But it allows these salmon to grow super quickly and get much bigger than they usually would. And these have a lot of physical containment. The FDA made sure that all the facilities have multiple layers of physical barriers. They have only land-based tanks. They have special incubators, overflow tanks, a lot of really tight regulations. And then here is one of the only examples that we actually found that didn't include physical containment, or it did include physical containment. It included something besides physical containment. It wasn't quite biological containment. It was that sort of gray area that Leon was talking about, because essentially all the salmon were born to be female, or they were bred to be born female. So no, there are no male aqua advantage salmon, and that essentially would produce the salmon from ever reproducing or getting out in the wild. Even if they did get out in the wild, they wouldn't be able to have offspring with this genetic modification. And also, harkening back to Leon's presentation, he said that these products can take a really long time to get approved. Well, these took 19 years. It took almost 20 years for the FDA to actually be okay with and say that they have enough information to allow the production and sale of these salmon, which is a very long time. And then in terms of the USDA, we looked at genetically modified chestnut trees. So in the early 20th century, chestnut blight imported from chestnuts from Japan and China wiped out almost all of the American chestnut trees. There's very few left. But researchers managed to find an enzyme that codes for blight resistance. So, and then they inserted into their young saplings from American chestnut trees so that they would grow with this enzyme that provides resistance. Unfortunately, so far as of 2020, these have not yet been approved, and they have to be cut before they flower. So the containment there is that they had killed the trees before they're able to actually flower. And this is in the works. It's being regulated by the USDA, and they're hoping that they can actually get this approved so they can bring back the American chestnut tree. And then there is what they used to look like. And then here's an exception, interesting exception we found. There was a Kickstarter in 2013 to create glow-in-the-dark plants. And this was done with a device called a gene gun, which is pictured up here in the corner. Essentially, it shot metal particles coated with the gene that they wanted to insert into the plants. But because of the device and the way that these modifications were being created, none of the agencies had any authority over how to regulate it. They all said that it wasn't under their jurisdiction. And so essentially there was no federal regulation for this product. And there was one other similar product. It was a type of fertilizer that managed to just totally skip the regulatory process because it used the gene gun. And it just went straight to market. And what had to happen was Kickstarter went in and they said that you can't sell genetically modified organisms on our platform because the federal government simply couldn't do anything about it without passing new legislation, which so far they haven't regarding gene guns. And then in terms of what we gathered from this, as Leon was saying, there seems to be a pretty large disconnect between the proposals and the research community and what the government accepts as viable. So researchers are really interested in these complex mechanisms, but whether or not it's realistic for these to ever be put to market is very much in doubt in terms of the government's attitude towards biological containment. Yeah, physical containment is definitely the gold standard because as we demonstrated, almost all approved products use exclusively physical containment. But these intrinsic methods could provide an extra safety net because as I showed, it's up to individuals to really control the physical containment aspect. It's very much left to individuals to decide what is correct and to actually follow the rules. And sometimes, obviously, that can lead to error. And so having an intrinsic containment mechanism would really minimize the risk of contamination and escape. And so next semester, we plan on actually looking into pharmaceutical applications. That's the FDA's range. And we really want to see, someone asked a question about whether or not the containment mechanisms are classified. Well, that's what we want to look at. We want to see whether or not the exchanges between the government agencies and companies or individual researchers are actually discussing something like this in terms of the inner workings, because these things take a super long time to be approved. So if we can get an inside glimpse into the industry and into the regulatory agencies, then we can decide whether or not this is something that's on the agenda for the future. Yep, and then here are my sources. Thank you very much for listening and for allowing me to share this.
Awesome. Thank you, Mark. It was really interesting to see all those different examples of genetically modified organisms and the processes they've gone through. So I will turn it over to our attendees. It looks like Dave Beston is ready with a question.
Thanks. Very nice presentations. I'm interested in sort of the scope of the case studies and whether either in the case studies that you presented or that you might look at in the future, you're seeing any instances of cases where physical containment actually did not succeed particularly well.
Thank you. Yeah, so far we found that generally the escape frequencies have not been very bad in any of these cases. They have been well controlled. And generally the government tends not to approve anything that they're not 100% convinced will not have a major effect on the environment or on people. So if they're worried about a product like this, actually, if it ever got out, if they're worried about it causing harm, then they simply won't approve it at all. But generally speaking, the physical containment has worked pretty well. And I think that's why the government is sticking with it. And they're not really trying to fix something that isn't broken. But in the end, intrinsic containment might provide a really good safety net, as well as the possibility to expand into a lot more interesting genetically modified products.
Hey, Mark, I have a question for you. This is David Gillum here at ASU. Nice to see you. I've actually have a couple questions. When I've done research in the past, and this was several years ago, into the different genetically modified plants, primarily plants, they also had mushrooms, tomatoes, things like that. The process for trying to figure it out was incredibly complicated, trying to find the permits and the approvals. Did you find that that was challenging in this process?
Yeah, we found it extremely difficult to actually find the forms, and the way that the types of forms are really strange as well, because the FDA, in order to get a genetically modified product approved by the FDA, you actually have to fill out something called the new drug application, because the FDA considers a genetic modification a type of drug, which to us was very strange. And it took us a while to realize, oh, well, they want a new drug application for a genetically modified product. And you can't find them online easily. Leon had a snippet of one, but that's not, there's many different types of forms you need to fill out. And there's not really just one standardized form that you can just take a look at and see, oh, this is what we need to do. And there's always a lot of back and forth between industry and companies, as well as researchers, to decide what to do and what more needs to be done, or what more, what other proof they need, stuff like that.
Yeah, it used to be a little bit better, actually. You could find a lot more online, but now you can't. So I was just intrigued to find out if it had become more difficult for you, and it sounds like it has. I had a second question, but I'm drawing a blank on what it was. So I'll come back if I can remember.
Thank you.
Thank you to Dave and Dave for those questions. Do you have any other questions for Mark at this time, either in the chat or vocally? Oh, yes, we do have one from Sabrina in the chat, who wrote, I was wondering which agency's jurisdiction you personally think that the gene gun should fall under.
That's an interesting question, because a gene gun can be used to modify multiple types of organisms. So in this case, it was plants, but it can also be used to modify bacteria or animals. So the gene gun itself, I don't think would fall under the jurisdiction of any agency, but I do think that the products that it creates would have to be decided on a case-by-case basis. So if it's an animal product, it would go under the FDA, whereas a plant product would be more of the EPA's domain, stuff like that. So I think generally it should be done on a case-by-case basis rather than on a sort of broad, all gene gun products should be under this agency.
Great, thank you. And Sabrina said thank you in the chat. Looks like there's a little bit more information from Emma Frow in the chat as well, in regards to David Gillam's question. But we are at the 4:01 time, so I am gonna put a pause on the questions for Mark, but if you have more, please feel free to always add them to the chat and we can gather those and send them his way after the showcase. So thank you again to Mark for that presentation. And we are going to move to our next presentation from Isabelle Essendrup, who will be presenting on the synthesis, Building with Biology on Mars, the board game. It's very intriguing, so I'll turn it over to Isabelle.
Awesome, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, awesome, let me share my screen. All right, awesome. All right, so like she said, my name is Isabelle, and I'll be presenting on synthesis, building with biology on Mars, the board game. So we've been working as part of a larger NSF project about synthetic biology to teach concepts surrounding synthetic biology to the public. And in the last few semesters, we've been working on creating a board game based on other resource collecting games like Settlers of Catan to do this. We've been developing research to create a rulebook for the game and tested it with one another over the last few semesters. So over this semester, we've been working on designing a physical prototype through a website called Game Crafter so that we can start testing this game with groups. So a little bit about game mechanics and how you play the game. We created the game with the premise that players have just landed on Mars and are attempting to build a community to sustain life. The board consists of hexagonal tiles representing resources, and players can collect these resources and trade them in to build structures like space farms, colonies, recycling centers, and tunnels on Mars, which in turn give player synthesis points. And you can win the game by collecting a certain number of these points, which can be gained by building structures and using resources or clearing the landfill of waste. In order to do this, players have to collect and utilize synthetic biology resources. So you can see here on the left, we have recipe cards. These like kind of show the resources that players have to use to create structures, and the board on the right with the spaces for the resource hexes and the landfill, which I'll get a little bit more into in the next few slides. So we designed kind of the resource cards. These are placed on the board. So the resource like hexes are placed on the board to represent different resources. And the resources that we chose to have on the board include sugar, water, cyanobacteria, sand, and air. And we chose cyanobacteria because it's a type of bacteria that's really commonly manipulated for use with synthetic biology. And when players collect this cyanobacteria resource, they draw a card revealing which strain of synthetic biology that they now have. And we created a prototype of the cards shown on this slide, and the hexes on the board shown on the last slide to kind of play this game. So they would collect these cards and use them to build their various structures. So as far as the synthetic biology elements, so we have the 3 strains of cyanobacteria in the game as forms of synthetic biology. So basically when players collect the cyanobacteria resources, they're randomly allocated one of these strains. And they can use these strains to build various things. So all these strains of cyanobacteria we built into the game are based off of real world existing research. So we have a fertilizing strain that's based on research being done developing a nitrogen fixating bacteria or cyanobacteria to convert inhospitable soil into fertile soil. We also have a concrete producing strain that is based on research being done to create a form of bioconcrete bricks using synthetic biology. And we also have an energy producing strain. So that's based off of research on the ability for microbes to be engineered to produce fuels. And these strains in the game are meant to demonstrate the potential for synthetic biology to be used for all kinds of things like energy and building material, farming, and all these functions are applied in building infrastructure in this kind of off-planet scenario in the game. And you can kind of see the prototype design on the slide of the cards players can draw for each of the strains we have in the game. And then we also have the landfill and recycling center. So in the game as well, we have the landfill. Every time that the players spend cards to, for example, build something, those used cards are placed in the landfill slots at the bottom of the board. And if this isn't cleared and it reaches 50 cards, all players in the game face a penalty. So players are basically incentivized to try to reduce this pile and pay attention to it. And players can actually also gain points by clearing it as well. And the way that they can clear it is with a fungi card, which decomposes the contents. So this is just meant to illustrate the fact that you can use fungi in biology, not just to build things, but also for purposes of decomposition. And because we also have this landfill as part of the game and there's a penalty for not clearing it, we're also trying to make players more aware of like space junk and having to solve these problems related to sustainability of building. I also have the recycling center card on this slide, which players can buy with resources, and this allows the player to trade their resources in, and again, it's just meant to emphasize the principle of being aware of the element of sustainability. And I have kind of on the slide the prototype for the landfill that goes at the bottom of the board itself. So it's very obvious that it's there, and that's kind of where the spent resources go. We also have discovery cards. These are beneficial cards which illustrate various concepts pertaining to microbes and their applications. So players can collect a number of different cards from this deck, which will give them a random benefit. And we designed a lot of different cards for this purpose. We have, like on the right here, players might receive an improved fertilizer strain, where your lab produces a more efficient strain of fertilizing bacteria, and now they can more efficiently build space farms, or improved growth medium, which boosts the growth of all their cyanobacterial resources. So these are just kind of extra cards meant to emphasize different concepts surrounding synthetic biology and provide some kind of random benefit in the actual game. So just as kind of a summary of how we have synthetic biology built into this game is one of the resources you can grow and collect are these strains of synthetic bacteria, and strains in the game are based off of real world research, and players not only use these resources to build their structures, but also use it to solve problems related to waste in the game using fungi. And this is meant to introduce players to synthetic biology and its possibilities through being used in a number of different ways. So just as a summary of what we've done this semester and what we've done in past semesters and what we plan to do in the future, we've created designs as shown on the presentation for a physical prototype of the game. We just ordered it, so we should have the physical prototype coming in pretty soon. All of our designs are uploaded into GameCrafter website as well, so we have a method of making the game accessible once we have finished developing it. And we've also begun developing a testing strategy. So we aim to test playing this physical prototype with a number of people to not only make edits to the game to make it more fun and easy to understand, but also as effective as we can make it in teaching concepts of synthetic biology. We're working on IRB application for this purpose as well at the moment and plan to complete that as well. But we've worked to edit and develop the rulebook and background story for this game as well, and we've really worked among ourselves to play this game and work on rules that make this game teach what we want it to teach, but also function well as a game. But we want to use this physical prototype to test it with other people and get feedback so that we can understand how those concepts are being portrayed. And we want to get a good sense of how easy it is to play the game itself and what people's impressions are of synthetic biology based on playing it. So that's kind of our next steps. So just testing this physical prototype with people and making edits to the game based on that feedback. So we are also looking for people who may be interested in playing this game and giving us feedback. So if anyone is interested in playing the game, please email me at this email address and we'll be getting back to you. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Isabelle, for your presentation. I see that we already have a question and we have a hand raised, so I'm gonna turn to Zane so you can ask your question.
All right.
Well, that was a great presentation. So I know you're really proximate to the game, and you noted the hope that there is a potential for the action of playing the game to change the ways in which people orient themselves around their own waste. I'm curious, as a player yourself, have you noticed any changes in the ways in which you understand your consumption or your waste and what that's looked like for you? Or even if it's not around waste, what outcomes you've seen for yourself as someone who's playing the game?
Yeah, sure. So just like in the game, that was something we kind of added later on in the process. We played several rounds where we didn't have like a landfill at all. And it was definitely really interesting to see how that kind of changed how we played the game, you know, because suddenly there was a lot more attention on like, well, if I buy this or if they buy a whole bunch of things, I now have to think about, you know, am I potentially going to get like a point off, you know? So I think it brought a lot more attention in the game to like sustainability. So that kind of like transferred that mindset a little bit of just kind of reminding ourselves that it's like when we're also building a whole bunch of things, we're also potentially creating a lot of waste. So
thanks, Zane.
I have a quick question for you also, and forgive me if I missed it, but what ages were you shooting for this game? Is this kind of like younger guys, high school, or what?
Yeah, sure. So we're thinking probably a 13 plus game, just because it's a little bit more complex to understand and stuff like that. We've done projects in the past where we did sort of projects that were a little bit smaller, probably geared towards like younger audiences and stuff like that. But just because of like the slight complexity in the role, we'd probably say 13 and up.
Also considering they're probably the ones that are actually going to be going to Mars, right? They're going to need to know this information, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but under the Complexity School, they've designed a game called Port of Mars, where people try and survive on Mars, but it's from the psychological and how do you work with communities, not necessarily with the environment and how to, use your resources.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Yeah.
And any ASU student can play it.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing.
Well, looks like Adam shared that link in the chat. I was going to actually ask the same question as Michael about the age range, but I was also curious. You said you were looking for participants. What have you thought about your plan for how to kind of get this game out to those younger age groups, and how do you plan to kind of disseminate the game?
Yeah, so we're still kind of working on like a recruiting strategy for testing and stuff like that. But as far as like once we have a developed game and everything like that, we're thinking of still having it like on Game Crafter, which is just a website where it's just kind of like anybody can have access to it.
It almost sounds like it fits right into Solar Spell, right? Part of their digital library.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool. All right, we have time for one or two more questions if anybody has a question for Isabelle and the project. Looks like Zane, are you raising your hand again to ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Okay,
Fill up
great.
some time. So I'm curious if there are any games from your own childhood that were more educational based that you remembered or in any ways influenced the way in which you're creating this game?
Yeah, sure. Well, obviously, like I mentioned, Settlers of Catan was definitely a huge influence in creating this game, just as far as like resource collection and stuff. As far as games that like other games that might have influenced it, we were also thinking of like the game Photosynthesis, which is kind of similar. It's kind of geared around like, I guess just photosynthesis in general, but it's also like a hex-based board game that's kind of meant to teach younger audiences about like photosynthesis and how plants work and stuff like that. So things like that definitely went into the game for sure.
And I know you had said that this is a physical board, but are there any thoughts about maybe putting it on, video version somehow, computer version?
Yeah, so we've kind of, so right now, like most of our efforts are kind of concentrated on like, how do we make like a physical copy of the game, but we have played it virtually, basically all through COVID, we were playing it, kind of our own like virtual method of playing it. So that's a possibility, but most of our efforts are right now kind of centered on the physical prototyping.
You got to bring those boards back, right? Physical back, please.
Right. Well, if there are no more questions at the present for Isabelle, thank you so much. We can always continue to add those to the chat if you think of one that comes up later on. But I will say thank you to Isabelle for your presentation and for all those great questions about your game and the project. And I'm going to now move to our final presentation of the day for the Gold Room. So we have Zane Encinas, did I get that correct? Crushed it, good. And he will be presenting on the SURF program evaluation. So I'm going to turn it over to Zane at this time.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So I'm Zane, and I am majoring in philosophy, English, and sustainability, and I will be presenting a kind of meta level type presentation for this environment, which is the CERF program, data management and evaluation. So to start is the motivations for the evaluation. The program has been in existence for 9 semesters now, starting from the fall of 2017. And there have been no means of evaluating the program yet. A lot of it's been informal. And this has surprisingly also been the case for a lot of other research programs throughout ASU. And of course, there's the personal motivation that I've been a part of this program for the last 4 semesters with 3 different projects. And I wanted to use this as an opportunity as I'm graduating next semester to take stock of what this program has meant for me and what it's meant for other students and faculty. So in terms of an overview of the methods used, starting with the data management, I wanted to use Excel because before this, all of the data was within applications in the form of a Google form. And then moving forward to data analysis using RStudio. And then finally, data collection with surveys with the possibility of focus groups and interviews in the future. So in terms of the data management in the initial stages, I had to first compile all the data we had from applications, and there were a couple of variables that we wanted to focus on. The first of which being college and school, which wasn't actually in the application. So I had to go back through, and after compiling all of the data from applicants and those who were accepted, had to go through each individual major and figure out what school and college they were part of, which was quite time consuming, but nonetheless will end up being valuable, as we'll see in a little bit, and along with their major, minor, and certificate, their grade level, their GPA, whether or not they had received a stipend or credit for their involvement, and whether they had previous research experience, taken the SFIS prefix course in the past, or have taken a research methods / research-based course in the past. And then for faculty, the only data we really had was the number of students they had, the number of projects they had going on, and the number of semesters that they were involved in. So once all of this was compiled, I was able to move forward to go to some more of the data analysis aspect of that. So starting with an explanation of why I chose RStudio as opposed to doing this analysis in Excel. RStudio is, and just for those who aren't familiar with it, it's an open source programming tool that, as you can see to the right, are some examples of the coding that's used. So it has its own unique programming language to accomplish different tasks for data or statistical analysis, data visualization, and things of that sort. And because the data that we're dealing with is going to be consistently evolving over time as we have more and more semesters of people engaging in CERF, we really wanted something that was adaptive and sustainable in the long term. And in terms of evaluations that happen either 5 years from now, a year from now, I wanted there to be a possibility for other people to be able to use a similar code while after I graduate, I'm no longer involved in the project. So as you can see to the right, there's little, I don't know if there's a pointer or highlighter, but there's little comments that are there, like creating a subset for accepted applicants. So there's explanations of what each of the code means. So if someone's not familiar with it, they're able to go through and figure out what to do. And all they really have to do is click enter instead of having to type a bunch of things and do a lot of busy work. So hopefully the busy work I've done in the past couple of months will make people's lives easier in the future. And subsetting was a very important part of this, subsetting based off of semesters, whether or not the individual is accepted or not accepted. And then we also had a specific focus on those involved in the College of Global Futures with SFIS and SOS majors. And then the big distinction is between incoming and returning students. And this had to be a new variable because when, say, Zane participates 3 different semesters in the same project, the information that I have available is only for that first semester that I enroll in. So in order to avoid that overlap, creating separate distinctions for what the individual is makes that a lot clearer. So now in terms of some of the results from this analysis, first, in terms of just a general amount of people who have been involved, they've accepted 185 unique research fellows and 314 experiences. The reason those numbers are different are because people are involved from multiple semesters. As you can see to the graph on the left, there's actually a significant amount of people that are involved for 2 or more semesters, which is great to see there's retention and interest in being engaged in the project. In addition to that, about 239 students have received stipends, which is extremely beneficial to people. And I know as a student myself that has received stipends, that's been instrumental in my involvement and continued involvement. And then in the participation, the gold-ish colors show the post-pandemic involvement. You can see that there's steady growth right before that. And part of this is because some faculty were accepting a large number of students, but also there are some troubles with involvement, but hopefully that number can increase and reach similar levels, but that's of course dependent on faculty involvement, the number of students that they're involving. And then for just summary statistics, the GPA of accepted students was pretty constant at around about 3.74. And quite high, if I may say so. And then in terms of just the distribution of student and their incoming student age ranges or year ranges, we have a little bit of freshman involvement. That's kind of decreased over time, but the sophomore, junior, and senior involvement has remained pretty constant, and the juniors and senior numbers sometimes switch, but it's really good to see those students who have a little bit more opportunity to engage in previous courses, as you can see to the right. About 50% of incoming students have research experience or have taken a research methods course in the past. And then the reason for some of the data that's missing over time, the application questions have changed. So as we remain a little bit more constant, they'll be more clear and will allow for a more complete data set of what that looks like. And then in terms of where students are coming from, there are quite a few different majors that students are coming from, around 60 different majors, which is super awesome and really makes sense for the interdisciplinary nature of this program. But we do have a lot of students coming from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, followed by Fulton School of Engineering, and then of course the College of Global Futures. As you can see in this chart over here, you have both the college numbers along with the number of students participating from different departments and schools. And I would want to focus the attention to the amount of students that are cross college and cross school. We have about 9 that have been cross college and then 27 that are cross school, which is great to see. And I know in conversations with Dr. Frow, we've really acknowledged the value that that can bring to a project. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves over time. So now in terms of the survey instruments that were developed, this semester I had primarily focused on creating the survey instruments, and next semester it's intended to actually distribute their surveys. But the creation of the survey instruments also involved a type of literature review, and the literature is quite interesting and a little minimal. I would say there's probably like 10 articles published every 3 years around undergraduate research evaluation, which is not a lot, but it's kind of indicative of the lack of change and the lack of engagement in evaluation. But so this slide will highlight the different types of uncommon or new approaches in terms of surveying students and faculty. For faculty surveys, there's not that much that goes on for evaluation. Oftentimes it's just asking faculty how they've seen their own students grow, but there's not a lot of feedback in terms of their motivations, expectations, how they've mentored and how that mentoring has evolved over time, along with just overall feedback on program support and infrastructure and how the program is supporting those individuals. In terms of student surveys, our specific focuses are significance of stipends, the motivations and expectations, which you would think more people would ask in terms of evaluation, but it's often not asked amongst for students. And then there's collaboration, which is sometimes unique to certain programs. I know the last couple of presentations have all been partners or have worked together in some extent throughout the semester, and that creates nuances that we want to know how that's working for them, whether or not it's being facilitated well, and how we can improve that facilitation. And then of course, COVID has thrown a wrench into a lot of people's lives. And there's 1 or 2 articles that have been published, but we're interested in how SURF has really accommodated the needs of both students and faculty as that time has progressed. Oh, I must have skipped one slide. Oh, sorry. Okay, we're gonna get to the common practices. I must have skipped that. So common practices amongst the literature is looking at just their post involvement, whether it's have they enrolled in graduate programs, have they published with their faculty, have they continued to be engaged in other research experiences. There is a lot of evaluation of their own faculty and mentors and how that's being done for them, whether it's effective or not, along with measuring research methods gained or developed throughout that time, and research ethics and the importance of that. Cool. And in terms of summary and next steps, some of the deliverables created, of course, are the RStudio guide that will help future individuals evaluate and analyze the data that's incoming, and just improve efficiency overall for future evaluations. And then next semester, we'll of course distribute the survey and analyze the results, hopefully to create new opportunities for program improvement, whether it's for figuring out where we should recruit more, where are students not getting really tapped into, and reach out to those individuals, how we can better support students and faculty through COVID. And then of course, program infrastructure for faculty, whether it's having troubles with applications or having troubles with understanding what's going on for students, because there sometimes can be a disconnect between the two. And then finally, including new material that captures quotes from students from the survey and or interviews that really can help future students understand what SURF provides to those students and what that experience is. We want to provide it in a way that's in some ways informal, but one of the questions on the survey is simply, how would you describe this program to a friend that would be interested? And we hope that that type of raw feedback would be really helpful, not only for understanding their own experiences, but helping other people find their place throughout the university. So, yep, that is all.
Thank you. Thanks, Zane. Got some applause in the chat, which is fun. I will turn it over to our participants if there are any questions from our the group for Zane.
I can jump in, actually. Just really great work, Zane. It was so interesting to see the numbers and just the distribution of the kinds of students that participate in the SURF program. Like, it's fascinating, and it really sort of shows just what a robust program it is and how it draws students. And I guess one question I had in terms of, for like the majors you had listed, did you look at like double majors? Were there any double majors, and was it SFIS kind of double majors? I was just kind of curious, like, what that looked like.
Yeah, so pardon me if I'm not going to get the exact numbers correct, but I know that there are 2 students who were SFIS and double majoring with sustainability. In terms of the overall numbers of double majors, I think there were about 20, and then I'm the one triple major from the last 9 semesters. So there's that. And so, yeah, we do have quite a few students who are double majoring, but I think the larger number is students with minors, and especially minors across different schools and even colleges. So I think that's where you see a little bit more of that diversity as well.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's so interesting to hear that too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. I actually did have a question for you, Zane. I know you said you haven't sent out the surveys yet to previous STAR students, and but I was curious if you had any idea from your research already why the numbers after COVID went down so significantly. Have you seen any other similar trends? You said in some of the articles you read, and what you have seen has caused the decline for them?
Yeah, so I'll start with the latter part of your question. In terms of the research that's been done of other programs with COVID, it was actually that first semester, I think it was the spring of 2020, whenever that was really focusing on how they adapted to that change, because it happened in the middle of a semester. So sometimes students would drop out, sometimes they needed more of a stipend, and that kind of changed how programs acted in the future. Whereas in terms of, there wasn't a lot of explanation of how that program has evolved in terms of the numbers of students being involved. But for us, there's both obviously the COVID aspect of it, and also there's this sense that some faculty that normally had like 5 to 10 students being involved are no longer involved or haven't been involved in the last couple of semesters. So of course that can create some fluctuations, but I'm sure as both faculty and students regain their footing in this new world and whatever that may look like, whether it's different next semester than it is this semester, I think you'll potentially see that number increasing, but I'm not entirely sure if we would be able to see that from the surveys. I think that the surveys would only elicit the ways in which students experience how the program adapted to COVID, which I think is very important in terms of just improving it for future students and not necessarily increasing the amount of involvement in the program. And just to add a final thing, I think in terms of increasing the amount of students being involved, by looking at where students are coming from, whether it's colleges or schools, that's where that can be done a little bit more. Say there's not a lot of students coming from Ultra Cronkite School, or I won't be able to say that, or like Watts College. I think we only had like 5 or 6. Maybe those are places we can find more students, or we can get more students from different colleges that aren't being involved. I think that's where that could really occur.
Awesome, thank you so much. We have time for 1 or 2 more questions if there are any questions for Zane and his project, and I'll hold for that. All right, well, it doesn't look like we do. That's great. So if anybody does have any questions that come up about any of the projects that we have seen today, the presentations we've seen from all the students, you can always email myself and I'll drop that in the chat, and we can always get that to the correct student and that way, oh, I just sent that to one person. So I'll put my email again in the chat, and that way you have it for if you have any follow-up questions. There we go. So I would like to just once again, thank you, Zane, for your presentation, as well as if there are any other students still on the chat or in the Zoom who presented earlier. Thank you so much for presenting in the Fall 2021 Student Showcase. I had a great experience today learning about some of these projects. I hope all the attendees in here today did as well. And I think there's one presentation still going on in the blue room if you want to pop into that real quick before it ends, but otherwise, thank you all so much for your participation today. I think we had a great experience. Thank you to all the students.
All right. Well, welcome everyone to our student showcase. I'm Darren Ash. I'm at the School for the Future of Innovation and Society. And I'll be helping to host today, and appreciate the help from Allison Gray, our co-host. She'll be moderating the chat and doing some other functions here. But if anyone has any questions, please do put them into the chat. And the participants will have the ability to share your screens. So please do that and advance your slides as you need. If you do need help that way, we actually downloaded your presentations too, and we can load them in and advance your slides for you and share our screens if you need that. Let's see. There'll be time for questions and answers at the end. Any questions before we get going? Oh, all right. All right. Then I'd like to have Britney Hill and Venus, is it Kapadia?
Yeah, that's correct, Kapadia.
Start off with ethical, legal, and social issues in the Human Pangenome Project. Take it away.
Okay, let me just show that. Okay, if I share the slides, it says my audio is disabled. So I can't talk then.
When you go to share, does it give you an option to include audio? Is there a little checkbox there?
Oh, it's okay. Let me try this again. Okay, perfect. Can everyone see the slides and hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. So thank you guys for joining us today.
Oh,
our names are...
Venus, you might want to put it in present mode. Is that possible? Okay, there you go.
Awesome. Okay, thank you guys for joining us today. Our research is called Ethical, Legal, and Social Implications in the Human Pangenome Project, and we're under the direction of Dr. Robert Cook-Deegan and Kara Hapke.
So the Human Pangenome Project is a global collaboration amongst institutions with the common goal of tackling racial and ethnic biases in genomics research to better represent our diverse population. Genomics research historically has been very Eurocentric with minimal diversity in their data collection. And old genomics practices assumed that all people were genetically similar enough to have a majority white population data represent the entirety of humans, but what we have since discovered is that we cannot assume genomes are inherently the same across all ethnicities, and thus we must fill in those gaps left from past projects to better our knowledge and represent the population. The Human Pangenome Project also aims to promote conversations about race and diversity among scientists so that future projects can be designed with proper representation in mind. Part of our collaboration with this project also includes making resources surrounding genomic research more widely available for other institutions to use and learn from.
So our research involves 4 major objectives. The first one is to investigate past genomics projects and evaluate the issues that were presented in their research methods. The second one is to create inventory of current global initiatives surrounding genomics. The third one is to collect documentation on informed consent processes, contact with Native communities, and general resources. And lastly, to identify research groups that are collecting and using genomic data from Indigenous populations.
So beginning with past projects, in 1990, the US National Institutes of Health and Department of Energy authorized a budget of $3 billion to sequence a single human genome under the assumption that all genomes were similar enough to create a narrow record. So as I mentioned before, this project did not specifically use a wide range of ethnic groups for data collection because it was assumed that any data collected would represent the whole of the population regardless of ethnicity. And then in 1991, the Human Genome Diversity Project was proposed to sample and archive the world's genetic makeup. And this project received a lot of backlash because it was said to be using modern technology to hold on to old racist ideologies. Genomics projects often failed largely due to public opinion, just like this one, with the intention of human genome mapping being widely misunderstood due to how sensitive and personal genetic data can be and how easily it is to identify people through it and use it in a negative manner. People were afraid that genomics research would be used as weapons and to justify racism or wipe out demographics. These fears were justified partially in the mid-1900s after the time of Nazi eugenics and thoughts of ethnic superiority around the world. And after seeing how bad race can be used against people, it made sense why projects in the late 1900s and early 2000s had a hard time taking off.
So it's very unfortunate how some genetics research has been used in horrible ways, but genomic data has been a large part of the future of medicine and it will continue to be.
Let me mute.
Can you guys still hear me properly? I heard like a ton of feedback.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So understanding why certain ethnicities experience conditions at a greater rate will teach us how to go about tackling these issues and provide better healthcare. For instance, learning why certain populations have the gene for breast cancer at a greater percentage than other populations allows us to create better prevention methods. And there are several global initiative groups who are also gathering genomic data around the world. We are in the process of working with the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health to update their database of genomic projects happening worldwide. Reaching out to those organizations which match our specific data collection needs to collaborate with their data and add their research to the Human Pangenome Project will greatly quicken the rate that the Human Pangenome Project can build a large and accurate reference gene. Some current genomic projects right now include the biobanking and biomolecular resources research infrastructure, and they're located in Graz, Austria, and they conduct research relating to ethical, legal, and societal issues, which is specifically what our project is doing as well. Another group is called the Alzheimer's Disease Sequencing Project, and they're part of the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine. And they analyze whole genome and whole exome sequence data generated from samples relevant to Alzheimer's disease. And another group that we're in contact with is the Human Genome Variation Society, and they're located in Melbourne, Australia. And they identify and characterize changes in the genome that lead to susceptibility of illnesses.
So another part of our project is creating an online resource center for people of our team as well as people from other institutions to be able to use. The ethical, legal, and social implications component of this project, which is what Venus and I are a part of, this group has been created to trust and promote inclusion, starting from the earliest stages of the Human Pangenome Project. So we really want this project to be done well from the start as opposed to fixing errors along the way. So in doing this, the team will convene an ethics working group with additional experts in relevant disciplines, which will include research ethics, law, social sciences, demography, and population genetics. We want to make documentation surrounding genomics research easily available so researchers can learn from other projects going on in the world. And a big priority of this database is informed consent documentation, in which research conductors can see how other institutions are handling their informed consent process and learn how to best communicate with their volunteers in their studies.
Past genomics projects were very Eurocentric, meaning that they had very little knowledge about Native communities. And research on Indigenous populations is time dependent because the more genetic mixing there is, the less opportunity we have to examine the DNA and genes from their isolated populations. But however, past genomics projects have failed to respect the wishes of Native communities and therefore have cut off trust between research institutions and Indigenous leadership.
A project that Venus and I learned a lot about this semester was the Havasupai study conducted by ASU in 1989, in which members of the tribe approached ASU and anthropology professor John Martin, who had a trusting relationship with the tribe prior to the study. And this project involved collecting blood samples to examine the increasing rate of diabetes found in this tribe. Where ASU messed up in the study is that they also used the collections from this project to examine mental disorders in a separate project going on at ASU, which was a very sensitive area for the tribe's beliefs. So this greatly violated the concept of informed consent and took advantage of the situation in which a lot of the volunteers maybe spoke English as a second language, and a lot of the language used in their consent form was very vague and broad. So they might have not understood that what they were signing was more than just diabetes research. So while they did consent to diabetes research, they did not consent to that data being used in other studies. And the result of this case broke our relationship with that tribe as a university and cut off many other Native communities from contributing data to scientific research.
So the lasting impact of this on current genomics projects brings up a lot of questions about research with Native communities, such as, can research organizations take a volunteer's genetic data knowing that data belongs to a larger group of people? Should one willing member of a tribe be able to represent their population in genomics research, knowing other members of their community would be upset? Could tribal leaders restrict their members from contributing data? And is it unethical to collect data from Indigenous populations knowing the history of abuse in research? Or is it more unethical to proceed with genome mapping knowing we are missing a large gap of the population? Our hopes are to rebuild this trust with Native communities, not only for genomics research, but all research. It is important to know how health varies in different populations so we can offer more sustainable solutions in healthcare in the future.
Thank you all, and if you have any questions, please feel free to unmute or leave them in the chat.
This is great. I have a question. So one of the things that I thought while you were presenting is potential privacy concerns and how the data could be stored and shared among researchers. Did you find that to be a problem? And if so, what does communities think about that?
Yeah, so this is definitely a very sensitive topic for genomics research just because of the possibility to identify subjects, even if you try to make it as anonymous as possible. So I guess that's really up to the university to make sure that any identifiable data is restricted only to the researchers that have consent to be working with that data. And then as far as our global collaboration, making sure that what you're sharing won't jeopardize the privacy of your users and making sure that anything that you do share is involved in the consent process that you gave for your volunteers, and that any of your findings are general and not specific to any one person. So I'm not exactly sure how they go about sharing data per se. I guess that's something that we'll be going more into as we go on with this project, because we'll be continuing into next semester, but we're right now very much in the beginning stages. This is both our first semester, so we'll definitely be learning more about that.
Very interesting, thank you.
Dr. Robert Cook-Deegan asked a question in the chat. How does this fit into your career plans? So I guess we'll both answer. I could just go first. So I plan on going to med school. I will be taking the MCAT next semester since I'm a sophomore, and doing this research with genomics, aside from genomics being a part of biology and just really getting an in-depth knowledge about genes, is that healthcare is very much a community-based field, and it's important to understand how medicine impacts communities, because there's so much more to medicine than just the science. There's the bioethics, the community as a whole, the patient and patient-doctor relationship. And this project is teaching me a lot about how healthcare and communities blend together.
And as for me, my background is in biomedical engineering, and I definitely plan on keeping with that and going into research for my career, especially with neuroscience, which has a lot of similarities for genomics data as far as how sensitive it is and how personal that information can be. So being a part of this project has definitely given me more insight on how to conduct research ethically and always to keep volunteers and patients in mind above all else. So as much as we want to better the world through our research, putting the priority of who's involved ahead of what our personal research goals are is definitely going to be an important part of my career. So I'll definitely be incorporating the ethics part of this project.
I was actually going to ask a very similar question, so Bob beat me to it, but I did just want to say I really enjoyed both the presentation and the work and the fact that you're both really sort of veering into the biomedical/natural sciences, and clearly this is expanding your idea of how you do that in a socially responsible context. So that was great. I've got nothing else to add.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I think we're just about out of time anyway, but I don't know if there's any other very quick questions. If anyone had anything burning that they wanted to ask. But otherwise, yeah, that was very interesting, very well done. So great job, Britney and Venus. We really appreciate you coming and talking about your research here. All right.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, and so we're going to move on to our next presentation. And let's see, so that's Zuzana Skvarkova and Imtithal Noor. I hope I didn't butcher those names too much. Talking about sharing data in brain initiative studies. Again, if I don't know if one of you will be sharing your screen and doing the slides, or I don't know if you need help with that.
We'll be sharing the slides.
All right, so hi, and thank you so much to the SFIS Research Fellows Program for having us speak at this fall semester's research symposium. My name is Zuzana.
My name is Imtithal Noor.
And we're here to share with you all about the research we've both been doing this semester as a part of the SURF program under the faculty membership of Dr. Robert Cook-Deegan and Catherine Maxon-Jones regarding the BrainShare sharing data in the Brain Initiative Studies project. So the objective of the BrainShare project that we were both a part of this past semester was to create an inventory of projects running through the Brain Initiative, specifically regarding data sharing plans and how human data is being shared across Brain Initiative studies. But additionally, this research is also being conducted for the long-term purposes of hopefully being able to add into long-term policy change and practice options to help address challenges observed with Brain Initiative research. And furthermore, what I was working on this semester specifically, we're also working to formulate case studies outside of the Brain Initiative on how neuroscience research projects and institutions work with data sharing practices for comparison. And as you'll see throughout further discussion of our research this semester, this project is a part of a longer time frame than just one semester. But the project is currently a part of a 4-year grant from the US Brain Initiative that's being conducted in collaboration with neurosurgeons, bioethicists, and legal scholars, both at the Baylor College of Medicine and Arizona State University.
So a little background on the Brain Initiative. The Brain Initiative is aimed at revolutionizing our understanding of the human brain. It is focused on exploring how the brain functions in health and disease in order to determine the underlying causes of neurological and psychiatric disorders. Moreover, recent discoveries in neuroscience have provided exceptional opportunities for integration across scientific disciplines through innovative technologies. Given the extensive scope of this endeavor, the NIH has solicited a diverse array of experience and expertise in its process of formulating a multi-year plan for accomplishing the articulated scientific goals.
So as mentioned previously, the concept of data sharing and respective practices underline pretty much the entire objective of the project. So before going any further into the research designs of the project, we figured it would be important to discuss different kinds of data sharing practices, and specifically that one of an open science framework and its relevance to the project. So as a brief definition, open science is the concept that scientific knowledge and data should be made available to everybody by publicly sharing data, research results, and research tools. But why is that important? So the principles that underline the concept of open science are ones that emphasize openness, accelerated innovation, reproducibility, inclusion and equity, as well as collaboration. And these principles are important to not just the field of neuroscience research, but all fields of research because of how they work together to advance specific scientific discoveries. So to put this into further perspective and kind of a real life application, according to a publication written by Aled Edwards titled Too Many Roads Not Taken, it spotlighted issues in the lack of advancement in medicine regarding specifically saying that even with all the money being invested into researching the genome, more than 75% of protein research still focused on 10% of the proteins that were known before the genome was even mapped. even though many more have been genetically linked to disease. So this is kind of putting into perspective how important open science and implementing frameworks of open science is in different fields of research. And it specifically has a high correlation to what we see in the field of neuroscience research as well. So this in part is because of how fragmented scientific research is regarding collaboration and like how inaccessible research data findings are to others. And due to the fact that it's not made openly accessible, researchers are continuing to research the same things over and over again, rather than working together in a conversation to accelerate discoveries by making our data open. So it comes as no surprise to why the concept of open science and attitudes towards open science frameworks in the field of neuroscience research has been extremely relevant to the research that we've been doing under the Brain Initiative project.
Now that we've discussed open science, let's explore how it relates to data sharing in neuroscience. The field of neuroscience is undergoing a significant societal undergoing a period of significant societal investments, groundbreaking research, and overall rising interest. As a result, there has been an increasing acknowledgement for the need of a digital infrastructure capable of efficiently managing the massive amounts of data being generated. Similar to other scientific disciplines, neuroscience research revolves around the widespread utilization of digital data sets and programs. However, unlike other biomedical realms, a considerable number of neuroscientists remain ambivalent towards the notion of open accessibility to experimental data, despite broad agreement on the importance of data sharing. With that being said, current data sharing practices are inconsistent and incomplete. In addition, ethical challenges continue to pose as an important concern. Some of these issues relate to privacy, consent, interoperability, and competing commercial and professional interests. For instance, a participant undergoing deep brain stimulation for depression may be concerned about brain privacy, as they may prefer to keep the sensitive details of their clinical diagnosis and treatment private. Thus, the realm of neuroscience is presented with a unique set of data sharing obstacles in its adoption of open data initiatives, potentially hindering the progress of neuroscience research. So to recap, the Brain Initiative is focused on analyzing the data produced, managed, and shared within the Brain Initiative. The Brain Share project, as well as gaining a deeper insight on how neuroscience research studies are managed outside the Brain Initiative as a whole. Due to the sensitive nature of the human data being managed by the Brain Initiative, we're likely to encounter a distinct set of data sharing challenges, which further emphasize the imperative need to formulate standardized protocols and practices that target ethical predicaments and stakeholder concern. The Brain Share project is primarily focused on proactively engaging key stakeholders in a deliberative process to discuss and determine relevant challenges and concerns related to human data sharing within the Brain Initiative studies. Additionally, with the information obtained from these resources, it is our goal to cultivate empirically informed policy and practice guidelines to promote responsible sharing of human data.
So as you can see, the research design for the Brain Share project was split up into 3 different aims. And through employing a mixed methods research approach, the 3 aims all contribute to the greater objective of analyzing data sharing methods and practices in the Brain Initiative projects. So in aim 1, which Noor focused on mostly, and she will describe further on the next slide, the main emphasis centered around conducting interviews and analyzing various documents to find different challenges within data sharing in Brain Initiative projects to help create a brain data sharing landscape project. And then on in aim 2, the research focuses mostly around participants by interviewing and surveying brain participants in regards to attitudes regarding privacy and brain sharing processes. And that's to be done through a semi-structured interview format. And then lastly, in aim 3, which is going to be employed through a Delphi framework, which is a process that's pretty much used to have data arrive at a group opinion or decision by surveying a panel of experts over and over again. And that's to be done with diverse stakeholders and to specifically address policy and practice solutions in regards to high priority data issues identified throughout the research project.
So delving deeper into my roles and responsibilities for this project, I'm working on aim 1, which is focused on analyzing current policy and practice guidelines to identify challenges in human data sharing within the Brain Initiative. In order to do so, I will conduct structured informational interviews with Brain Initiative investigators, data stewards, industry partners, neuroethics, and legal scholars, and patient advocates. Furthermore, I will examine documents to determine data sharing documents related to like consent forms, data sharing plans, and industry contracts to determine brain share brain initiative specific data sharing obstacles along with policy and practice concerns.
So while Noor focused mostly on AIM 1 of the Brain Initiative project, I spent the past semester doing most of my research focusing on open science with the objective of formulating a case study of how an open science framework can be implemented in neuroscience research projects and institutions. And the research institution that I focused primarily on for the formulation of my case study this past semester has been the Neuro, which is also known as the Montreal Neurological Institute Hospital. And that's a neuroscience research and clinical center in Canada, which was founded in 1934 by the renowned neurosurgeon, Dr. Weiler Penfield. And the Neuro is a research center that fully declared itself an open science organization in 2016, which is pretty much the draw to why I was so interested in looking further into the Neuro. And that being said, I've done most of my research on understanding the history behind the Neuro and how it implemented an open science framework through reading literature and conducting semi-structured interviews with various individuals to create a case study to hopefully present to the Brain Initiative about open science data sharing practices. And so throughout the course of the semester, I've been able to conduct one interview so far with the objective to cover many, many more in the future and in the second semester. And the first interview that I had was with Professor Richard Gold, who had a significant part in establishing an open science framework at the Neuro. And I really wanted to share a couple of takeaways that I received from the interview that I had with him. And one of the biggest ones was, how does the Neuro define open science? So something that we didn't really touch on earlier in the presentation, but I feel like is important to state, is that the concept of what is open science and people's definition of open science varies. So it's not one established definition that's held true by every single institution and every single researcher. It varies based on people's values and the way they interpret the mission of open science and its importance. So when asking Professor Gold on how the Neuro defined open science, it was extremely illuminating to be able to reflect on the change within his definition and the Neuro's definition, as opposed to the one that I had been primarily researching with. And the one that I kind of came in with researching open science was the belief that kind of what Professor Gold was saying, that open science is about accelerated science through open data and open materials and providing open access to the open materials. But Professor Gold highlights a key difference in the way that the Neuro looks at open science and the way that I was looking at it prior, which really made me step back and rethink open science. And that it's also about an avoidance of barriers to the use of that knowledge. So it's not just by making research accessible, by making data accessible, but it's by making that data open and easy to access, efficient to access, that you don't have to go through multiple barriers to access that knowledge. And furthermore than just that, we spoke a little bit about patient issues towards sharing their data. So Noor kind of highlighted a lot of ethical challenges and implications that might come along with sharing data in an open science framework. And some of that might have been that, people are protective of their data. Sometimes people don't want people running around and telling them or telling others or having their data publicly broadcasted about what has brought them to a hospital or the reason they're having something researched on them for. And that's a large apprehension that comes along with many people trying to implement an open science framework. But the Neuro showed us the opposite. And it actually showed that patient consent was exceedingly high. They were excited to donate tissues and that they would be widely used because they felt it would more likely lead to a positive result. So that was something incredible to hear, that the Neuro kind of went and dismantled all these stigmas that existed around potentially implementing an open science framework by just doing it. And what they saw was exactly the opposite of what many people thought. And they saw that people really actually wanted to donate their data because they felt like they were part of something bigger. And I thought that that was an incredible takeaway from that as well.
So moving along to next semester deliverables, with the information acquired in these structured interviews, informational interviews and data sharing documents, I intend on developing a landscape analysis report discussing data sharing practices within the Brain Initiative, as well as highlighting pertinent advantages and disadvantages of data sharing as a whole.
And then on my side, I plan to continue to further conduct semi-structured interviews with individuals about the history of the neuro and also how an open science framework has been implemented at the neuro in order to help create and present a case study on the neuro for the Brain Initiative, so that the Brain Initiative can see a neuroscience research center implementing an open science framework, along with the key challenges that that brings, but also the benefits that employing such a model brings as well. And that is what we have all for you today. Thank you so much. And we would be happy to answer any questions either through audio or through the chat.
Can I jump in with a quick question?
Yep.
So I'm very interested in the last point, Zuzana, about avoiding barriers or breaking down barriers and the positive attitudes of patients at neuro. Do you know what the patient base is like, whether they cover multiple ethnicities and multiple socioeconomic groups, for instance, or whether they're just representative of one particular group?
I think that's a really, really great question. And I think it's important, right? Because the more diverse of data that you get from people matters in the kind of representation that you're going to get and the kind of findings that you're going to receive from that data. I do not know the specific answer to the kind of diverse backgrounds that they're actually receiving the patient data from. But I think that that would be an excellent question to further probe people about on the framework of open science at the neuro and also how the neuro is conducting their research. So I will write that down and I will attribute that next question to you.
Thank you.
Or Zuzana. Okay, this is from Dr. Cook-Deegan. How does open science help stop all researchers looking for their key under the lamppost? That is, everyone studying the same old thing. So this is something that's really great. And I'm really glad that you asked this question because, I mean, just honestly to preface the way that I went into all of this project and the research around open science, before I came into this project, I knew virtually nothing about open science, knew nothing about the concept, and I'm very open about sharing that. And I learned so much with reading more about open science around the amount of challenges and barriers that exist with actually publishing your research, making your data well known, and a lot of also why there's an apprehension that exists around sharing that research. But it really helps stop researchers all studying the same thing over and over again, because it kind of allows people to come together and have a conversation about the future of finding the next answer to the next discovery or unlocking the cure to a next disease. Because when we make our data accessible, and when we provide softwares that publishes our data while it's happening in real time, rather than waiting through loopholes to actually publicize our data that might take years, not to mention the diversity and ethical issues that happen with how research is sometimes actually publicized and how long that takes. But you allow people to work in real time together. And so instead of researching the same thing, you can look over here and say, here's this data that can help accelerate the research that I'm currently doing. So rather than researching the same thing over and over again, you can all work to bring each other higher up to different levels and accelerate research faster. And you know, I'm going to ask, how does this fit into your career goals? So I am currently setting my sights on attending medical school in the future, and I'm extremely interested in potentially pursuing neurology as a specialty. So I think that learning about the concepts of how data is shared in regards to neuroscience research is incredibly important. I mean, a huge part, I think, of what I want to do when I go into practicing medicine is also to be a part of the research aspect of it as a physician. So knowing how different kinds of data is stored, knowing how different kinds of research centers or publications are sharing their data and what kind of frameworks exist best is what's going to make me a better physician in the long term. So before this, I didn't know anything about open science, but now I learned about the benefits that actually exist in implementing such frameworks of creating open access to your data. So I know that as a physician, when I move forward, that's something that I really want to implement in my own research.
For me, Zuzana couldn't have summarized it better, but I definitely agree with everything she said. But like, I also intend on attending medical school. So I think like data sharing policies and like having a standardized protocol for data sharing practice is really important, especially with like, so we don't know as much about the human brain. So like furthering research for the human brain, it's really important that we find a way to efficiently and responsibly share data to advance their research so we can be better physicians for our patients as a whole.
And then for both, which are the main challenges you think your research will face moving forward to the deliverables for the next semester? Oh, well, it's a good question, and definitely a potentially lengthy one based on different kinds of factors. But I think a lot of the challenges might come just from organizational factors too, making sure you're interviewing the right people, making sure that you're finding or they have the time to carve out to actually interview with you about the history of the neuro and how open science frameworks work as well. But I also think that with anything, a main challenge that will come is making sure that the questions I'm asking these people, like these professionals about the open science framework in the neuro, are as appropriate as they can potentially be to get the best answers, to get the best data. So I think really refining my ability to create interview questions and administer interviews effectively is going to be a challenge that I face, but also one that I'm excited to rise up to, because I think that interviewing skills are incredibly important for any kinds of forms of research. So mostly my main challenge is myself, but in a good way.
I think for me, it'll be really interesting to see how all the data compiles from all the different informational interviews I do, because I'm interviewing people from various different backgrounds. So it'd be interesting to see how their perspectives align and differ in various contexts to data sharing in neuroscience.
Any other takers?
Other questions?
Just a heads up to Kevin, I think probably inadvertently he directed the question to me. Kevin, you might want to direct your question, just unmute yourself and direct it to Noor and Zuzana. Or maybe I should just read it. Do you find more or less willingness to share data as research moves from formative knowledge to direct application? Does the role between open science and intellectual property driven research change based on your research?
A good question and a loaded one. Could you rephrase the question?
Well, so let me modify it a little bit, Zuzana.
I had multiple parts, so.
Yeah. So in the case of the neuro, for example, what is their stance on patenting, and why is that different from what you would find at the typical U.S. institution that's under the Brain Initiative?
Yeah, okay, so a lot of the neuro, actually, it doesn't believe in patenting and intellectual property because it has a deacceleration in the potential innovation and also collaboration and open data. So intellectual property has a huge place in open science, in the fact that a lot of institutions or research projects that implement an open science framework don't allow for patents unless for certain exacerbating causes. But as a general rule, patents aren't something that happens at the neuro. And I think that that's something that probably is a reason why even the Brain Initiative would be interested in seeing how that plays out and what are the key challenges and benefits that come around with intellectual property not being as much of a factor when researching. So.
Okay. Anything further from our audience? I think not. So yeah, thank you very much to you both. It was fascinating, very thorough. Thumbs up.
Thank you so much.
We're instructed not to go right to the next presentation, but to wait until the appropriate time, which is at 3:45. So that's another 6 or 7 minutes from now. Take a break, but come back.
You can always make up more questions.
Oh gosh,
No, we won't do that to them. We won't do that to them.
One bead of sweat, just.
Oh, but guys, we've got so many more.
That was awesome, guys. All four of you, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work. Excellent presentation. Can't wait for next term.
So yeah, well, let's meet back in now, about we'll call it 5 minutes.
Darren, didn't they give you any background music and a little sign to put up?
I could juggle.
No, I was not serious.
Okay, I've got to get.
Although if you had a little sticky that you could just hold in front of the camera, so
Yeah,
back
right?
sued.
I'm thinking the Monty Python intermission.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Then some mooses might become involved.
That's right. Or some Norwegian. I don't know. There was something.
Yes.
Right? Was it Norwegian maybe, or was maybe Finnish?
Moose is in Norwegian. Yes. My sister is a moose. This is.
Fine. Okay, it is 3:45. Everyone a chance to get back to their computers. Just a reminder, we are still recording. And next up, we have Sasha Arambula, right? There you are.
Yep.
All right.
You said it right.
Yeah, and so you'll be sharing your screen or sharing your presentation and advancing your slides yourself. Great. Okay, and Sasha is talking about marine conservation art, a global review, key knowledge gaps and future directions. So take it away, Sasha. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so as Darren said, I'm presenting on marine conservation art this afternoon, and my project advisor on this was Dr. Jessie Senko. So why is this relevant? Well, the world's oceans face multiple threats due to human activity, and these can include, but are certainly not limited to, things like fisheries bycatch, plastic pollution, wildlife trafficking, and this isn't good news for humanity because we are highly dependent upon quite a number of marine ecosystem services. A 2015 report sponsored by the World Wildlife Fund actually quantified this and conservatively came up with the value of $24 trillion US for all the ocean assets. And it turns out that 2/3 of the ecosystem services that are vital to humanity depend upon continuing healthy marine systems, which are dwindling at the moment. And then this figure just is from the same report. It shows the value of marine ecosystem services against some of the world's largest sovereign wealth funds, and it clearly dwarfs them. So why art? What does art have to do with this? Well, studies have shown that the public is increasingly disengaged with conservation issues, or in the case of people in landlocked areas, they're entirely unaware of their connection to the ocean. Meanwhile, as has been discussed widely, traditional science communication is falling short because it's still just scientists telling us the facts on the ground, as opposed to engaging the many, many ways humans learn. And this is where art comes in, because art has been shown to engage emotional memory, which lasts longer than simple fact-based memory. And so the idea is that marine conservation art hopefully is able to spread public awareness and support for crucial public policy initiatives and or management decisions that will affect the ocean. And conservation art generally has been relatively well studied, but the literature is quite lacking in the marine context. So our research question became, does marine conservation art affect public awareness of marine conservation and associated outcomes? And so we basically did a literature review of all of the available, excuse me, of all the available peer-reviewed and gray literature pertaining to marine conservation art. And we basically used 3 main criteria for inclusion in the review. First, the primary focus of each study was art, under the definition established by the National Foundation on the Arts and Humanities Act of 1965. The intent of each study was to assess outcomes relating to marine conservation, and each study needed to consist of original data. So once that was established, we partitioned outcomes into environmental, which refers to material outcomes relating to the biotic or abiotic environment, such as creating an MPA or doing a beach cleanup, anything like that. And then there are community outcomes, which more refers to public awareness and the communities that live in and around marine systems. And so what we found was, well, first of all, the initial database searches turned up 16 studies that met the initial search criteria. However, 7 met the inclusion criteria and were used for the review. So some key environmental outcomes, a marine special area of conservation was established off the island of Barra and Scotland's Outer Hebrides. It is important to note that this was not causative because of the art. However, the art did facilitate a discussion, which led to an arrangement that was agreeable to both the island's residents as well as the Scottish government. And then 3 of the 7 studies showed increased viewer propensity toward pro-environmental actions. And so the key community outcomes, if you remember nothing else from this talk, remember these. 5 of the 7 studies anecdotally reported increased awareness and understanding of the following marine conservation issues, which I have listed here. And so, sorry. And so the upshot here is that experiencing marine conservation art appears to increase awareness and understanding of critical marine conservation issues. Our figure here basically shows the frequency of use of each artistic medium plotted against successful, as defined by the authors, successful uses of those mediums. And it's currently unclear whether certain artistic mediums are more effective for use in conservation than others. However, we do recommend that this should be studied further. Another important point is that we found commonalities in successful marine conservation art installations, and those were emotional resonance, community inclusion, clear messaging, and a balance between positive and negative imagery and messaging. And so again, our main conclusion was that marine conservation art appears to increase awareness and understanding of critical marine conservation issues, and it could thus be a useful tool in raising awareness. However, this field is in dire need of additional research, and some potential future research topics include a version of a study from 2014 by Schneller and Irisari, which did a really fantastic job in basically they quantified people's reaction to public art. That's what it was. And then it should also be studied whether there's a significant difference in the efficiency of messaging between public and private art installations. And as I mentioned, whether there is a difference in the efficiency of messaging between artistic mediums. And lastly, I would like to thank SFIS for this fantastic opportunity and for putting all of this together. And I would also like to thank my project advisor, Dr. Jessie Senko, for being phenomenal through this entire thing and helping me grow as a researcher. All right, I'll open it up to questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So this was great. It is impressive that you analyze so many of these articles. I was wondering if there is certain media that are being studied more than others. Now that there's so many social media sites and so many artists expressing doing exhibits in Instagram, Facebook, and other media, have those been studied? Do you think that those are able to reach a larger set of people, and what do you think about those?
Well, There's no doubt that social media has really helped with the proliferation of things like marine conservation art. We don't lack marine conservation art. There are a ton of examples, and there are even nonprofits such as Pangea Seed who raise money for ocean causes by employing what they call artists/activists. So yeah, we aren't lacking examples of the art. It's just the scientific literature that hasn't really tracked this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting because that just speaks of a need of more research towards this type of conservation outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great job.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question. So this was fantastic, but we still seem to be in an awful long way from actually being able to do something. So even talking about further research, that would be research into developing ideas about what we might do in the future. If you could design a research project with a definite end point in mind, so you were going to say, we would like to see evidence that people actually behave differently, what might your ideal research project or your sort of pie in the sky dream research project look like?
Honestly, that's why I mentioned the study by Schneller and Irizarry from 2014. They surveyed communities in Baja California Sur and Mexico, specifically, and what their reactions were to sea turtle murals. And it was just really well designed, and it was beautifully written. So I think in maybe a different regional context, I want to do something like that. But eventually I also want to use my own art and gauge people's reactions to that. So yeah.
That would actually be a great starting point. I mean, why use other people's if you can use your own?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Did you pull any research techniques or tools from the more traditional art community or more traditional art industry methods for distribution and impact studies? More?
No, this was pretty much almost entirely peer-reviewed scientific literature. And then there were 2 examples, Gray literature, master's theses. But no, I really didn't.
How would you incorporate something like that into your future research plan?
Again, the artistic end of it really is more, I want to see people's reaction to my art more than anything else. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Right.
Any questions? Did I hear somebody? Nope. All right. All right, Sasha. It's amazing that people are actually disengaging from marine conservation at a time where exactly the opposite needs to happen. And it's great you're exploring this new medium to generate public awareness, for this issue. So thank you very much for your presentation. That was great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and I think that puts us largely on time. I suppose we can start a minute early, right? No one's going to tell on me, right? So let's see, we're moving on next to Heather, is it Weiler? Right?
You got it.
Yeah, also working with Jesse Senko as well. And you have such a long title, I'm going to let you handle your title, please.
All right, let me share my screen here.
Perfect.
All right, can everyone see? Perfect. Well, hi everyone. My name is Heather. I am glad to be back and doing this again this semester. I know I recognize a few of you from last semester. But my project largely, the title is Sea Turtle Saving Sharks, a global review of elasmobranch bycatch mitigation in bottom trawl fisheries equipped with turtle excluder devices. It's a long-winded way of saying that I will be discussing how a device that was designed to prevent sea turtles from being caught in nets also benefits and impacts sharks and rays specifically. So to get started, a little bit about the devices themselves. So fisheries, both industrial and regional, play a very large role in both economic and food security for a majority of the world. Turtle excluder devices, which are the devices that we'll be talking about, are bycatch reduction devices, and they have been proven to be incredibly successful, roughly about 97% successful in reducing sea turtles from being caught in nets, and are also capable of expelling a lot of very large marine megafauna. Without these devices, bottom trawl fisheries, and even more specifically, shrimp trawl fisheries, unselectively catch everything in their path. So by reducing the bycatch of marine megafauna, they additionally help to eliminate increased labor and net damage when they're used. So what is a turtle excluder device and how does it work? The device consists of an angled metal grid. It's placed directly into the net. There are times that it's made out of mesh, but the majority of the time they are metal or steel. As the net is moved through the water column, everything that's pushed through the net, anything that's smaller than the size of the bars, gets moved through the net to the end of the net and is caught. Anything larger than the bars, such as a sea turtle, gets pushed either up or down that metal grid through an opening either in the top of the net or the bottom. Throughout the world, there are many fisheries that use these, but they are primarily used in shrimp trawl fisheries. Any species that they catch that they were not intending to catch are considered to be bycatch species. So an elasmobranch is a class of cartilaginous fish. They're most often known to people as sharks, rays, and skates. There's something that you'll see in a lot of aquariums that you go to. Most people, though, are unfamiliar with how complex these species are. They are a key indicator species for the health of our oceans, and they serve as a big portion of cultural currency throughout the world. There are many fisheries that catch these both intentionally and non-intentionally, but without these animals, we would absolutely see collapses of ecosystems, both in our oceans and on land. So it's incredibly important that we work to protect these species by having devices like turtle excluder devices. So the studies that we assessed, they range geographically all over the world, but we looked specifically at studies that not only used heads, but also evaluated what they were catching at a species-specific level. So the first thing that we looked at, we know that these turtle excluder devices have been extremely successful for large marine megafauna like sea turtles. But when we talk about their effectiveness on narrow or smaller animals like sharks, rays, or skates, what we were looking at is how effective is it for them. So overall, what we found was that 53% of all elasmobranch species listed within these 25 studies are within that range of vulnerable to extinction. So that means that these species are within an area of endangerment that they could potentially become extinct in the future if things don't look better for them. 24% of that 53% are considered to be endangered or critically endangered according to the IUCN. So they are at a level where they are getting dangerously close to extinction. When we talk about these species that are listed as vulnerable, endangered, or critically endangered, again, we're talking about species that if this trend of bycatch were to continue, they would eventually go extinct. And that could eventually mean the future collapse of so many other marine species and ecosystems around the world. Now, when we talk about turtle excluder devices and the grid itself, the amount of spacing between those grid bars determines the size of the animal that's able to pass through, rather than being caught up at the end of the net. So the goal for reducing bycatch with TES is ultimately to find an ideal bar spacing that not only benefits the species that are being bycaught, but to protect fishers' livelihoods as well. Again, in the majority of these countries, the people that are using these devices, or the groups that are using these devices, this is their main source of livelihood, their main source of income or food. So it's important that we also preserve the work that they're doing. So the majority of the studies that we looked at had an average of 100 millimeter bar spacing. And up until the end of 2019, that was the current standard within the US. The new standard at the end of 2019 that went into effect in March of this year is now 76.2 millimeters. And with that being said, from the 25 studies that we sampled, the rate of elasmobranch bycatch was reduced most significantly within that 71 to 90 millimeter, which is the new range. So it was reduced a total of 77% within the 25 studies that we assessed. With the previous standard of 91 to 110 millimeters, it was successful at removing roughly 63% of all elasmobranch species. However, it's really important to note that there is no perfect system. This never will be a perfect system. And there is no form of bycatch reduction that can reduce all species of elasmobranch or juvenile species specifically. So we also looked at what type of impact this is having on not only the elasmobranchs that are being caught, but the areas that are being studied. The vast majority of the studies we looked at came from the United States and Australia, which currently have some of the strongest and strictest regulations in the entire world regarding bycatch reduction devices. Turtle excluder devices specifically are being used non-commercially in regions such as North Africa and Brazil, which are highlighted here on the map, which some of our studies did come out of. However, in the US alone, it is federally required in all shrimp fisheries, and there is a ban on any import of shrimp that has not been certified as comparably safe by the US State Department. So there are currently lawsuits being filed in multiple countries, especially throughout Africa, Asia, and Europe to require it, but they're being met with a lot of backlash. The countries that are requiring these measures, or that are resisting these measures, are countries that heavily rely on fisheries for both economic and food security. So in summary, solutions to fishery bycatch are complicated, but it is incredibly important to develop solutions like these that not only aid in preventing the extinction of incredibly vulnerable species, but also that allow fishers to continue fishing. Something that was designed to protect sea turtles is and can be beneficial for other marine megafauna as well. The studies evaluated from 1990 to 2020 paint a broad picture of a trend in reduction with the move to smaller bar spacing and show a promising future for elasmobranch species. By creating a consistent standard across global fisheries, we can help better preserve the ecological and socioeconomic benefits of these animals, leading to a much more sustainable model of industrial fishing. And of course, I want to say thank you to Dr. Jesse Senko and SFIS. Without you guys, I would not be here and I would not be doing this. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
In the markets where they're using these technologies, do they have any commercial application for the bycatch products, or are we trying to exclude those from the commercial usage as well as the I guess, sustainability benefits that you described?
So they're primarily used right now in commercial fisheries. Most shrimp fishing is done commercially rather than regionally or on a smaller scale. The US and Australia are currently the only two countries that are requiring these devices and that require any sort of bycatch reduction device targeted specifically at sea turtles. So there are a lot of lawsuits being filed, like I said, especially in Australia, Europe right now as well, and Asia to help institute policies like these. There's never going to be a perfect match to the systems that we have here in the US, but they're working to create better regulations and better policies to find something that's comparable to what we have here.
This is very, very interesting. I am wondering if there are any studies that have been done looking at the small-scale fisheries. So I'm talking about the small villages of fishermen that might be also looking for trying to reduce bycatch. Has it been used there?
There has, however, there's not a lot of scientific literature on it. In smaller scale or regional fisheries, there's just not a lot of data on like their catch and what they specifically catch, especially at a species level. So there's just not quite a lot of data in that area yet. It is being used in some regional fisheries, especially in Africa and South America at the moment, but there's just not a ton of data yet.
Thank you.
A quick question. The information you showed on the bar spacing it almost felt counterintuitive. Why is it that smaller bar spacings are more effective? Or is it just that mostly sharks and skates are smaller than I'm imagining?
Skates especially are smaller than I think most people realize, but you know, rays are a much flatter species and a much smaller animal as is. So they are able to pass through those bars. And as juvenile sharks, rays, and skates are very, very tiny. There's species that are only a couple inches long and maybe only an inch or two wide. Like they're very, very tiny. So when you're talking about bar spacing that's 3 or 4 inches, it can be very easy at that stage for them to pass through.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How big are the shrimp?
Small. The goal is to create something that doesn't reduce the amount of target catch that they're after. So we don't, you know, you don't want to reduce the amount of shrimp that they're trying to catch also, because this is, for a lot of people, this is their only source of income and their only source of food security.
How big a burden is it putting these devices into the nets? I mean, does it actually cost the fishers a lot to do this?
It can in more rural areas, like in the US and Australia, there's incentives to use it. Of course, it's required, so it's not nearly as cost effective to use, but it can, in rural areas, it can be a lot more expensive to have that type of material.
Are these commercially available products from the fishing equipment industry, or do they have to self-fabricate these, or what's the primary source of these items, and how would you potentially get those to a more distributed fishery system?
Yeah, they are commercially available. I know in several of the studies that I came across in more rural areas that are using them, or more regional or smaller scale fisheries, they were making them out of mesh or materials that they had, you know, hanging around. I had read a study as well where they tied old fishing nets together to create sort of a grid and an opening, cut an opening up at the top. So there's ways around it and there's ways to do it. As far as getting it globally, it's more of creating a better way of reducing the cost of the devices. They are mostly made out of metal or stainless steel or diamond or titanium mesh. So the materials can be quite expensive to get and to ship as well.
Interesting.
All right, any final questions for Heather before we move on to our final presentation?
I have one final question.
Sure.
What are some of the barriers to adopt? What do you think are some of the barriers to adopt this type of technology globally?
Globally, it's difficult to adopt any sort of fisheries change. People have been fishing this way for a very long time, and to ask them to change the way that they're doing things can be incredibly difficult. But I think that finding ways and finding more efficient ways to allow them to keep fishing without reducing what they're trying to catch is critically important.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Well, this is incredible work. Thank you very much, Heather, for sharing that with us. Excellent presentation and great job on the question and answers too. Okay, so with that, we'll transition to our last presentation. That's Cynthia Pickering. Where are you, Cynthia? There you are. Yeah, again, I'll let you kind of share your screen there. Perfect. All right, and I'll take it away.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Glad to be the last presentation of the day on a Friday afternoon. My name is Cynthia Pickering. I'm a HSD PhD student, and my advisor is Eric Fisher. Looks like he just joined. And I'm especially grateful to Eric for guiding me through the research. I'll be presenting on my research one step at a time, deepening socio-technical learning in undergraduate IT externships to bridge the digital divide. And this research was done in an education context. When we talk about bridging the digital divide, it's been present in education since the mid-1980s, when schools who didn't have funding to invest in technology were differentiated from others that had the funds. But when the pandemic hit in March 2020, it really became quite apparent across the nation, in Phoenix, and across the world that so many students didn't have the necessary internet access. They didn't have the sufficient devices or the wherewithal from a teaching and learning perspective to continue the learning at home. And so schools started to distribute tons of devices and Wi-Fi hotspots as sort of Band-Aid solutions to try to implement a rapid transition. But it became really quickly apparent that a longer-term solution to bridge the digital divide was needed. And so what you see on this map is a 4 square mile pilot proof of concept area in downtown Phoenix that was developed collaboratively by the city of Phoenix, Phoenix College, who I worked with, and the Phoenix Union High School District and its feeder districts to provide a canopy of wireless coverage that reaches students' households in low-income neighborhoods where they face inequitable access to education. And so this was primarily targeted to high school students and elementary and middle school students in these areas. But I conducted qualitative research with 4 undergraduate information and communications technology students of color who were at Phoenix College and contributed to this canopy of wireless coverage as paid externs that were employed by Phoenix College. They were also students at Phoenix College at the same time. And my primary research question was to explore the extent to which undergraduate IT students build their capacity to reflect, anticipate, and respond to societal dimensions when making decisions about technology solutions for their local communities. I used as my primary method for this project socio-technical integration research, or STIR. And I used it for both the qualitative data collection and for the incremental analysis and post-analysis over the 4 phases that you see on this slide. So the recruitment and consenting took place between early June and late July and resulted in engaging with 4 students total, 1 control participant and 3 STIR full participants. Again, these were information technology undergraduate students at Phoenix College, and the research was actually conducted in person at the Phoenix College IT Institute, which is an open innovation laboratory in downtown Phoenix. The qualitative data collection and the incremental analysis were very intertwined. They were happening concurrently, almost from the start. And that really increased the speed of the analysis and the insights that were gained along the way. And this is really the nature of a research project. And I'll talk a bit more about how this kind of parallel analysis unfolded incrementally when I get to the next slide. My project was about 10 weeks long, and I began with semi-structured interviews. They were pre-interviews with all 4 participants, and I ended up with semi-structured post-study interviews using the same questions. But I also conducted bi-weekly STIR dialogues with the 3 STIR participants and did regular group observations at least once a week, sometimes more. And I was also able to catalog different artifacts produced by the externs, both video formats and text formats of things that they were creating along the way. And so by the end of the study, well, I was able to do this incremental analysis and began that almost immediately through field notes and qualitative coding that I was doing after each STIR dialogue to identify modulation sequences and do the data stream triangulation and create some supporting narratives that went along with the modulation sequences. So by the end of the study, I really only had to do pre-post comparison of the semi-structured interviews and the macro analysis that compared it to the micro level STIR analysis for each participant. And so stories that represented deepening patterns of learning, both technical and reasoning about societal implications of technical decisions, emerged and evolved throughout the incremental analysis. For example, at the end of each biweekly STIR dialogue with an individual, I would identify any modulations and main points and summarize them with the participant. And the types of modulations that I'm talking about are pictured on the upper right-hand side. So you see there's 3 de facto or baseline beliefs or practices, reflexive, which would show an increased awareness of the role of some of these baseline or de facto beliefs and practices in decisions that were being made within the context of the project, and then deliberate modulations, which result from as insights from the reflexive awareness increases begin to alter decisions and practices. And so between STIR dialogues, which were captured on a protocol sheet, you can see an example on the right-hand side, the colorful one, which is pretty much handwritten since these were all done in person. These were analyzed for emerging modulations over time, and I was able to capture this in a coded worksheet, which had timestamps, could be sorted by participant and codes, and was able to incrementally start to filter and create these timelines of key modulations that you see an example on the bottom. And after that really became possible after 3 or 4 STIR dialogues, because you kind of had to accumulate enough examples to build out that temporal sequence. But right away, as these sequences emerged, as I began to put together these stories and narratives that really personalized it and began to kind of put the picture together for myself and for Eric as well. So also the triangulation of the data sources was helping to validate whether or not my thoughts or Eric's thoughts on what was a modulation was being observed by others or being confirmed by the participant themselves in a follow-up STIR dialogue. So these are examples of what I call socio-technical learning activities that the externs were involved in throughout the Digital Divide project. I observed through their hands-on activities what I came to call socio-technical learning. Each of these students was working with a different digital divide device. That was a purpose to try to test it and create the technical instructions for the high school students. But they needed to learn the technical skills to get to the point where they could actually configure and test the equipment and provide, their insights and their visual instructions to set up and use the devices. But not only did they learn the technical skills, but they also, through our collaborative STIR dialogues, increased their awareness of the potential societal impacts of their decisions, and in some cases made changes to their practices and approaches as a result. For example, one of the externs realized that, hey, it would be a good idea to translate some of his instructions into Spanish, and that was kind of based on a recollection of himself as a high school student in a family of 7 children, where his mother was primarily Spanish speaking, and as she was helping them with their homework, it would have been useful for her to have more of the information in Spanish. And so he translated that into his experience, but that came about through a STIR dialogue where we kind of brought that up to the surface through incremental inquiry. And so in conclusion, using socio-technical integration research along this experiential learning by undergraduate IT students led to their enhanced critical learning over time in the context of their digital divide project. And this enhances the state of the art for undergraduate experiential learning in technical fields. Based on my experiences, typically they're not attending to societal considerations at all. They're just focusing on the technical minutia of in these projects. And so also the new term socio-technical learning was coined to characterize what I empirically observed as these individual steps of learning the technical skills and then learning to reason about societal contexts of technology decisions, and then eventually applying both social and technical learning in actual decision-making contexts. And the other thing I observed was that each of these learners started from a different beginning point, and each took a progressive step in their learning, and they took a progressive step forward. Thank you. And I'll open for questions.
Were the student technicians provided any structural guidance on how to prepare the manuals, or were they asked to do videos or written instructions? How was it?
Yes. So they started out this externship with a sort of like a learning period and interactive research on what was going on in this area around the world, and then kind of honed in on the United States and Phoenix. And then they had the instructor, because I was not the instructor, the instructor had them do some research on the technology landscape and actually took them out into the field and showed them, these large poles where all the equipment for the radio towers were being installed. And then they finally got to do their hands-on with the actual devices that they were going to provide instructions for. So they actually had an explicit assignment to create a video of how to set up and configure the equipment. And based on the work they had done to research the vendors in the technology landscape, they kind of had examples of user manuals and that type of thing. But everybody, well, most people realize that user manuals are not very usable. And so there was quite a bit of simplification and translation that they ended up doing, which was really good because, I mean, they are closer to the age group than typical people who would write these manuals and put them out there. So I think it worked out really well. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
I have a question. This was great and it was very interesting. Moving forward, do you plan to keep doing this type of research, or what are your research plans for the future?
Yes, so I will have opportunities to connect in with multiple externships moving forward. because I'm working on an NSF project that has, that is working with 5 different community colleges in the Phoenix area and the rural area in Arizona. And so that's continuing on for like 3 more years. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities. They won't necessarily all be working on digital divide types of externships. It might be a different, technical domain. There's also opportunities to, look at this, expand this from a theoretical perspective, as well as multiple case studies, and opportunities to possibly work with undergraduates at ASU as well.
Great. I hope that they are successful as this one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Eric, did you have a question?
I do, yeah. Great job, Cynthia. So you mentioned that the term socio-technical learning was coined, and you showed us that this involves stages of learning the technical material and also learning how to reason about social considerations. And could you tell us more about how it was that your 3 different participants progressed differently along the same sort of sequence of learning?
Sure. That's a really great question. So I had 2 young men and 2 young ladies that I was working with. And, I think at the beginning in the pre-interviews, they were all pretty savvy in terms of the societal impacts. But when we actually started getting into the details of doing the technical work, I noticed that some of them got so wrapped up in the technical details that they were no longer bringing up societal considerations or possible outcomes in the STIR dialogues. So that was a really interesting finding. But I did have, one person who was fairly consistent throughout and still maintained that strong focus on, the societal considerations, but she still deepened her awareness, especially within the context of particular technical activities, as opposed to a general platitude of, we know the digital divide will be good for everyone, because it's going to help, students who don't have access to the internet to, complete their education more successfully. So she was able to, realize how where the students live, for example, and how close they were to the school would impact a decision on where to place the equipment in the home. And that also has an impact on, how she might convey the instructions to them. She also wanted to put more of herself, more of her personal experiences into the introduction of the video to kind of like make it more accessible to her audience, instead of just, here's the technical how to do this. So I thought that was really interesting to see that contrast.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Cynthia before we wrap things up here? No. All right. Great job, Cynthia. Appreciate your coming out and giving us a presentation. And thank you everyone for coming out. Thanks, Allison, for helping to have this run smoothly. And yeah, you'll be getting an email about how to, view this and the other rooms, the videos from the other rooms as well, probably in the next few days. So thanks all again. Have a great evening and great weekend.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
And can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Hello, everyone. So my name is Dr. Agday, and I'm a Master's in Sustainable Solutions student. And with Dr. Kirk Jalbert through the School of Future Innovation and Society,
I really spent this past semester researching the statuses of oil and gas pipelines to provide critical information to the general public. So we've really seen a trend among the oil and gas industry to not be totally transparent about the status of their pipelines. And what this has meant, it's made activist organizations a lot harder for them to organize around these pipelines and for them to get the critical information they need to determine whether or not their safety and their livelihoods are endangered. So a key question that we really looked at is, what does it mean for a pipeline to be qualified as critical infrastructure? And why are they deemed as critical infrastructure in the first place? So the methods for doing this is, there is a huge spreadsheet that consists of 287 pipelines from across the United States. And my job really this semester was to look at all of these pipelines and figure out the statuses and the date these statuses were announced. And doing this was actually really hard because the oil and gas companies do not provide regular updates about their pipelines. So what I had to do is I had to look at newspaper articles, company websites, information put out by public orgs. There's a really great organization called GemWiki, which has up-to-date information on the statuses of different pipelines. And it took a while, honestly, to go through all the pipelines and search for all of their most recent statuses. And frankly, for a lot of, or for some of them, I wasn't able to find statuses that were more recent than, say, 2020 or even 2019, just because there was virtually no information about them. So it's very much trying to hunt down the latest information and trying to get the most accurate information about when it was updated, whether it's operating, canceled, planned, as well as some of the information on the spreadsheet, such as where the pipeline goes through and what commodities transporting, whether it's crude oil or natural gas, was also difficult to find. And that's mainly what my work consisted of this semester. So, for example, a pipeline that had a lot of information was the Agua Blanca pipeline. And what this meant is that pipelines with a lot of information had a lot of cities tend to have a lot of activist organizations surrounding them. However, pipelines that lacked information, such as the Arctic Fox pipeline, which I wasn't able to find any information on, they didn't have as many or virtually none any activist organizations surrounding them. And this is a bit challenging, and it really highlights the fact of the importance of doing this sort of research to provide the most accurate information to the general public about what is going on in very close proximity to where they're living and working. So the purpose of this research is really to illustrate the fact that public engagement is equal to a lot of information on the pipeline. So if the public wants states to be transparent, they will be transparent. And by providing this critical information to the public, they can advocate for the states to require more information about the pipelines and increasing transparency. And it's also all about increasing citizen science, as it increases the capacity of the public to know more about the pipelines themselves. And another key issue that relates to this topic is the issue of data justice. Because the oil and gas industry is now 100% transparent about all the information that they're putting out and the things that they're doing, it makes it a lot harder for ordinary people to know what's going on, especially in regards to energy infrastructure. And there's also fears over national security in terms of whether or not people with nefarious means would use that information to do harm. And it's all about sort of balancing the ideas of national security with the desire and the importance of providing this information to activist organizations and the public. So issues of transparency is really key. There's a history of secrecy among the oil and gas industry, and this really hinders the knowledge capacity of citizen science groups, and this prevents accurate representation of the pipelines, and it hinders the ability of, again, organizations to coalesce around these pipelines and have the most up-to-date information on it, considering the fact that it took me pretty much the whole semester to look through all these pipelines and how difficult it was for me to find the most up-to-date information on them. It really shows that the oil and gas industry isn't transparent about it, and it really makes the case for the need to increase transparency in the oil and gas industry. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? You can feel free to unmute and ask away.
In terms of more recent pipelines, are you seeing some sort of trend if there's a reduction in new pipelines happening, or is that like, how's the industry of pipelines going, do you think?
I would say that I'm not sure, honestly, because a lot of the pipelines have actually, or I found a lot of pipelines have actually been canceled or deferred in 2021, which is a good sign, honestly. And I think more so in the Biden administration, with more stringent environmental regulations being put in place as opposed to in the Trump administration.
Question. Has there been a history, especially with this claim to national security, where the national security was compromised, or is there anything that kind of justifies that kind of rationale from like historical background?
Not to my knowledge. From my understanding, it was really the oil and gas industry using it as an excuse to not provide all of the information. They're like, oh, these are threats to national security. But not to my knowledge, there isn't any. My professor, Turk, as well as some of the PhD students did more research on that, so they'd probably have more accurate information, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Question, if I may, on the activist organizations that you mentioned, that they have been successful in comparison in driving greater transparency. Do you see that as applying equally to different companies, or is this something where in a particular location they're successful, which depends to some degree on who are they working with or against? How does that look to you as you see it?
We actually haven't looked at particular companies, but it's very much this case that, for example, in Texas, there is a lot more anti-pipeline bills, or I believe it's called critical infrastructure bills, which criminalizes the act of protesting against pipelines, as opposed to states such as Pennsylvania, where in the past, activist groups have demanded for more transparency from oil and gas companies. So there's more transparency there, but not so much in states such as Texas. But yeah, I'm not sure about specific companies.
So it's more from the jurisdiction rather than from with regard to the company.
Yeah, we have not done any research on the companies.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very, very much for sharing your work with us. It was really, really interesting. We will pause for just a few moments and start right at 3:45 with our next presentation from WID, which will be about religion, social media, and the digital afterlife. I've seen a few presentations with the Digital Afterlife Project over the last couple semesters, and they've all been really interesting. So we will get started in just a few moments. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. Please go ahead and start presenting as soon as you're ready with. Sounds good, thank you. Okay, so today I will be talking about the religion, social media, digital afterlife, and how it's all associated with each other. And I am with Sabah, and my advisor is Dr. Fahim Hussain. So some background about the digital afterlife. So we have done this research last semester with, and then we have realized that even when we pass away and we die, there are going to be so many information about us and private information that are still going to be on the social media, which will be very controversial, and it will bring about the ethical, religious, and socio-religious guidelines and controversies out there. And these footprints, there will be a point where social media, there will be more dead accounts on social media than the living, making it very hard to control. So therefore, we have realized last semester from our research and from what we have gathered that there are some Facebook and social media platforms have realized that already, and some of them are making plans for that. And so for this semester, we have come up with kind of a further on a deeper analysis of religion and social media. We have realized that social media does not only change the way that we perceive the digital afterlife, but it does change the way we kind of gather information, communicate, and interact with people. And it also brings up a lot of concerning about people's morals and values, which are changing. And especially if it's associated with the living or the dead. So many morals and traditions have been shifted because of social media, and that's what we have realized. And so we will be discussing a deeper understanding in this research about the intermingling relationship between social media, religion, technology, innovation, and human society. And so the research question we were trying to find if media technology has been decreasing religiously among believers across the world. And so we see if religious is associated with media and technology and how it's defined. Also, we were to find out if we are defining the values, the norms, the boundaries, and how it is interpreted in people's lives. And also we have come up and gathered all the information together to kind of put this all in the afterlife to see if this will affect the way that people perceive afterlife in social media. Okay, so for this semester, we have gathered all the literature review and the field studies that we've done before, the survey data and everything we've done. And then we also put it in-depth literature reviews that have connected more about the relationship between religious technologies, how religion affects media, and how media affects religion, and how it all comes up with the digital afterlife later on. So we kind of did in-depth literature reviews as our method. And so the first question that we were answering is if the media and technologies decrease religiosity among believers. And we have found out that it is plays a very big role in the decrease of the religious affiliation. We have seen that, for example, there could be Instagram lives or there could be Facebook lives that could happen at the same moment that someone has to go to church or someone has to go to a mosque, which makes that person kind of regulate between, should I go to my religious practices, or should I continue on with whatever I've been doing on social media? And so this causes people to kind of choose. And so many people have, it's very likely that people would choose social media over, because they could be like, oh, I could find this lecture or this, say, event or this practice that could happen on social media. So they it makes it very easier for them to abandon the attendance of their services and then continue on with their
social media activities. Also, it is known that false information does spread a lot through social media, of course. As we know, people might put interpretation onto religious aspects, which might change the way that religion is perceived, and it will change the way that people kind of who want to convert or want to come into a religion might see the religion, because the way that social media has been presenting it. And it also impacts the way that people think, of course. And so the second question that we were asked is, does social media affect the values and the norms of society and the way that it's interpreted in our life? And we did realize, and we did find out from the reviews that the journals that we collected, that media does play a huge part in the not only shift traditions, but only affect family dynamics, because that's also a shift from traditional to non-traditional. Also, so many people might perceive content. Social media could also like include local media and regular news, which, as we could see from history, from, for example, this past election from the QAnon, and then how they're banned from Twitter and social media because of their influence and abilities to kind of bring chaos and, you know, like kind of change people's views. So this kind of shows how social media is very, you know, big. Also, like if we could see from like past from history, from like 9/11, how so many people perceived religion or perceived different cultures in a different way because of a specific way that it was portrayed on media. So it does have a very big influence in our lives and the way we perceive people. And so the third one was, how does that all come up to the afterlife? All of this kind of come up together as we realize that social media makes it harder to make a concrete boundary between religious and non-religious people, especially with the vocabulary that is used. So many people end up, for example, if someone passes away and they're trying to like, they're trying to kind of show that this person has passed away and kind of talk about them on social media. They will mention angels, heaven. So many people will mention all of these vocabulary that are associated with religion and tradition, even though they're not religiously associated with it, making it kind of a blurred vision between religion and non-religion, and which makes it very big confusing between people. And that's all because of the information age, where people make it norm to kind of make it blurry between what's non-religious and what's religious. And so in conclusion, many people now understand, like not many people know the big influence of social media. And so people are born and people move on and people pass away, and like technology has taken over us, where it has become difficult to kind of differentiate between what's tradition and what's not. And people do go with the flow by realizing that it does affect their, like some people, it will just affect their life and it just goes with the flow as they're living. And they just, so many people do not know about even the digital afterlife and its relationship to religion. And so this will be further, we will in the future dive deeper onto this research by hopefully talking to different religious leaders and kind of taking their surveys and interviewing them and conducting more understanding on the effects, making it more than just literature reviews, making it hopefully the next step would be just going around and talking to actual communities and seeing their perspective on this and how it affects them and how it all combines with the digital afterlife and how that affects everything. And yeah, that's it. Any questions?
I do have a question. So I'm curious, I've seen kind of two dramatically different examples of memorialization in a social media space. One particular person, after they passed, family and friends spent a lot of time on their Facebook page, kind of memorializing them, and continue to do so each year as each year passes. Whereas I've seen other examples of someone passing away and the family, for example, closing down and shutting down their social media. Did you see anything in the literature review that you did where what is more common? Is it more common that it's more of closer to the elaborate side versus nothing at all?
Yeah, so it's more known that because people are using social media way often right now, it's more likely that people would start posting, even though the person who passed away might not be able to be, like if they were alive, they would not be able to like want or would not like their personal like pictures or their personal like information to be posted. It is more likely that people will start posting on social media right now because it's kind of a trend that you see. It has become more of a trend than it has become more of a tradition, which kind of, that's what crosses the whole, it makes everything blurry because people are like, this is a tradition, but also it has become a trend where people start doing it because other people are doing it, you know? So it kind of like makes it really hard. And that's where the controversy kind of comes in. Like, is it appropriate for the people who passed away? Would they be okay with that if they were alive, and all that other controversial questions, and about religion as well. Hope that answered it.
It did, thank you.
So I have a question on that vein. Did you see any evidence, either positive or negative, of either people's thoughts for them in the future with their accounts, or of loved ones who had already died, on whether they were having a positive or a negative reaction to memorial accounts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so actually last semester we did conduct a survey that discusses that exact question. We did find out that some people who kind of had a more controversial, some people who were more religious or more kind of conservative, they realized that when their people passed away or when their family passed away, they were not comfortable with sharing any of their information, and they did not like it when other people shared their information about their loved ones, because they know that if that person was alive, they wouldn't be okay with sharing that. But other people who are more open about the idea are like okay with other people sharing that information. So it's either people who, we kind of find a connection where people who are more conservative kind of find it more difficult to be okay with sharing these or having other people share their loved ones, like on social media. I hope that answers it.
Just a comment and question. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. A lot of very interesting questions in that. The comment and thought about it, because I'm very much directly interested in the evolution of narratives in social media, norms, values, narratives. That do you see a way to not only where people are at the moment, but how different views influence each other? So what people are exposed to this stream of social media, I mean, lots of media, but specifically in the social media domain, digital media. And the question is, are these, in a sense, running in parallel tracks, or do they begin to interact between the more conservative and people with more liberal or different views? How do you see that?
They're actually all very different and they're very contradicting, and it's really hard to see a future where it all comes together unless we all kind of, that's my honest opinion, it's going to be really hard to see that unless it's going to be advertised everywhere and kind of all the points are shown to everybody, because not everybody knows about memorization. There's so many people who uses Facebook and Instagram constantly don't even know about these factors that still exist. So it's really hard unless we all come up together and we kind of define put bullet points on these are the cons and these are the pros, and kind of come together on one platform. Then that would make it easier. But otherwise, it will be very hard to kind of put everything together. That's why we're trying to bring it to see how other religions view it, see maybe the main four, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, see how each one of them perceives it, and kind of see if they know about this, if they have thought about this before, because not many people have, so unless you kind of bring it out there. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I just wanted to add something here. When I've been talking and working with Wade here, it's fascinating to see how different social media platforms are also trying to kind of putting frameworks or variables of like things to do or not to do within different kind of our socio-religious activities within their own norms. So they are kind of defining the rules of the games. So, and that's one of the things that Wade and I are trying to look into or explore, how it's kind of like redefining and defining both religious practices for the believers and also the different technological options. So that's where the tension is, and that's where the exploration should be.
Thank you very much, Wade and Dr. Hussain. That was a great presentation, and we really appreciate you taking the time to share your work with us. Next up, we have Melissa Smallwood, and Melissa will be presenting on the future of long-haul COVID, a threat casting approach. Please go ahead and share your screen and begin presenting when you are ready.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for coming. My name is Melissa Smallwood. I am a student in the Master of Science and Technology Policy program, and the applied project that I have been working on is the future of long-haul COVID, a threat casting approach. So as we all know, since we are on Zoom, the COVID-19 pandemic has been an extremely disruptive and destructive public health crisis, in which hundreds of millions of people have been infected with this brand new illness, and it has caused a massive strain on our healthcare system as well as other parts of our economy. However, one potential long-term aspect of the COVID-19 pandemic that is often underreported in the media is the fact that up to 1/3 of people who are infected with COVID-19 continue to experience at least one lingering symptom 6 months post-infection. There's a wide variety of the types of lingering symptoms that people have reported. Some of the common ones include fatigue, difficulty breathing, changes in metabolism, issues with cognition, continued loss of taste and smell. It's a very long list, actually. And all of these lingering symptoms have begun to be referred to under the label of long-haul COVID in the vernacular, and as the post-acute sequelae of COVID-19, or PASC, in the medical literature. So long-haul COVID both is and is not a new condition. In many ways, it resembles existing post-viral conditions. In particular, severe cases of long-haul COVID are very similar to a disease called myalgic encephalitis / chronic fatigue syndrome, which has a lot of people who are now suffering from this illness extremely concerned. One, because ME/CFS is one of the most severe chronic illnesses known, as well as one with one of the lowest reported qualities of life, in addition to being very neglected over the decades in research and in medical practice. Long-haul COVID as a new phenomenon was identified in the early pandemic by patients who were organizing over social media. And due to their activism, the condition was later recognized and begun to receive research dollars within the medical community. The long-haul COVID disrupts the popular narrative that there are only two outcomes from COVID. Either you get a mild case and you get better, or you get a severe case and you die. So there are two major differences between long-haul COVID and pre-existing forms of post-viral illness that we've been aware of for decades. The first one is that this new condition is definitively linked to a highly publicized global pandemic. And the second major difference is that it is a major emerging public health crisis due to the sheer number of people who have been infected with COVID-19 in the United States. It's possible that there will be between 15 and 30 million cases of long haul COVID in the United States, or 5 to 10% of the population, depending on which model you're looking at, projecting the total number of COVID infections in the United States. Many of these cases are likely to go undiagnosed, but will have other potentially long-term effects in the healthcare system as people experience undefined forms of chronic illness and organ damage and other health complications. So needless to say, our healthcare disability programs and social safety net are unequipped to deal with this. Most of the action so far has centered around biomedical research funding, but we have yet to fully grasp what the COVID-19 pandemic as a mass disabling event really means for our society outside of an individualized medical context. So my project is intended to start trying to look at that and to peel back those layers using a methodology known as threat casting. Threat casting is a participatory future casting / scenario planning methodology that is designed to model potential threats and futures in a complex and uncertain environment. It takes place in workshop format, and the workshop that I put together had 25 participants split into 4 groups. And crucial to the success of this project was the inclusion and collaboration with long hauler patient advocates who had been active in identifying and creating this illness category initially, in addition to having lived experience with it. So each group was asked to create threat scenarios centered around a specific person and in a specific place 10 years in the future, somehow related to long haul COVID. There were a series of questions asking them to kind of outline and flesh out this scenario in the world that's taking place in, and then participants engage in a process called backcasting, in which they looked for indicators and actions as moving forward in the real present that could prevent, mitigate, or help recover from this threat of the undesirable threat future that they had imagined. And the research questions that were posed to them in order to guide their scenario creation were: what are the greatest threats posed to individuals, communities, and institutions by long haul COVID? And what actions and policies should be adapted over the next 10 years to mitigate the threats caused by long haul COVID? The major areas of concern that were identified between all of the threat scenarios were healthcare, economics, the impact of COVID-19 on children, politics and politicization, and the information ecosystem. This is a sampler platter, incomplete list of some of the specific issues that were brought up in these 5 categories. Pretty much the major one was the threat of awareness of long haul COVID diminishing once the pandemic is declared quote unquote over. So basically, a lot of attention being paid to it in the short term, but then dropping off quite drastically after it stops being the big hot item and a new threat emerges. There were also a lot of concerns over a shortage of post-COVID care and practitioners who are equipped to deal with post-COVID patients. There was a lot of concern about medical gaslighting and the psychiatric gaze, which basically means mistreatment by various parts of the healthcare system to diminish or ignore the experiences of people who are experiencing these long-term symptoms. Then there's also issues with denial of insurance and benefits, quality of life issues, problems with SSI, over-reliance on family-first support, the removal of remote work and other work accommodations that allow some long haulers to remain employed, the lack of accommodation options for people in low-wage in-person jobs who are more likely to have been exposed to COVID in the first place, long-term developmental impacts that are still unknown, political gridlock, and a patchwork of state laws governing what help or benefits long haulers are able to receive in different states. And then finally, ongoing COVID misinformation and issues with healthcare and cybersecurity. Just some of a long list of issues that that were brought up in the workshops. And then finally, here are some of the policy actions that were identified as potential points of intervention, either to take action on or to do further research and investigation on, and really try to push for in a variety of policy arenas. A lot of the policy actions that were identified did focus in the healthcare sphere, which really expands the definition of policymaker from just being things like legislators, governors, state legislators, to incorporating more advisory and regulatory agencies, as well as policymakers who aren't necessarily in government, but might more be authorities within hospital systems or professional associations that govern healthcare policy. So in conclusion, this is obviously an ongoing problem, ongoing project. I'm hoping to continue on this path of research going into my career, trying to get some of these policy recommendations to become reality. But essentially what we're looking at right now is the long-term health impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic are going to be with us a lot longer than the acute stage of this pandemic is going to be. And there needs to be conversations and preparations and policy taking place on multiple levels of policymaking to try and address these issues before their full impact is felt. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question, if I may. Thank you, first of all, for a very provocative and well-structured presentation. I'm curious, partly because I function both in the US, in Japan, and in Europe and Germany. Do you have a sense of what this looks like or would look like if you would conduct such a workshop abroad in rather different political or social political environments? And would that throw some of these options into somewhat greater relief, or open some options as for consideration?
Stop. Sorry, my cat likes to try and knock things off my desk. But yes, that is an excellent question. Definitely in the future directions study of my paper, due to the kind of unique qualities of the American healthcare system, this particular workshop was intentionally focused on the US. I would definitely imagine that a lot of the issues raised and potential interventions for them would look very different in other countries that have a different political system and a different healthcare system. I do think that is an interesting future direction, though, just to see where the areas of overlap would be for countries that have had high rates of COVID infection, enough for example, like what Germany and Italy are going through right now, countries that have had enough COVID infection for this to be a long-term public health issue, but who also, have universal health care and don't have all of the healthcare system issues that the United States is notorious for. So for a future study, I think that could be really valuable.
Thank you.
I have a question. I don't know how quick it is, but or if you can even, if you have the data to answer it. My question is on the definition of long haul COVID, or within what the patient's, the severity. I have a close friend who has very severe long long haul COVID. And I'm wondering, is that more common, or is it more common to have some symptoms but be able to mostly function in everyday life more or less normally, quote unquote normally? I'm just curious what percentage have really dramatically affected, like he can't work most days now.
So I'm actually in a short-term research contractor position that's looking at this exact thing.
Oh, okay.
There is a study that came out of the UK that is trying to get an estimate of these numbers using a fairly large population survey. And what they found is, so this is one of the papers where the 30% of people who have been infected with COVID are developing at least one long-term symptom. And then further breaking that down, what the study found is about 14% to 15% of people who had been infected experienced 3 or more lingering symptoms. And then of the total long COVID cases, which is people experiencing at least one lingering symptom, about 30% of that sample defined their illness as being severely impacting their day-to-day life. So it's so that would be about 1/9 of total COVID cases are expected to have some kind of more severe disability associated with them.
Wow. Thank you. It was very helpful.
Yeah, I think it's important to draw distinctions between those categories, just because the definition of having at least one lingering symptom after 6 months is a very broad category. And I think that can potentially decrease the usefulness or the legitimacy of the label if there's such a wide variety, if we're trying to argue in favor of these interventions.
Yeah, that makes sense. And my one real experience with it is him, and he has probably all of the symptoms you listed plus more. So
there's
kind of skewing my view of what is
I think I had on one of the slides, there was one study that was patient run that found like 210 different symptoms that people reported, which is absolutely wild and likely related to the fact that COVID itself has the ability to impact a lot of different organ systems.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Melissa. It was very interesting and we enjoyed it. Our next presentation is actually a recorded video, but there will be one of the members here able to answer questions once the video is done. So just give me a moment while I pull that up. This will be Lubna Alaska and Osma Naji, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names. Just one moment as I pull up this video.
Hi, this is Lubna Alaska, a student at Global Technology.
Ooh, my apologies, 1 second.
Hi, this is Lubna Alaska, a student at Global Technology and Development Program. I worked on this research with my colleague Osama Naji and with the supervision of Professor Parmentier and Professor Laura, and with the support of educational resources initiatives and their openness for offline usage. Open educational resources for students and educators to expand their impact. So Isabelle is creating a new Arab educational resources to be added to the new offline. Hello everyone. If that is not working very well, I can go over the slide. Hi everyone, I'm Lubna here.
Yeah, sorry, I lost all control of my computer for several minutes, so
that's
I'm not
okay.
sure if you were able to hear any of the video.
Just give me 1 second to open the slide in my laptop.
Okay, and then I will give you access to share that. Just 1 moment. Okay, you should have access now.
Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Lubna Saqa. I'm an online student in the GTT program. I worked on this research with my colleague Usama. We wanted to record this presentation because he was not able to join, but that's okay. I can go over the slides quickly because I know that we are now limited with time. So our project was under the supervision of Professor Permentier and Professor Hosman, and with the support of the great support of Solar Spell team. So exploring Arabic open educational resources initiatives and their openness for offline usage. So we were working with the Solar Spell team. Solar Spell is an initiative, ASU initiative that is working to deliver open educational resources for students who are lives in environments where there is no access to electricity or like very limited access to electricity and internet connection. So these students are usually has limited access, so they need a better access to educational resources. So Solarspell provide a digital library that is powered offline, where they can have this access to the resources. So as a part of the team, we were asked to navigate what open educational resources are available in Arabic language and can be added to this offline digital library. So I'm not sure if you are all aware of open educational resources. Open educational resources, according to the UNESCO, are learning and teaching research materials that can come in different formats, and there are either in open in a public domain, reside in a public domain, or in an open or have an open access license, open license. Sorry. So users can have no cost access for this content. They can reuse and redistribute these materials. So we know that the movement of open educational resources were moving very well these days, especially after COVID, and many people find that opportunity. But unfortunately, in the developing country, this is still limited. So let me go over the benefits of open educational resources. So researchers has found that the availability of open educational resources increases the availability of high quality and relevant materials for different users. It's also a cost-effective approach for both governments and educational organizations, as it allows them to invest their money more in like, we do not repeat the work what others have been done by focusing on sharing these materials between each other. Also, it's helped building the capabilities of educators and learners by engaging them in creating and revising the resources. However, as I said before, there is challenges for reaching open educational resources, especially for developing countries. The two main challenges that we want to highlight is the digital divide. So many people are still don't have access to basic infrastructure as electricity and internet connectivity. The other part is the localization of these resources. So while there is a lot of open educational resources now, how many of these resources we can actually use them in a specific context? So to localize these resources is another issue that we have to investigate further and to work on, especially in the developed country. So the main question of our research was, what are the available Arabic digital open educational resources initiatives, and how can we use them? How can we use them to serve offline school-age learners and teachers? Are they open to be used in an offline environment? In our methodology, we focused on the concept of openness of open educational resources. So we know that open educational resources usually must be licensed as open access resources. However, many of the materials that are there online and that teachers are using are not going under that access. So in order to tackle this problem, we tried to make to do our research more broad by searching for any resources that provide free permanent access to educational resources. We focused on resources that serve school-age learners and that are in Arabic language, and we focused on the resources that provide content that can be used by teachers and learners. We avoid other specifications as digital tools or softwares. We mainly use, and then we try to understand the openness of these resources in three things: the legal openness of these resources, which like how they are licensed, the technical openness of these resources, and other contextual factors that could affect their usage in different environments, especially in the solar spill case context, which is Syria and Lebanon, northern Syria and Lebanon. Data collection, we collected data by searching Google. Mainly, we start first by the well-known initiatives, and then we went into Google. We choose Google because teachers usually use Google to search for the resources. So we tried to find what we could find if a teacher is going to search, what they could find on the internet, and what initiatives are there available. Then we did our research, literature review research, and we searched for any resources that in the peer-reviewed articles that already published. So our results, we find 33 initiatives, that covers 9 of 22 Arabic countries, most of them from Saudi Arabia. We make a brief topology, let's say, for the initiatives, the origin of these initiatives, how they are sponsored, are they are creating or curating open educational resources, their focus and topics. I will go quickly over these because I want to focus more on the target audience. I want to focus more about offline usage of these resources. So after we found all these resources, our task was to bring them to be used in solar spill offline, in the solar spill offline digital library. However, there were several challenges that is important to highlight. The first one is the legal issues. So many of the resources were not licensed appropriately, even though when we reached the founders of these initiatives and we reached them out to use the resources, they said that, oh yeah, sure, you can use them. They are open for anyone to download them and to use them, but there was no license in the websites. The other one is technical issues. So other resources that are already licensed, but there's no way to download the resource. The format and the size of the resource will also make a difference when it's come to using these resources offline or in places with a limited internet connection. So when we have resources with like big sizes, it could be hard for the users to watch these resources, especially usually there are videos. And we found that most of the available resources are videos, MP4s, and these types of resources. Finally, the contextual that is specific for northern Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq. The first thing is there was a limited number of quality localized open educational resources. And this is understandable because of the political context there and what's going there. And the other thing is like also because of the political issues there and the civil authorizations that are coming and go. So there's no one specific curriculum. Workers there, they do not have the chance to develop resources that is fit with the curriculums and what they are teaching. So finally, we bring out some conclusion. First thing is the importance of raising the awareness of open educational resources in the Arabic region and clarifying the concept and the benefits of open educational resources. The other thing, encouraging open educational resources community to ensure the proper and clear communication of the resources license and to offer several formats and sizes for the resources. Finally, the collaboration between the different sectors, public, private, and even the NGOs and development workers in developing areas would help promoting and providing quality education resources for all users. Finally, thank you all. And I hope you enjoy this quick presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yes, if I may, I have a question. First, thank you for a very interesting presentation, which I was aware of solar spell, but did not know of its application in this region. The question I have, and this is particular for where you are trying to deploy it. I mean, you know, what the region you're looking at is to what degree is there a match or consideration, let's say, of the educational level and development for which the material is intended? That is it simply in a sense ported over from other cultures, other materials and curricula, and then put into this context, or is there a means to adapt it appropriately?
So we were searching that point exact in particular. So there is initiatives which do the transition between the context, let's say. So bringing, for example, some Khan Academy videos and trying to translate the videos and do any needed context modification to be perfect for the Arabic audience. There is other initiatives that produce their own content. However, we still need a lot of work on this side because what is available is not enough. And bringing the direct translation between open educational resources is not enough also. So we highlighted also the importance of developing the educators' capabilities and the teachers, even the students, to be able to bring the resources that are available and to make the needed changes for them to be more used in the context. Mm-hmm. So for solar spell, usually we collect what is available, but solar spell is trying to build some partnerships with local provider who can provide localized content.
Great, thank you.
Luba, I have a question. First of all, great presentation. And now I'm going to ask you a question beyond your project, because of course I'm very familiar with your project. But going forward, and I know you do want to go forward with this professionally, at what point would you involve teachers? I guess I'm wondering what the attitudes are towards online information in general, or what the needs are perceived, and how you would incorporate teachers' perspectives at various levels as you move forward with this.
So I think teachers are the main actors that must be there, and we should rise their efforts and their work there. The main problem in the Arabic region that the high quality resources, the available high quality resources are still limited to specific organizations which develop their own content, not teachers' own content that they develop and share. I think focusing on increasing educators' knowledge, capability, awareness about these resources, and creating community where teachers can share what they have is very important at this step. And this brings us back to the importance of grassroots initiatives. So teachers have to come together and start bringing solutions for their own problems by understand these topics.
Great, thanks. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, and I knew that you had that passion to do that. And as I recall, your initial project was going to be maybe looking at online resources for teachers, where teachers actually provide the material and share with each other. So,
yeah, it's me. Thank you very much.
Just a quick comment, if I can follow on that question, that in my experience in several different countries and cultures, but not Arabic speaking, I'm ignorant there, I'm sorry to say, but certainly in comparing a number of other cultures and the use of online materials, among other things, but generally materials, there is quite a range of capacity and interest even on the part of the teachers, so that you really have to look at who are in those classrooms and what their preparation is, because so many of them have been trained, brought into the whole teaching profession based on the way they were taught. And so that's how they continue. And breaking that thread, that path dependency, is often one of the most difficult parts of the process. And I think the materials that you have could help in doing that, but I think it's actually needs a quite determined effort to do that. So may in fact mean going into the teacher development, teacher training process at some earlier stage to get there. Anyway.
Thank you very much. Yes, I agree with you.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm happy that you were here and able to jump in when the video was not working well. It was a great presentation, and we really appreciate you sharing your work with us. That concludes the presentation for the green room of the CGF showcase. I do believe there's presentations going on in another room still, if you want to jump over. But thank you very much for joining us, and have a great afternoon.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah, so hi everyone, my name is Margarito. I am currently a senior in biomedical engineering. So today's topic focuses on high infant and maternal mortality rate in Guatemala. So Guatemala comes from the Uto-Aztecan language, meaning place of many trees. It is a Central American country south of Mexico, with their official language being Spanish. It's also a place with many biological resources and the core of the Maya civilization. In Guatemala, there's an estimated population of 16.6 million people, and making it one of the most populous Central American country. Unfortunately, maternal and neonatal mortality rate is also known to be one of the top causes of death. In fact, Guatemala has one of the highest infant mortality rate in Central America, with 28 deaths per 1,000 live births. Compare this to the US with 5.7 infant mortality rates per 1,000 life deaths. So ultimately, this led to my question, how does the healthcare system contribute to high infant and maternal mortality rates in Guatemala? Throughout my research, I saw that there's an obvious health disparity, specifically in the obstetrics department. And through my research, I compiled my sources or information into 3 observations that I found in the healthcare system that contributed to high infant and maternal mortality rate in Guatemala. So for my methods, I performed preliminary background research by reviewing well-established materials in Spanish and in English. Most of my data came from Spanish literature, which formed most of my observation. Most Spanish articles provided data with like latest statistics and case studies done in certain regions. And from these sources, I was able to group my findings into 3 general observations in healthcare that played a role in the maternal mortality rate that we see in Guatemala. So my first observation in healthcare is that there is a huge issue with the public health supply chain. The country spends about $60 million in supply chain, with only 72% of this amount making up the healthcare sector. And because of this inadequate funding and supplies, hospitals are faced with receiving little to no support from the government in terms of medical equipment and technology. One notable example is in Mixto, which is the largest pediatric hospital in the country. They receive little to no support from the government, and they have to rely a lot on outdated medical equipment to perform routine procedures. So another major issue in the healthcare system is that the country pays little attention to the cultural practices of the indigenous population. Guatemala is home to 6.5 million indigenous people who suffer from health and social inequality. One major factor is that these hospitals do not account for the specialized practices in underserved communities, and as a result, they have to go to local healers with informal training to treat their conditions and even give childbirth. So some of the leading causes of death for new mothers is postpartum hemorrhage, hypertension, infection, and abortion. This is further worsened by the fact that there is lack of rural infrastructure for early detection of complications. Healthcare technology is also extremely outdated or inaccessible for new mothers. So there do exist some new approaches to combat this by using mobile technology and training local healers to operate in rural areas. So with this, I compiled a list of questions for my research design. The first column asks about the residents' view on healthcare and cultural practices. The second column asks about healthcare questions for new mothers and whether they feel comfortable with their current resources. And from this, I can identify gaps in resources and the correlation between urban and rural healthcare. So ultimately, this led to 3 observations that I found in the healthcare system, one being the inadequate funding for public health supply chain, the second being that there is a huge issue in terms of cultural barriers for the indigenous population. And lastly, the third factor is that health technology is really difficult to access for rural Guatemala. Looking ahead, I plan to expand on my research design by identifying my resources as well as expanding on what settings I plan to integrate my research design at. So I would like to acknowledge my mentor and my supervisor, as well as my associates, Penangela, Gabriela, Julia, and Priyati. If you have any questions, I can be reached at this email, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Margarito. And now I can open it up for Q&A for about 5 minutes for anyone who has questions.
I see Professor Cloutier, I see, is there. Do you have a question?
I'm here, yeah. I'm here to ask some questions.
Great.
I've had the fortunate luck of working in Guatemala quite a bit, and this is a big concern. One of one of the things I wonder about your questions, if you wouldn't mind going back to your initial question slide, or the questions that were born out of your research. I wonder what these questions might look like if you took it from the perspective of an assets-based approach to development, where you were considering some of the assets that existed within the communities, not only to address this thing that you're seeing. And I intentionally try not to use this word problems, because a lot of times it limits our ability to see a system and what it's fully asking for. But what you might be able to, how you might be able to shift that a bit from the assets-based perspective. And then the second part is, what underlying things, having done a lot of work like this in communities in Guatemala, what underlying things do you think might emerge as a result of you going to a community to talk to them about health-related issues that that might be unexpected or something like that as a result of working there? And do you have the ability to be flexible in that space?
Well, I think when I was forming these questions, so I tried to aim to kind of identify the exact underlying causes for these, like the high infant and maternal mortality rate. So I know throughout my research, I did encounter a lot of gaps in terms of the specific number of biomedical equipment technology available for rural communities. So with these questions, I hope to identify those specific gaps and like kind of quantify a medical technology in those rural areas and compare that to urban areas. But with these questions, I think that I kind of just want to, I guess, aim at like clarifying what resources are available for the rural communities.
If I could just give you one piece of advice, it would be these questions are great and the research is grounded in some evidence. Just be open to the research shifting as a result of the work that you might do in some of these communities. And I know, Mary Jane, you have connections all over the world in these different areas, so you may already have your finger on the pulse, but be open to that possibility of relaxing one perceived problem and stepping into a new place that seems it's tangentially related, but provides other opportunities or meets a more immediate need, or these types of things. Yeah, it's great presentation though, really nicely done and very professional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Scott. That's, I think, really, really helpful. We have talked quite a bit about indigenous systems and indigenous systems of knowledge and practices. So I know, Margarita, you are aware that there are things that you can't find out until you're there, and being open to those things. So I think what Professor Cloutier is saying really emphasizes that need. And also, you know, the danger when we have sometimes a research design and then that's our lens that we look through, it obscures other things that we might see. So that's really important. Thanks, Scott.
Yes, exactly. Sure. Can I add just one last thing? There's two frameworks that I appreciate, and I've been doing this community development work for a while now. It's assets-based community development. If you can look at that, that's a wonderful model. And there's another one that's a little newer. It's called love-based aid. And if you need those at all, you can email me and I can help you find them. But love-based aid is one, and its fundamental principles are beautiful and acknowledges the indigenous approach. It acknowledges a lot of really cool ways of looking at the way we relate to, you know, what we call developing communities or this type of stuff. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Scott. So I think we have a small break until 3:15 when Penny goes, but that's 4 minutes to either take a break or ask another question.
I was going to ask a question. Is that okay, Margot?
No, yeah, that's okay. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. I've not yet asked you this, but what is your experience interviewing pregnant women or postpartum women here in your home?
I really haven't conducted any formal interviews with like pregnant women or postpartum women. I think the only close, I guess, relevant information that I have regarding like interviewing any patient would be like my experience working as a patient ambassador at the Banner University Medical Center. And with that, I have to basically conduct several or ask several questions to patients. And from there, I'm able to advocate for them to their physicians. So while I'm not able to, like, I haven't done specifically a lot of work with pregnant women, like asking questions, I think I've been doing work within the same realm.
Any other questions? If not, we'll have a little bit of a break before Penny continues.
Nice job, Margot. Since we're in this break now, we're gonna break. Oh, you did great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was the whole group that, I mean, you all gave each other such great feedback on your presentations. It really shows.
Dr. P, where's Cheryl? Can she join us today?
No, she works, and I didn't get this on her calendar. She didn't receive, the notice of it, right? And so then I didn't get it on her calendar. She's going to try. She has the link, and so if she can, I said, even if you can just pop in and see part of it. But of course, the recording will be available, so she can watch it as it's being recorded. Yeah. So Penny, you could probably get your slide up just to get yourself situated. You have another minute, but it might be good. I don't see any other Gillettes in the audience. Are they busy?
I know. I sent them the information. I don't know. We'll see.
They might pop in. Yeah, you never know. I see Hannah Rose, though.
Honorary Gillette here today.
Yes. Hi, Hannah.
Hey, excited.
Yeah.
Mi familia.
And it's 3:15, so whenever you're ready, Penny, take it away.
Okay. Hello, my name is Penny Gillette. I am a junior sustainability major. This is my third semester as a research fellow working with Dr. Parmentier to study responsible innovations and technology for the developing world. My research is focusing on the challenges and opportunities of agriculture and how the current food system has been shaped by globalization and development. Although farmers are essential to the functioning of our global system, the farming sector is not sustainable for people or the planet. Throughout my sustainability education, I've repeatedly learned about the consequences of modern agriculture, accounting for more than 70% of global deforestation, 12% of greenhouse gas emissions, and over 400 oceanic dead zones. Agriculture is the leading driver of climate change. While farmers are the backbone of our functioning global system, the needs of farmers are often not met, particularly food and financial security. This was the focus of my research last term, the framing of equitable agriculture, but I was left with curiosity about the gender and social dynamics at play. In Latin America, a woman's participation in agriculture is dependent on various social, political, economic, and legal aspects. Women face more constraints than men in accessing livelihood assets, such as productive resources, financial services, and even markets themselves. Furthermore, I've noticed that women are underrepresented in the data due to inconsistent definitions of labor, the gray area of seasonal work, and the cultural norms and expectations of women. This has led me to my research question: what are the variables restricting gender equity in agriculture? Building upon my preliminary research, I've conducted a comprehensive literature review of Latin American women in agriculture and the challenges they face. So what defines a farmer? This simple question has left room for very inconsistent data in the agricultural sector. In my research, I've noticed, oh, sorry, my notes just went away. Okay, I've noticed that women are chronically underrepresented in the data due to narrow definitions of labor, what qualifies as farm work, often leaving out a range of predominantly women's activities. With that, part-time and seasonal labor is often not counted in consensus. And finally, rural women are likely to report their home as their principal occupation, even when they are actively engaged in agricultural production. In general, agriculture is geared towards men, and women experience unequal access to resources such as credit, land rights, and technology. This is important to note because each of those assets are foundational to farm inception and viability. If a female farmer does overcome these obstacles, they must then navigate their local market characteristics, such as a social requirement of a husband present at purchases. With that, women reported that they are less likely to engage in a market far from home due to their homesteading and childcare responsibilities. As I was investigating equitable agriculture last semester, I believe that simply giving women more opportunities in agriculture would be a stepping stone to gender equity. Unfortunately, women's contributions are invisible in small-scale farming and abused in commercial agriculture. Corporate influencers can pay women less, offer unstable forms of employment, and benefit from the skills and knowledge women bring from their previous work in subsistence and small-scale farming. What's more, standards for good practices such as fair trade and global gap reinforce poor conditions for women in the labor force because part-time or temporary workers don't get the protections they offer. As I've mentioned, I've noticed gaps and inconsistencies in the data with relatively little research on Latin American women in agriculture compared to other parts of the world. In response, I've developed a qualitative research design with the intent of conducting field research. I've chosen to focus on the Dominican Republic because I believe the women's cacao co-ops gives a unique glimpse into gender equity in agriculture. With that, I want to be intentional and ethical with my research approach, so I'm currently in a graduate course under the instruction of my mentor to learn more about decolonizing research and how to conduct cross-cultural collaborations. Inconsistencies in definitions, measurements, and data analysis in agriculture research have reinforced the invisible labor of women. Gender equity in agriculture requires a multifaceted and context-specific approach involving collaborations with farm workers. Finally, it is vitally important that research and data about women come from the women themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penny. Now we'll open it up to Q&A for 5 minutes.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
In what ways could a decolonized research approach help to provide greater representation for women in agriculture?
The first thing that comes to mind is that colonization and the patriarchy often go hand in hand. And we've noticed, or I've noticed in the research, that a lot of the data about women come from the men because the women live in machismo cultures. The researchers don't necessarily have access to the women, or the women aren't allowed to speak to the researchers. And I think first step for decolonizing the research would be speaking to the women themselves. Another way that would lead to equity in agriculture overall is that decolonizing research is first gaining trust from the communities that you go and research. A lot of the research historically has been very extractive rather than a symbiotic relationship. And I believe that equity would be boosted if we gain data that would support them, data that would lead to opportunities that would actually support the farmers.
Follow-up question. I mean, if you were able to implement that kind of research, what would you hope to learn in the Dominican Republic, that would add to that overall?
Okay, so in the Dominican, I'm particularly interested in speaking to the women in the cacao co-ops because it's a great example of how institutional support enables a rural woman's participation in agriculture, especially outside of traditional farming. One of the patterns I've noticed, especially in Latin America, is that rural women have a very slim chance of achieving positions with greater responsibilities and higher wages. But programs such as Chocolate Dominicano, which is where the cacao co-op is through, it offers an opportunity for women to have institutional support and access livelihood assets. And I'm sorry, you had a second part of your question, did you not?
I guess just what would you hope to learn in the Dominican Republic case that would add to the overall research on women in agriculture?
Okay, that would add to the overall research. Well, I've not seen many examples of these kinds of women's groups through institutional support in the research. They're mostly featured in promotional articles by the organization itself. For instance, there's CARE or Nespresso, which are great programs, but they're not featured in the research. They're publicized by Nespresso. And I think that would be great. This is a great opportunity for women.
Thanks for answering my long-winded questions.
Thanks for asking questions. Yes.
Great presentation. Thank you. Really well put together. It's a pleasure seeing these all. I'm going to just say to you all now that I'm a big fan of assets-based approaches. I think that's the last time I'll say it, so I don't have to repeat myself, but the more you can use is the better. And then so one of the things that comes out of decolonial methods or decoloniality is that, yes, we want to capture their perspectives as close to the individual being affected by the thing that is being expressed as being affected by, but also really thinking about how we decolonize science and decolonize our methodologies. And so how might you shift your methodologies a bit to move toward a less colonial approach to research, from data acquisition to analysis to all these different things? How might you do that a bit, you think?
I would expand the time horizon. I think with the lack of trust in colonial research that I mentioned before, that came from very short time horizons. There wasn't time to go to a community, gain the trust before you got real answers. And something I've learned in this grad class I'm in is, especially in Western research, we really use linear time. It's fleeting. We want to get the answer so fast, but that's not how the world works. That's not how science works. And I would simply slow down and take my time.
You could also consider, that's beautiful, thank you. And you could also consider using some arts-based methodologies and some alternative approaches to generating knowledge or seeing knowledge that exists, and then positioning yourself in a role of understanding that you are there of service, to be of service as is needed, if is needed. And that's just another way to. And there's a great paper that I can share with you all on the relationships with communities that we work in, particularly from a colonial perspective, that you might appreciate too. So
please share
great
that.
job overall. It's a pleasure. Your presentations so far are very professional. I'm sure it's going to be the same for the rest. So it's a pleasure to watch them.
Thank you. Can you share that article with Dr. Parmentier? That would be great.
Yeah, if you want to email me, Scott, that would be great. Thank you so much. I can send it to them.
Scott, you mentioned an arts-based approach. Can you say more on that?
Yep, I could share some things with you there too, but it's just using creative methods, types of dialogue and artistic creation and co-creation and expression to allow narratives to emerge in a different a different way. A lot of times researchers are biased into getting answers they want rather than providing space for answers to emerge or guidance or questions to emerge. And so it's all about creating container, and it has to do with playful learning and art, all kinds of crazy stuff. These methodologies are really starting to get adopted as decolonial methods because they provide so much space for alternative paradigms and narratives and perspectives to emerge. And the thing that's beautiful is that, you know, you're trying to capture this perspective of the women farmers, and there's an ecofeminist approach to that. And so there's a lot of fun stuff in that space too. But just thinking about how can we get closer to the perspectives that matter to you to start, but then giving space for the perspectives that really matter to the communities on the ground to emerge. It may be that all the women are concerned about a certain animal or a certain tree, and that might be the thing that you really need to focus on, or some other health disparity, or who knows what it is, but just being open to those things.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Would you happen to be involved in the environmental dance research at ASU?
I'm not, but I do environmentally dance. So somewhat close, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's great.
We had a student last year, Penny, in the same class that you're taking now. We have a multinational research class we're doing with colleagues in Mexico and Chile. And we had a student last year who was from Guatemala, actually, getting his master's in music at ASU. And his final knowledge mobilization project was music. And he made up the song, and he involved community members. And so that's the kind of thing I think that Professor Cloutier is talking about. And there's lots of innovative things happening in that space.
Yeah. That's fascinating. I'm really curious how I can involve that in agriculture research, because why not? That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So it looks like a minute, and then we have Gabby, right? I guess Danny, she can go ahead and put up her slide. And
yeah, Gabby,
thank you, Penny. Thank you, Penny.
Are ready.
Should I wait until 4:30 or just go ahead and get started?
You can go ahead right now.
3:30. Right. It's 4:30 where you are.
Oh, yes. Forget.
That's okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriella Hendricks. I am a sophomore sustainability student, and this semester I had the privilege of working under the direction of Dr. Parmentier on the broader topic of responsible innovation for the developing world. For my project, I conducted a comprehensive literature review looking at global marine bycatch and bycatch reduction and what might be missing in the current global response to bycatch. So what do we mean when we talk about bycatch? While bycatch can vary in definition, simply put, bycatch is the catch of animal organisms that are not targeted. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization also recognizes this as including those that might be discarded, as well as those that are retained for sale or consumption. This also includes a factor we call ghost fishing, which occurs when lost, abandoned, or otherwise discarded fishing gear continues to entangle, injure, or kill organisms. Most recent measurements of global marine bycatch estimate that 40.4% of annual catch is bycatch, with endangered, threatened, and protected species accounting for an estimated 20 million individuals annually, with sharks and sea turtles making up the majority of that measurement. Not only can bycatch negatively impact marine ecosystems, but it is also inefficient and costly for fishers. In some cases, this can lead to an increase in the commodification of bycatch, and while at times it is encouraged for bycatch to be kept and sold to prevent waste as a result of discard mortality, this can alter species assemblages and can be particularly harmful in the case of those species under protections. My research question then was, can bycatch be mitigated with the use of technology? There are numerous bycatch reduction technologies, many of which have been studied in controlled research settings. Before we get into whether or not these provide viable solutions, one consideration is whether or not these technologies can reduce the capture of non-target species while maintaining target catch rates. Some of these technologies shown here have met such requirements. However, there are limiting factors for the adoption of new fishing practices. Many individuals across the globe rely on fish for their income and for food security. With a common pool resource like fish, conflict can arise between industrial and small-scale fisheries, which may further enforce unsustainable practices. We also don't know much about the accessibility of many of these technologies, and some may have significant upfront costs or maintenance and upkeep. Technology is also only as good as its users. While there has been little published research in the area of fishers' view on bycatch, and particularly on the use of bycatch reduction technology, amongst the studies we do have, there seems to be some commonalities. Many fishers do not view bycatch as an issue existing within their fishery, and further, they do not view themselves as an agent within this problem. There might also be a lack of ecological knowledge that contributes to the continuation of unsustainable fishing practices. Overall, current bycatch reduction technologies do have the potential to significantly reduce contact and landings of non-target species, but these technologies must be coupled with improved management and education efforts and the engagement and empowerment of fishers. Although there have been efforts to develop biodegradable and bio-based nets, these have not shown to be as effective at capturing target catch as traditional nets, so technology cannot yet provide a viable solution to ghost fishing. More research is needed in this area, and for now, efforts to reduce ghost fishing are focused on management, prevention, and retrieval. While technology can be incredibly useful in solving the issue of marine bycatch, it is important to remember who it is doing the fishing. We cannot successfully reduce marine bycatch without enlisting fishers across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. So now we'll open it up for 5 minutes of Q&A.
Gabriela, I had a question, but I'm forgetting now. Do you mind putting your slides back up for a minute?
I can.
And go to the, I think the second to last slide. The one before that, third to last slide. Yeah. So what did that mean by, or what do you mean by, no, the next one?
By what?
The next slide, not this slide, the next one. The one that has, yeah. So what does that mean they don't view themselves as an agent? Can you explain that a little bit?
They don't view themselves as contributing to the problem or that they can reduce the problem. So by viewing it as they might recognize that bycatch is an issue existing within fisheries, but not particularly their fishery, and further that they're not contributing to that issue.
Okay, so it sounds like it could be the sort of the perspective of who's identifying it as a problem.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Could I follow up on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I'm bumping anybody, please don't. You can bump me too. I'm here as an equal. So I want to just follow up on that a little bit. So it's the perspective of the fisher people that it's harder to. It may not be an issue or it's hard to solve. And I think that we as outsiders and as folks in the United States, we have the same perspective. So then inside that space, viewing this as a problem, what do you do? If we all share the same space and we don't know what to do about it, and it feels a bit overwhelming, and maybe even shuts us down and makes us a bit apathetic, how then do we work in this space? Beyond only, not, I mean, what you proposed is a start of that, of course, but beyond only what you proposed too. What do you suggest?
I think increasing awareness and education efforts in this area tend to be focused on the younger population of communities, which I think, you know, that's that's great, but the future is now for sustainability, I think. So focusing on those fishers currently. And I think there is an empowerment in that we can reduce bycatch, given that these technologies are accessible, management is increased, and governance is enforced.
I have a
Beautiful,
follow-up
thank you.
question for that. I feel like, you know, the movie Seaspiracy came out recently, and that has given a big kind of social awareness boost to this problem of bycatch. But, you know, a problem that I had with the film was that the entire movie pointed out the industrial problem, and then the end pointed back towards the individual. I guess, if not to the individual who, you know, like you just pointed out previously, might feel apathetic towards this issue because it's so overwhelming and it's, you know, it's so multifaceted, what might be a better solution rather than don't eat fish?
Right, and I think that's an area that we're looking into, you know, for specific fisheries where practices have become so unsustainable. A method used is to revert to ecotourism to rebuild fish stocks. But then what do we do when specific communities rely on fish for food? And so I think that's an area that we need to look more into. There's, you know, aquaculture, but there are significant problems with aquaculture. But yes, I have seen the film, and I agree that it's not focusing on the fact that many individuals across the world do have to rely on fish.
I could add a little more if that's okay. The paper that I will share with you all, I'll share with Mary Jane, and that will be shared with you, is it talks about this more than human perspective and how we might capture some of these more than human perspectives. And so just imagining for a moment the perspective of the bycatch, whatever that is, and then the perspective of the fish, what perspective do you think they, and of course it's a human interpretation of what their perspective is, but what perspective do you think they might share with us? Or the perspective of the cacao bean or the cacao pod, you know, from the different research areas? Like, what do you think might come in from that perspective?
I think the need for survival. So for fishers, that need is being profitable or securing food, nutrition, and for fish, that's not being captured by a fisher. And so there's that shared aspect, and it goes back to, you know, how humans share the world with the other creatures we exist with.
Imagine for a second, though, that my intention was to punch one of you in the face, and I went to swing and I accidentally hit you in the face, Gabriella, and you get innocently caught up in that. Or my intention was to go into a house and arrest somebody and pull them out of it, but I happened to pull you and that person out of the house at the same time. What might be the perspective that you would share in that space? And even more so, like if you were an intended prey or something I was going to eat. The reason I'm asking this question is because there's a lot of creative ways to bring these things to the surface, and some of that resonates with the human part of us, and some of that resonates with the more than human part of us as well. And a lot of the things that we do superficially is we talk about, you know, education, and these things are important. And what Hannah Rose brought up is that a lot of it brings up shame and guilt, because we feel there's these huge institutions and organizations that do things these way, and then we feel disconnected as a consumer, and all we can do is stop consuming fish. But there's a lot of cool research coming out that's starting to emerge, showing the perspectives of these other beings that are part of the system that we consume. So feel into that just a little bit, what it might feel like to share the perspective of the fish or the ocean or the water or the nets, and get these more than human perspectives into this conversation.
Thank you. That's a lovely consideration.
That reminds me of my first international development class where they told us that often in research, we have a view of the world with blinders on. It's just one place in front of you. We can turn our head, we get more of a view, but really what we need to do in decolonizing research is lay down and look at it horizontally, see it from not just the upright standing position with the structure, with the system, but down on the ground with the others.
If we flipped it, the fish might view us as the problem and all we need to do is go away. Yeah, just something to consider.
Do we have any final questions? We have about 2 minutes before the next presentation, so.
Which is Julia, and I see her there.
Okay, if we don't have any other questions, Julia, you can go ahead and just get your presentation up and then begin whenever you're ready.
All right.
Thank you, Gabriella. Good job.
Okay. Just begin whenever I'm ready.
Yeah, and then Danny will time you from whenever you start. So it's 3:43 now.
Okay. Hello, my name is Julia Reed. I'm a freshman studying biomedical engineering, and this semester I wanted to take a look into neurological health in Nigeria. I'm going to begin by briefly outlining my research journey. I started with a general interest in Nigeria as well as dementia, specifically Alzheimer's. When I started researching this topic, I was able to find some interesting information, but not enough to base a solid presentation off of, and I was left with a lot more questions than answers. So I decided to start leaning towards a slightly broader topic, which led me to more fascinating data, but even more questions. So let's get started. The first really interesting piece of information I stumbled upon when I began researching Alzheimer's in Nigeria was that Nigeria had one of the highest dementia mortality rates globally in 2018. For those who don't already know, Alzheimer's is a form of dementia. So when I was deep diving, most of the data I found only referred to dementia because it's an umbrella term that Alzheimer's fits into. But what exactly is dementia? I found this really great definition that states that dementia is a clinical syndrome caused by neurodegeneration in cognition and capacity for independent living. This basically just means that it causes memory loss and an overall impaired ability to think at full capacity, which makes daily life extremely challenging for those affected. So now I was led to wonder why dementia is so prevalent in the country, especially in 2018, and what other neurological disorders were also common in the country as well. So I was able to find out that neurological disorders were definitely an issue in Nigeria across the board. And while neurological issues are common all over the world, the major issue I found, in my opinion, was when I started looking into the kinds of access Nigerian citizens have to neurological healthcare. Nigeria is a country of approximately 213 million citizens, yet there are only about 97 neurosurgeons and approximately 80 neurologists to cater to the needs of 200 million, which I believe is a major issue. So here's my major question that led my research. What makes Nigerian citizens so prone to neurological disorders? And another follow-up question, is enough being done to prevent and treat these conditions? Most of the research published on neurological disorders in Nigeria has to do more with the epidemiology, which is the study of patterns of neurological disorders or disorders in general in specific groups, as well as risk factors and overall prevalence rather than causes and treatments. I also found that a good amount of the research published was pretty out of date, as shown in the bottom graph. When I began to summarize my findings, I immediately started to think of what I believe could be done to solve some of the discrepancies I stumbled upon. These include placing more focus on studying possible causes and treatments. Specifically for dementia, there is no cure, but there could be a way to slow the onset, which I think could be a focus, as well as bringing more awareness to the public as a way to prevent neurological disorders. And I also noticed a pattern in some studies suggesting that some of the neurological conditions are more prevalent in women than in men. And I would like to see some studies go into that. And while correlation is not exactly causation, I would like to see some research go into that as well. To summarize, research is severely lacking in the areas of causes and treatments for and of neurological disorders in Nigeria. However, Nigeria is making great strides in producing future neurosurgeons and neurologists. The issue, though, is that they don't appear to be staying or returning to Nigeria. My hypothesis is that this could be due to a lack of resources when it comes to healthcare or research in the country. And finally, one question I have for the future is whether or not we're going to witness a decrease or increase of the mortality rate of neurological disorders in Nigeria as time progresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. And now we'll open it up for 5 minutes of Q&A.
Julia, what are we learning from the neurology research here in the US?
What exactly are you asking? Just in general about neurological disorders, like in terms of, I mean, I think the major thing that we're learning about neurological disorders is that, I mean, one thing that I'm learning in my BME class is that as we're getting older, obviously humans, we're living longer, and the longer we're living, the brain is starting to develop more and more issues. So as time progresses, more issues are coming into play, which is kind of becoming hard because the brain is so complex. So it's really just a catch-up game when it comes to neurological disorders. A lot of them are not necessarily treatable. It's more about just being able to take care of the person, but that's really it. It's just about learning about how neurological disorders new ones are coming about as we grow, as time progresses, as humans our life expectancy is growing as well.
Thank you.
And it looks like Neil Gillette has his hand up.
Yes.
Well, hello. And I've been impressed with the presentations. And so, Ms. Reed, I noticed that most of the countries indicated that had high degrees of the neurological disorders like dementia. Of course, tended to be in a more tropical region, so to speak. Is there anything that is endemic to the region that tends to promote the neurological disorders? Is there something environmental that seems to be having the populations more at risk with this?
That's a great question. One major thing that I found was not necessarily in terms of environment, but malnutrition was a major thing that brought about lots of neurological disorders. So I'm not sure about the actual climate or environment of the region, but I know malnutrition and dehydration were major causes as well, risk factors, if that answers your question at all.
That's quite telling, actually, because when we're in this era, for instance, with Gabriella's presentation, issues about food security and actually with pennies, relate to people just struggling to get by and maybe not thinking outside of the more immediate needs, kind of a Maslow's hierarchy issue where you're worried about tonight's meal or that type of thing in order to simply survive. And so sometimes a lot of higher issues get jettisoned just so you can eat. And so it's tough to remember you're supposed to drain the swamp when you're up to your tush and alligators. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And it looks like Scott has his hand up too.
My friend, Neil, thanks for that. That was a fun analogy that I might use in the future, if you don't mind.
Of course.
There's some really cool research by, I can't remember if it's Susan Langer or Ellen Langer. I know her daughter and I get them mixed up, but she does research at MIT, I think, or Harvard. Again, I get these things mixed up, but around neurological disorders, particularly dementia and older adults, and has done a lot of really cool stuff around caretaking and has theories of purposelessness, where a lot of this dementia sets in because there's a sense of purposelessness and they start dissociating from the brain and the body and just all these different things happen. You may want to look into that a little bit. And this is actually, there's other fields connecting it in the space of colonialism and how that's a product of colonialism too. And this will maybe be 10 years or 15 years in the future, but something to consider about how people are interacting with their environment and the way they used to interact with their environment, and then their purpose and role within the family and the different spaces that may be replaced by more capitalist systems and just different types of things like that. And then from the solutions perspective or the healing perspective, thinking about giving people agency. One of the cool studies she does is she'll take a bunch of people from a aging home and bring them on a bus trip. And they're so used to everybody like doing everything for them. And she'll tell everyone not to help them, like put their bags on the bus. She'll give them a plant to take care of. And they start to see all these things where they start to come back a little bit, become more lucid in their bodies, like know where they are and these types of things. So there's some cool things there you can look at from the healing perspective.
Definitely.
Great stuff
yes.
though. Yeah.
Thank you. That's fascinating. I would love to learn more about that.
Looking to see if there's any more hands up, but you can also just unmute and speak. Anybody?
Juliet, how would you go about neuroeducation for the public?
I think the major issue, I think, would just be start small. I know here in the US, we are making great strides when it comes to education, when it comes to mental health, because that's becoming a major issue in our country. So when it came to my research, saying that these neurological disorders were not being talked about as much as, from what I saw anyway, they weren't being talked about with the public as much. I think starting small, just in terms of schooling, making it a part of the curriculum. Hey, these are some of the common things that we are seeing in our country, making people aware of it, because obviously people can go to school for these things. Nigeria has so many great schools for neuroscience, but not everyone wants to go into neurology, and they shouldn't have to go into a school to learn about these conditions. And not everyone in the country is necessarily as educated as they would like to be as well. So just trying to make it as easily available as possible, whether that was wherever they hang out in general. I saw some great things about children and how they were really was like this one group of girls, and they started a neuroscience club, and it was really beautiful to read about. But it's just stuff like that, just to get the community kind of aware of these things, because it is a major issue. And when you don't realize it until it hits your family, and by then it's sort of too late, especially because there's not as many neurosurgeons or neurologists as there probably should be, to catch these things early on. By the time they're caught, it's already kind of too late to do anything but take care of them. But just small things like that, just anything really.
Julia, thank you. And I just want to mention to Danny, the next presenter who's up in 3 minutes is not here. It's Preeti Sharma, who's the other student in our group. I have emailed her. I mean, she's at 4 o'clock, so she may be thinking she'll come in right at 4, hopefully. So, and I want to express appreciation. She's here, yay. Yeah. Great, perfect timing. I think she probably had class or something, so. But thank you, the rest of the group who is able to stay on and watch each other. That's great. I know we're all busy this last week. Last day of classes today, right? So yeah, hi Preeti, if you want to go ahead and share your screen and just sort of get organized, you can do that.
Yeah, okay, I will do that.
Yeah, I just sent you a quick email because I wanted to make sure you weren't having trouble finding the link.
No,
yeah.
No, it was good. I had class just now. So.
I figured, yeah.
Okay, am I good to go ahead?
And yeah, so Danny here is doing the timing. And so whenever she says you can go, you can go.
All right.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my name is Preeti Sharma, and today I'll be presenting my research on the future of synthetic biology in the context of the developing world. So the main premise of my research was that synthetic biology, or synbio, has the potential to solve a number of the existing health problems that people face today. However, it's important to consider that what is being done to ensure that this new wave of biotechnology is accessible to all of the world, especially to those who need it the most. And so in order to fully understand the scope of this topic, I would first like to define synthetic biology as per Dr. Luis Serrano's definition provided in an article published in the journal Molecular Systems Biology in 2007, which is the synthesis of complex biologically based systems which display functions that do not exist in nature and enable the design of biological systems in a rational and systematic way. And so even if you don't think that you know about the issues of access in synbio, they aren't completely uncommon in today's world. So for example, the creation of the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines are a prime example of how new biotechnologies can be distributed unevenly across the globe, even when they're extremely necessary to the entirety of the global population. And so this brings me to my research question, which is how have past and present attitudes in scholarship regarding synthetic biology framed the future of the field in the context of the developing world? So in order to address this question, I sorted my research, which was of secondary sources, into 3 main sections: the past, the present, and the future, in order to assess how attitudes have shifted over time and if they've influenced the field of synbio in a significant way. So I started with the past, which I'm defining to be the time period from 1980 to 2000, because the field has only really been around since the 80s. So of the early papers and articles about synbio from the time, I noticed that some prominent papers noted that in order to effectively manage the creation of such a large field of science, new institutions had to be created in order to ensure that both researchers and the general public were familiar and comfortable with these new areas of study and their respective social impacts. And some other scholars also noted that countries with access to more resources and research should also be working to introduce those new concepts to developing countries as well. And so in the present, which I defined as spanning from 2000 to 2018, brought forward some interesting results as well. Some researchers correctly predicted the growth of the synbio field, but also recognized that while a lot of the development was occurring in the global north, others would begin to pick up on the potential of synbio as well. And another article also noted a very important issue, that while synthetic biology is a very exciting and potentially life-saving field of science, it would have major economic impacts, mostly in the form of how the market for synthetic produced goods might hurt the economies of countries that were producing the non-synthetic versions of those goods, which are usually developing countries. And this is an incredibly valid point of contention to note, as it directly addresses that issue of inaccessibility that is seen so often in the world of science and research, to which synbio is no exception. And finally, the future was defined as going from 2018 to 2021. And so some of these recent articles that are published about the state of synthetic biology put forward the idea that maybe the field isn't as widespread enough yet to make a tangible impact on global sustainability, which is actually a sentiment that was also reflected in some of the articles that were published back in the 80s. And so although this doesn't directly concern developing communities' access to new technologies themselves, seeing prominent researchers posit the idea that a new field of study maybe still needs to expand a little bit more in order to become truly useful in a global context is a sign that some more work needs to be done in order to expand the kinds of people that can make use of synbio. And so ultimately it's clear that even though synthetic biology is an incredibly new field of study, a lot of development has been made since 1980, but there's still a long way to go. And so some of the concerns regarding synthetic goods, such as the potential negative economic impact and the need for more widespread education on what synbio really is, have remained fairly constant over time. And some of the articles today are putting forth the same concerns that we saw back in the 80s, and the majority of industry-level research and solutions are only being posited towards the global north and being suggested as solutions for developed countries. And so while the science itself has been built on fairly greatly, more regulations have been introduced at the federal level, and a lot of research has been done on like synbio methods and developing the science itself. The issue of access still persists and will hopefully continue to be addressed and ultimately resolved in the future. So thank you very much to Dr. Parmentier for this opportunity, as well as all of my fellow researchers that helped throughout the research process. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyati. And now we'll open it up for 5 minutes of Q&A.
Priyati? Oh no, Scott, you can go first. You can go first. Okay.
Penny, please.
Priyati, you talked about how synbio is a huge field, encompasses a lot. What path are you interested in walking down for your research in the future?
Yeah, so so synthetic biology is a pretty broad field, and I feel like a lot of the like I mentioned in my presentation, a lot of the aspects of synthetic biology that are being explored right now are like in terms of like the medical field and using them to create vaccines and stuff. Personally, what I have experience with most and what I'm interested in most is kind of using synthetic biology in bacteria and plants in order to kind of create more sustainable solutions. So like one of the research projects that I worked on last semester and over the summer was kind of genetically engineering a microalgae to be able to uptake arsenic out of groundwater in order to act as like a water filtration system. So like that kind of thing, I think that's really exciting to me. So using synthetic biology for that purpose is what interests me the most.
Scott, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, mine's more of a comment than a question. It just feels like this has a biomimicry angle to it. I don't know if you've explored that at all, but it's just a suggestion to think about, and somewhat in the space of, I'm not even gonna say it actually, it has a biomimicry angle. I think that you should just check it out and see what comes through for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of synthetic biology is based on modeling circuits and that kind of stuff after existing ones. So yeah, that's definitely a good point.
I don't know if this is in your research or not, but how, if at all, has COVID impacted this field?
I think it's definitely, yeah, so this wasn't really like something that I addressed very much, but I think it has made it a little bit more common. I think the field itself, because like I mentioned, it only really took off back in like the 1980s, so it's a relatively new field in terms of like existing science. But I think because, you know, the mRNA vaccines are a new thing that everyone is talking about and all that, people are becoming more familiarized with the concept of synthetic biology. And I think because it's so interdisciplinary, a lot of different people in different fields can kind of use synbio in their work, regardless of whether or not they're like biomedical engineers or biologists or something. So I think it's something that has potential to be pretty common practice in the future.
Do you feel like this is something that's polarizing? You know, you hear about books, you know, like My Sister's Keeper, where people have designer babies because they're using synbio. Is that something that you're seeing, you know, whether in society or in the research, that this is something that's creating conflict?
I think it's definitely like an ethical question that needs to be considered, and like designer babies and CRISPR and all of those technologies like gene editing, those are definitely like points of contention within the field. And like some of my classes that I take, they're like ethics and, you know, FDA and communications with like regarding medical devices and stuff. They definitely teach us how to think about these things, because as technology advances further and further, we'll have to keep coming back to these kinds of questions and thinking about like how do we want to proceed when we're creating new technologies, because once you create something, you can't uncreate it. So those are definitely ethical considerations that we have to make in the future. But yeah, it is something that is discussed pretty heavily, and I think that, you know, if we continue using like the right kind of paths and having like the right kind of mentoring and discussions about it, I think hopefully it should be all good.
In my sustainability education, we have full classes about the ethics of sustainability and sustainable development. What is that addressed in your education in biomedical engineering? Is there a whole class on ethics or the philosophy of synbio?
Yeah, so for BME, BME is also like even more wider and interdisciplinary than synbio itself. So synbio is just like one of the parts of BME. So we actually did take an ethics class. I took one as a session A course this semester actually. So we did address a lot of ethical questions and how to think about difficult questions and when to like make decisions and how to kind of think about situations as they arise. But a lot of those things were in terms of like medical context. So when you have a patient and you need to, you know, make a decision regarding their health or their well-being, how do you like navigate that decision? They definitely weren't really in the context of how to deal with like these larger level decisions on like creating technologies themselves and like when to use methods of research rather than like making smaller decisions about like, oh, do we keep this person alive in this instance or not? So I think I would like to see something more about like looking at like a further back level, farther away from like the immediate decisions of like day-to-day lives and people's conditions, and like more about how do we proceed with this kind of technology or this kind of finding that we've had in the research. But yeah, and so yeah, most of them are in the medical context, but learning about them in like a sustainability and higher level aspect would be really nice too.
Great, thanks, Priti, and great job. I just want to say great job to my whole team that's here right now. And I see Professor Nalini Chetri, and I believe she is here with her team starting at 4:15. And Danny, if it's okay with you and Nalini, I'm going to hop to another one because I have some grad students that are presenting something that I need to get to. So if that's okay.
Absolutely, yeah. Mary Jane.
Yeah, so Nalini's here, she knows her students and all of that. I'd like to stay for that too, but I'm gonna jump to the other one. But great job, everyone. Great job. Applause. Proud of you all. And thank you, everyone who came and gave feedback and asked questions to the group. Really helpful. Really great.
It's nice
Yeah.
to see you, Scott. Scott,
Yeah.
you had a hand up too. You had wanted to ask a question? Is that Scott's? Oh, okay.
I think he already
forgot to
did.
lower it on my last.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you, friend.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been here giving the students really great feedback and suggestions, and he's going to send some things my way that I'm going to share with them. So,
okay.
Fantastic. All right, so my team will be in touch, and I'm going to jump over to a different room now. So,
okay. Does that mean I can ask my students to start straight away? Danny, are you in the blue room then? And Scott, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Thank you, everybody who's here. So I'm going to get straight to it. Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Nalini Chetri, and I am a faculty in the School of Sustainability and also in the School for the Future of Innovation and Society. And here we have today David Mickelson and Severiano Yehiho, who's presenting today on the grassroots innovation. So over to you, David and Severiano.
Hello, my name is Severiano Vallejo. I am an English major here at the Arizona State University. I am a junior. I am also a political science minor.
Hello, I'm David Mickelson. I'm an aerospace engineer in the School of Energy, Matter, Transport, and Energy.
First, we would like to do a land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge the 22 Native nations that have inhabited this land for centuries. Arizona State University's 4 campuses are located in the Salt River on ancestral territories of indigenous peoples, including the Acamel, O'odham, and Peepash Indian communities whose care and keeping of this land allow us to be here today. Our research topic was focused on grassroots and their innovations within the community that specifically focused on water. And innovations that, as we have described them and we will show, have displayed resiliency as well as adaptation.
Just a minute, Danny, are we supposed to record this or not?
I am recording it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, sorry.
Before we continue with talking about the research that we conducted, we'd like to acknowledge how there was previous semester work done by other students who gratefully gave us a great operational definition of grassroots innovations. Now, there are 4 pillars that we'd like to point out for grassroots innovations. The first main one is networking within these communities. Essentially, what this means is these communities are working within themselves to help try and address a challenge that they faced. Secondly, is creativity based on local knowledge. This essentially means that this idea was their own and they came up with it. The third thing was sustainability, which was just that to be as sustainable as possible to try and make long-lasting solutions that don't negatively impact the environment. And finally was frugality in the use of resources. This just means that they were using inexpensive resources and try to use as minimal as possible. And with all these things together, what we noticed was that there was varied kinds of grassroots innovations. And not only we may typically think of innovations as more technologically focused, we also wanted to talk about the creative processes and the institutions that these communities have in the creation of their innovations.
Using the operational definition, we went about our research in this kind of 4-step process that shows here. The first and the second step are kind of a coinciding process that went together. We looked at literature as well as peer-reviewed articles and gray literature, focusing on grassroots and water irrigation. We did this by searching key terms such as frugal innovations, indigenous knowledge, community knowledge, water, or irrigation. Once we've identified those case studies, we've begun to analyze them. And through that analysis, we compared and contrasted what we found were 5 main different challenges for those communities and the innovations they created. We will be bringing up those 5 main challenges later, as well as after analyzing this, we came from a conclusion that these case studies showed a reinforced resiliency and adaptability within the communities.
As we started researching these case studies, we kind of found 3 main categories where their challenges and innovations fell along. And the most important thing to note here is that these categories are not mutually exclusive, but we use them to help kind of categorize what the main aspect of these case studies was. The first main category we'd like to look at was technology. And we kind of define technology to be something that can function for a designated purpose, either designed or discovered by humans. And we found around 8 of our case studies fell here. And the reason we use this definition is we kind of noticed that there were techniques and new technology that these communities were creating to try and address their water-based challenges. The second category we found was institutions and governance. We defined that to be the rules and enforcement mechanisms that govern economic, social, and political interactions. We found around 11 of our case studies fell here. And what the main thing here is that these are the local, national, state governments, as well as non-governmental organizations such as private corporations and charities that are within these communities and try to support them or oppose them. And the final category we noticed was culture. Essentially, what we mean here is that the information that can affect community and individuals' behavior that is passed down. Obviously, culture can be very broad, but we wanted to focus on how the techniques were passed down because it shows how the creativity and shows how these communities can adapt and change how they address their problems. We found around 9 of our case studies fell within these 3 categories.
As David said, we broke down our case studies into these 3 categorical definitions. Here we have 15 specific of those cases. The top line here, we see the technology relation. So as David said, it was a mixture that it was something created by people, designed by humans. And here we have those creation designations to help the water irrigation systems of these communities. For a quick example of an innovation lab in sub-Saharan Africa, they sent out engineers to survey the land so that way they can make effective water irrigation systems. Right here in the middle, it show cases of institutions and governance where these grassroots met the government that they were facing so that they would try and break whatever issue that they were having and getting that water right to the community and making sure that the water right stays within that community. That last line here we have is culture. And as David said, these cases weren't mutually exclusive. One of those that we will dive deep into after this is the Romney technique in Tunisia. That one specifically overlapped within all 3, and I will be talking about that later. To briefly talk about these cultures down here, for example, the gender gardens in Mexico, they took gardens that were originally run by men, and they decided to give the control over to women to then use traditional methods that the men weren't previously using, as well as using methods that were used today, such as gray water systems. I will be talking about Romney techniques in a deeper dive just to conserve more time, and then David will be talking about the Chamazi community. So for one of the major ones that we like to talk about is the Romney sand techniques in Tunisia. This is in the city of Gail Mel. Romney here actually means sand in Arabic. The main challenge that we saw here was that water scarcity threatened crop production for local farmers, as well as the government failed to provide appropriate and safe water to the farmers here, which then enforced and created an innovative technique that has been used in the city since the 17th century. They haven't been using it since then, but they reestablished it. What they do here is they use the coastline and the existing saltwater bed, and then they create at 15 inches of sand. And with that 15 inches of sand, they then are able to create a freshwater bed that floats on the surface. And that freshwater bed is what actually drives and feeds the crops. And with this technique, they have been able to create 13.5 metric tons of food for their city. One of the biggest threats to this technique here are the rising sea levels that are occurring in the world. If the sea levels continue to rise, this will require a necessitation to acquire more resources, and the acquisition of those resources will then incur either possibly more problems, which will need more solutions.
The second case study that we kind of want to analyze and show you our thought process on our research is the Chamazi community in Tanzania. Now, this community lived in an urban city on the coastline of Tanzania. And since Tanzania is an Eastern African country, there was a lot of ports in this city. Unfortunately, there was a port expansion project that the city wanted to pursue, and as a result, started tearing down homes that tenants had previously lived in. As a result, tenants were no longer able to live there and had to move from their homes. Therefore, these tenants then gathered up and became a new community and resettled outside of the city limits and started rebuilding their own communities. And one of the first objectives was to try and reestablish a clean water system. And what they did is they actually traveled to other communities in India and Thailand to learn from them and learn how to create a solar-powered borehole. And what this borehole essentially does is it is a well that allows clean water to be provided to the community, as well as providing irrigation systems so they could grow crops. As a result, they were able to successfully reestablish their community and were able to be resilient in the face of this new challenge. Unfortunately, there is still a large weakness with this innovation. The largest being that the resources needed for the borehole were quite expensive. And so an NGO was necessary to help supply the funding for this community. Therefore, the success or the resiliency of this community was dependent upon this NGO. And as we noticed through these case studies and as we analyzed them, we noticed 5 main challenge areas. The first was scarcity. And by scarcity, we just mean a lack of water and a lack of resources, forcing these communities to adapt. They either had to change their current techniques or minimize their usage so that they could get the most out of their water that they could. This led them to innovate and create new solutions to adapt to the scarcity. Then the second challenge area was privatization. Now, essentially, privatization means these private corporations in these countries privatize the access to water, meaning that citizens have to pay for their water to a private corporation. And even when that occurs, they still are not guaranteed good water. As a result, the urban poor and homeless were especially affected because they couldn't afford the outrageous prices of these private corporations. Therefore, people collected together and began protesting these private corporations and rallied their government to try and change their current system, which led to legal battles that eventually led to innovations where there were small legal changes and especially a cultural shift against privatization. And the third challenge area we noticed was governance, where the governments or institutions that were in these communities were just either weak or ineffective at addressing the needs of their community. And so therefore, the people themselves in these communities started informalizing their institutions, causing that the water user groups, which were not essentially funded by their national government, but were more effectively able to address the needs of the community and innovate, allowing for better resource conflict resolution. And the fourth was the quality. We noticed that there was a large problem with the quality of water that these communities were receiving. And as a result, they had to change their ways and learn from communities that had faced similar issues or were able to come in and help give them the support that they needed so that they could correct course and try to get better access to water and better quality water. And the final one is social exclusion, where people in these communities have a social barrier between them and their access to water. And this leads to solidarity, where the marginalized people in these communities were able to rise up and either move out from those communities, such as we saw in the Chamazi case, or were able to rise up and protest and eventually get their better access to water and innovate their access.
With these innovations, we wanted to avoid romanticizing any of them. And so these here are the challenges that those innovations themselves faced. Some of the cases that we saw had a resource limitation issue where the resources that they needed very much depended on where they were getting it from. And this kind of ended in a situation to where some of these places weren't allowed to make enough of these innovative systems that they created. Another situation was the high skill gap. This challenge was something like I said in the example of one of the cases that sends out civil engineers to survey the land. This did require professionals and someone who does have an advanced knowledge on these things. So it was dependent on someone who has that high skill. Weak or opposing institutional support goes back to governments And those institutions that once we did create an established talking line between a community and the government, there then either was weak or those opposing institutional supports to where those water rights were then again infringed upon or maybe harder to access. Another issue was time-sensitive solutions. Some of the cases focused on seasonal issues, whether they were in the wintertime or in the fall. And if these cases were not solved within that winter or that fall, they had to wait another time or a whole nother year until it came back, as well as new issues were credible to arise after these time-sensitive solutions were found. One of the other issues were water conflict. Once we did find these innovative solutions, some of these communities were fighting with other communities who needed access to that water. And then the final challenge, the innovations we saw was that some of them were on too small of a scale. And without the knowledge or the experiment of implementing those solutions on a larger scale, we are unsure of whether or not they'd be effective or productive. And then we also wanted to address the research bias as much as possible. So we both created what we feel to be exacting conclusions to our research. The first one is when communities are faced with adversity in resources or management, they are then pushed to use adaptive solutions. This kind of is a conclusion that necessities require action. There's not going to be an adaptive solution. There's not going to be innovation until a necessity requires that innovation.
The second conclusion that we kind of drew was that the resiliency of these communities was dependent upon how robust their knowledge and external support systems are. We noticed that resiliency could still occur initially, but if they had a strong knowledge base and they had institutional support, they're able to be more resilient and overcome these challenges a lot better. And as we come to the close of our presentation, we are now open for the question and answer section.
Thank you very much. I think because this David and Severiano did it together. So basically, in the beginning, I think in the past, the students were just following one after the other, but here we've combined it. So actually, we are a little bit ahead of time. So Danny and Scott and others, please feel to, and I know there are a few others on the, John and Mary, Shari and Lauren, please feel free to ask them questions, but it's David and Severiano, you are on the firing block.
Good. Scott, I see your hands up. If you'd like to ask a question. Oh.
Yes, hi friends. That was really nicely done. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be able to see these presentations and to get some more perspectives. This one happens to be in my wheelhouse a bit, which is beautiful. And I love the space that you're holding and the things that you're observing and seeing, and coming at this from a somewhat unique approach. The thing that I want to ask you, and I'd just like you to consider a bit is, so we have these perspectives where we come from the United States or we come from another country and we work in places that are struggling, with different aspects of their systems. And there are folks that can come to our country and see the same things, or your country or whoever's country and see the same things. How do you balance this tension between going to work in a country and seeing something that's just so astonishingly shocking to you, like a lack of access to water or big piles of trash or a bunch of people in an American neighborhood that don't know each other, or cars that are everywhere, to allowing a space where there is this kind of deep challenge that results in some innovative solutions development or really kind of cool adaptive capacity, which you talked about a little bit, with watching and seeing some people suffer in that space, or feeling like these deep inequities that we're a part of and that we're complicit to. So how do you balance that tension, of allowing a system to kind of express itself in a stressed way where people are innovating, but there's also a lot of suffering happening, versus kind of imposing ourselves in a colonial way and trying to fix it because we see something as an outsider with a certain perspective? So how do you balance that space, do you think?
To help,
you want to go first, Severiano? Yeah.
Yeah, to help balance it out, I think we researched the research that we were focusing on primarily focused on people within their own countries trying to make those adaptive solutions themselves. We did see a couple of situations where there was US help. I believe in the Innovations Lab in Sub-Saharan Africa, there was that we did provide, or the University of Colorado, I believe, provided civil engineers as well as engineers to help construct those water irrigations. It is a fine line to stand here as our nation and to what we have. I think that it's mostly regarded with respect as long as the people who are trying to face and work through these solutions, work through those solutions with the respect of the community that they're trying to help. I believe that that's where the good intentions and the good solutions are. They're very important. They're important in the sense that these countries want to come in and help, and they have the money to do the research and help. And then with that research and help, I believe that should be given to the people that actually live there, the community, and then hopefully they're then able to use it and adapt their own situation and their own community to it.
Kind of piggybacking off of that, I think like a big thing, Scott, that you pointed out was like maybe there's ways in which these communities like do something that like we're from America might not be culturally comfortable with. I think a big thing, as Severiano pointed out, was like respect, but also another thing is just like understanding of like, I may not totally understand culturally why this is, but I can't like go in here and try and be like, okay, there's some aspect of it that needs to change. I think it's definitely a thing of this community needs to recognize it. I think like a big thing we noticed with like social exclusion was a lot of like these marginalized peoples were just like, they were shut out from it. So they either had to like pull up and just leave, which I was like, holy hand. I'm like, that's crazy to me that they would just have to like leave and like go to an entirely new geographic location. And so it's just, I feel that discomfort, but I also have to recognize that like I can't change it all because I could create new problems. So it's just kind of like respect and understanding of like we have to be supportive, but we can't be overwhelming with like what we want, you know.
If I can jump in here, thank you, Scott. David and Severiano. Scott Cotier is a professor in the School of Sustainability, and he's also an engineer by training, but a sustainable scientist right now. So, and he specializes on well-being, including runs a sustainable happiness lab. So I think it is very appropriate. So Scott, just to add to what both Severiano and David said, what we did in this project was, the idea was not just to do research, but to figure out who we are as researchers, who does the research, right? So, and that we cannot separate these two things, because we as researchers are responsible for the interpretation of the data. So we bring in our own implicit biases. And the only way to tackle that is to acknowledge it, to be aware of it, and then go in with respect, as both Severiano and David said. So we talked about that a lot, right? Every time we met Severiano and David, that who we are. So we train to be researchers who all do robust, exact, standard work, but we do it with a heart. We do it with respect, and that is the best we can hope for. And we do it with curiosity, and we do it with inclusiveness. And hopefully will speak to Scott, and because Scott, I think, is the kind of researcher that we all want to be in the world.
Well, Nalini, you are mine too. So I appreciate it. And that's really beautiful. And that's really what I'm after, is how we relate, and that remembering that research is a process of attending. You know, it's a process of attending to something, and it's not a process of extracting from. And it is about relationship and just being of service, acknowledging that you're of service, acknowledging you have a limited worldview, and just being there to offer a helping hand if you can, or if it's even needed. Because a lot of the things that concern me with research is that we see communities like this and we're guiding them toward what we want them to be. And we have a lot of our own challenges in this country, in America, in the developed world with these quotation marks, that we may actually be able to move away from if we let some of these communities innovate, if we give space for that to happen. But then there's this own internal kind of struggle that you have to watch some of the things that are happening that are so shocking. But I'll tell you, like, I've seen it so many times where people come to the United States and they see how we don't know anybody in our neighborhoods, our neighbors we don't even know, and they're absolutely shocked. So it's not like we're absent of these challenges ourselves, but we're really good at imposing ourselves onto others. So thank you for following up, and your answers were great. And this is a really cool project. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. And Lauren, you had a question you want to kind of talk about it aloud? Lauren? Are you there? So Lauren's question is, to add to Scott's question, have you noticed that tradition over the past few decades is hard to overcome? Example, banks that often give loans to projects don't tend to like change, so they create a barrier needed to overcome. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here now if you want me.
Yeah, please go ahead, Lauren.
Well, I bring up this question, and I'm a senior sustainability scientist as well, but I bring this up because a lot of communities, whether it's water or development of any kind, many times you need to find a source for the money, and many times it is the bank. And they're so immersed in what we've been doing for the past couple decades that they think, well, why rock the boat? This has worked before. Why do we want to do something different? And so my question to the two gentlemen are, how do you think we can overcome some of this? And I just use the banks as an example, but the key thing is, so much, whether it's natural or our built environment, needs to be, we need change, and it's hard to overcome it sometimes at the higher up, whether it's in the planning office at a city or the bank or whatever. So I was just curious as to if they had encountered any of that.
Yeah. So I think like a big thing we noticed was like tradition in these communities. As you pointed out, Lauren, it's just like, this is like the way they've done it. So they don't want to like necessarily change it. They just want to like tweak it a little bit. I think like a big thing that I've noticed is when these communities like learn how other communities are like addressing these issues. Like a big thing was like with the Chamazi community, was like they actually went out and went to like India and Thailand and like learned from these communities. They were able to like kind of uproot their tradition and kind of have a better understanding of like, okay, we can't do it the way we've always done it. We have to change. I think that's a big thing is just like if we can try and help connect these communities together and kind of create a dialogue or help facilitate a dialogue between them, we can kind of see these traditions get pushed back a little, because it's like, well, yes, we've been doing it this way, but they've been doing it this way and they've had some success. So I think that's a big way.
Yeah, and it's not just tradition in the historic sense. I mean, we respect every community's history. It's more of just the recent past and the mistakes we've made or the resources that we're losing, and how do we move forward with that? So I like your very good answer. Thank you.
I also wanted to just add that it did seem that a lot of these solutions only occurred when the previous solutions were no longer working. I think that's a very important point to point out, that that the people ahead who are letting these processes go on for so long, see them and just let them continue because they worked previously. And now when they're not working, it seems like the power of the people or the power of these NGOs burst out of the community and face that issue themselves. And it is kind of hard to think about how do we solve that solution from like an inherent place. It's like, where is that? And it seems like, to my belief, education, knowledge of these institutions, knowledge of these problems, it's important to spread that even to the higher ups. I mean, because I imagine if their pockets are nice and tight, they're not going to really worry about what's going on in the books.
Thank you.
That's a really good, Lauren, thank you for that question. That made us think a little bit. you know, and we actually had talked about if it hadn't been for COVID and we had a little bit of funding, maybe we could travel to some of these places and then immerse ourselves for a little bit rather than armchair analysis, which we have been forced to do. And I think that would have even helped. But some things like institutions like banks and others are monoliths and almost global in nature. So it is likely that how they function in one country is similar to how they function in another. So we could learn from that. So that's a really good question. Thank you.
The pandemic, though, has also, and you can see it on YouTube and things like that, that has helped us lay the groundwork. For example, there's somebody in India that says at the top of their building, it was always smog or pollution that they saw. Now they actually see the Himalayas. Or in Venice, you can see the bottom of the canal. And those are examples that, you know, plays into the research here. That it's not just we've lost, because of the pandemic, we've lost time. No, it's opened up new avenues for us.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been mixed at best.
Yes.
Very good, yeah. Any other questions? We are almost on time. Lauren, you had more questions? No, it's somebody else. Okay. So I guess maybe that warrants another round of applause to both David and Severiano. So good job. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, John. And thank you, Lauren, and others who have come on board to listen to both Severiano and David. They've worked every week to work together on this. And the idea hopefully is they've built on the work of the students from last semester. And we want to make sure that they are able to hopefully write something more concrete out of this. And this project will continue on. So without any, if there's no other questions, I guess that brings us to the end. Danny, and Scott, is that how we are supposed to do this?
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much. And thank you, Scott. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Michael and Mary also. And David and Severiano, we'll be in touch. Take care.
All right. So with that little snafu, and hopefully that was the last one, we will go ahead and get started. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Caroline Isabelle. I'm the Assistant Director for Internships and Experiential Education for the College of Global Futures and School of Sustainability. And I'm so happy to welcome you to the Fraser Global Mentorship Program student presentations today. I will bring up my presentation in just a second, but just a little housekeeping. Wanted to let you know that we've got this set up just as a normal Zoom call. So we just ask that you remain muted until you're speaking, and we will have time set aside at the end for questions, but feel free to use the chat feature to make any comments or add any words of encouragement. And I will be endeavoring to monitor that as we are going through our presentation. All right. All right, so I'd like to give you a bit of an overview of the Fraser Global Mentorship Program. This program was started by Curtis and Pamela Fraser as a way to connect students studying sustainability in the academic setting with global sustainability practitioners. With years of experience who are out there doing the work in an applied way. So students and their mentors have at least 3 mentorship meetings to discuss professional development topics and challenges and opportunities related to addressing global sustainability challenges. The program then provides financial support for students to have an on-site type of a learning experience where they can engage in person
with their mentor and have the opportunity to learn from and network with others as well. So I'd like to thank the Fraser program, the Fraser family, for their support of this truly unique opportunity for our students. To this point, we have been able to engage 40 students and 16 mentors over approximately the past 3 years of this program running. Just about 3 years, not quite yet. So we've had, again, 40 students and 16 mentors. So I think that's a really great achievement for this program. We're really excited about it. So moving on to today's program, we were able to support 6 Fraser Global Mentorship Program students to attend the International Leadership Conference in Geneva, Switzerland this past October with their mentor, Amanda Ellis, and Global Futures Laboratory Program Manager, Jess Gibbons. The program will cover an overview of the mentor experience and conference introduction, and then 3 of the students who participated will present their experiences and outcomes with the program, and they'll talk more about their site visits, conference experience, and the SDG case competition that they participated in while in Geneva. So we are super excited to hear about that. So enough from me. I would like to introduce you to former Ambassador Amanda Ellis, now the Senior Director of Global Partnerships for the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory. Amanda has been a huge supporter of our students, both in terms of internships and in serving as a Fraser Global Mentor for 7 students so far. So thank you, Amanda, for your dedication to student development, and we are looking forward to hearing your experience.
Well, thank you so much, Caroline. Mahalo and aloha, as we say in Hawaii. I wanted to pay tribute to you because you make it so easy and do such a fabulous job. And to thank, of course, the Frasers for their generosity. I must say that I signed up for the program, first of all, out of a sense of obligation, because I would have loved to have had this opportunity when I was a university student and thinking about going into the foreign ministry and what it would be like to work at the United Nations. And I thought, well, I should just do this as a service because I would have liked the opportunity. And in fact, the experience has been so rich and rewarding for me. And I often feel that I'm learning more from the mentees than they are learning from me. So it has been very much a two-way street, which was something I had not expected. And it has really brought home to me the importance of an intergenerational approach. We talk about transdisciplinary a lot in Global Futures, and I am now really seized of the importance of the intergenerational approach that I know has been on Peter Schloss's list, but I had not understood the full value of it until participating as a mentor. Now, the students that I have mentored have all had an interest in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And as Caroline mentioned, I was former ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva when we were negotiating the SDGs. So it is fun to be able to tell some of my war stories and give some insights to the students on how international negotiations work. And part of the incredible value of the Geneva conference was then giving them a practical insight and being able to introduce them to some of the key players. And you can see us here on the shores of Lake Geneva. And just in orange is Chloe Scott, who is still part of the family, although she's taking a gap year in London at the moment this year and has been through the program as a student and then working with us in Global Futures Lab. So we designed the program to have some practical visits to Geneva, so the students had a sense of a very different culture in Switzerland, but also a sense of international Geneva and the range of agencies there are there. There are 28 UN and other agencies, and there are innumerable non-government and civil society organizations. So it's a very rich environment for students interested in international careers and in the United Nations. So our relationship with the International Leadership Association is one that we have been building for a number of years with a range of staff, and everything from co-authoring books on sustainability to a very new summit, which we helped co-organize in June, Sustainability and Beyond. And this was designed as input into the conference itself in Geneva, which is the Global Summit. And the idea was to really think about this theme, reimagining leadership. And in terms of the work that Global Futures is doing, how do we reimagine leadership in a way that is both just and regenerative? Because we know that while sustainability is a really key concept, there is now so much damage done to the planet. We do need to be thinking about regeneration as well. So here we have the conference logo, and the theme around leadership was one that, as we were preparing with all of the mentees, we agreed needed to be one of leadership at all levels. And of course, we see with the climate crisis that it is scientists and youth voices who have been the ones speaking up the loudest in recent years, and now others are learning from those voices and realizing just how urgent the current situation is. So the notion of leadership that the mentees really impressed upon me as we were all preparing for the conference was this idea of full engagement. And so it was really fun to reimagine together what a plenary session might look like. Instead of having just Sanjeev Kagram from Thunderbird, who is our dean there, and Peter Schlosser as vice president of Global Futures Lab, who are obviously two world-class experts, the students also pointed out that their voices were critical. And so it was really fun working together to reimagine a plenary session, which was the closing plenary Code Red for Humanity, where the students actually introduced and closed and did a fabulous job. So next slide, thank you. Now, thinking about the mindset that we've been working on in our mentor sessions, we use a concept of career anchor, which is what is the one thing that you need to have to be really satisfied. And for some, it's service. For others, it might be technology. For others, it could be autonomy. And so we go through an exercise based on work of Edgar Schein around the career anchor. And then we explore core values and transferable skills. And one of the key transferable skills that we really felt the students learn at the Global Futures Laboratory is this notion of anticipating global challenges and finding solutions. And this is just a beautiful collage of some of the brilliant people we have working on this. You see Greg Asner to the right, who just a couple of weeks ago in Glasgow announced the first ever mapping of global tropical shallow reefs ever done. And on the far left, of course, we have Klaus Lochner and the mechanical trees. So exciting. And then in the middle, some of the work that's being done in marine conservation as a win-win with solar and preventing bycatch. So what we all hope to do as mentor and mentees, and with the wonderful Jess, is to bring this notion as we participated in the full range of side events at the conference as well. And I was thrilled to see all of the students really blossom and come into their own in terms of really contributing to the workshops in which they participated. And we even had the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership invite our GFL student mentees to become engaged with them to help make sure that the work that they are doing at Cambridge is in fact resonating. So I thought that couldn't have been a higher reward to the respect with which the students were viewed in terms of their intellectual contributions to the conference. Next slide. So finally, a little bit about the co-chair, Thomas Greminger. So Ambassador Greminger leads the Geneva Center for Security Policy and was, in fact, the one who led the Biden-Putin summit just month, 6 weeks before we had our international conference in Geneva. So this was a wonderful opportunity across the gamut of global issues for the students to really be engaging with truly global leaders. And the thing that was so exciting was to see them listened to, and when they all wrote their beautiful thank you letters to people like the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, invited to provide further input and comment on the global stage. So finally, our last slide, just to show the very high level engagement from across the university at ASU. And we had a lunch where all of the mentees were able to spend an hour with Peter and with Sanjeev, asking them anything at all. So this was, I think, a very special mentoring engagement, and huge thanks to the generosity and indeed the foresight and vision of the Fraziers in setting up this incredible program, which I think has really resonated on so many levels, not least of which, of course, the students engaging in what we call pop-ups at the conference. So they were the ambassadors for ASU and for Global Futures Lab in being able to answer questions about the work that we are doing in Arizona too. So a huge thank you from me to everybody. And I'm so excited to hear the feedback from the mentees.
Thank you so much, Amanda. So my name is Sasha Hegde. I am in my second year of the Masters in Sustainable Solutions program. And again, my mentor is Amanda Ellis, whose organization is Joy and Wrigley Global Institute of Sustainability and Innovation. So I'm originally from Santa Clara, California, and I came here to get my undergrad in sustainability as well. And I really came to ASU and specifically the School of Sustainability because I loved the fact that it was all about creating real world solutions to real problems, as opposed to just doing research for the sake of doing research. And that's really what drew me to the program. And specifically the MSIS program, it's really focused on applying all the concepts that we learn in our classrooms to solve real problems. So my interests really lie in corporate sustainability and energy. And my motivation to join this program was I really wanted insights from a mentor who had experience and insights on the field, specifically in helping women in business, as I'm a woman who wanted to go into business. So, and the next slide. Thank you. So I, myself, and the other mentee, Chloe Billingsley, we met with Amanda once in person and about 3 times over Zoom over the course of spring 2020. Since it was during the pandemic, we had to do it over Zoom. But I think I can speak for Chloe as well. We really enjoyed talking to Amanda as we gained a lot of insights on how to carry ourselves as professionals in this field. And one of the exercises that Amanda had us do, which I really remember, is she asked us to envision our perfect day and exactly walk us through exactly what that would entail. And I think that allowed us to learn a lot more about myself and my values and helped me sort of dream of what I wanted my life in the future to look like, which I really appreciated. And she also introduced us to individuals in the energy and CSR fields, and we were able to have conversations with them, and that was really insightful as well. In terms of specifically the Geneva conference, I really discovered my interest in sustainable procurement, specifically talking with individuals such as Jamila Balabidi, who works in procurement for P&G, as well as Kershin, who also works in procurement code. And having conversations with those two, I realized that it was a very interesting field that I had previously not learned a lot about. And now I'm having the opportunity to apply procurement to my MSIS culminating experience, which is very exciting as well. And I think really talking to individuals at the ILA conference and hearing their stories sort of humanized them for me. And I learned that all of their lofty roles and stuff was also attainable for myself and made me realize that I could one day achieve all of the amazing things that they're accomplishing as well. So that was really amazing as well. and also the importance of networking, because we had the opportunity to meet a lot of incredible people. My future plans after graduation is I would love to work in the world of supply chain sustainability. As I mentioned, I realized the possibility of my dreams, which is wonderful. And I also learned about the interconnections between corporate sustainability and international sustainability, two spheres that I sort of thought were like relegated and didn't really have a lot of interconnectedness, which is wonderful.
And it's my turn now. Hi, everyone. I'm Jackson Schuffelbein. I am a senior sustainability student, and Amanda was my mentor for the spring 2021 semester, which is sort of crazy for me to think about. It feels like it was years ago at this point, but it was just about maybe 10 to 8 months ago. If you go to the next slide, that would be wonderful, Caroline. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, and I came to ASU specifically for the School of Sustainability. I was really attracted to the interdisciplinary approach that it gave. I became interested in environmental science when I was in high school, and I loved it, but I always failed the lab assignments. I didn't know why. I was like so bad at them. And I wanted to do something about the environment and helping with that, and sustainability, which had a little more of a focus, and humanities approach to it at ASU really drew me in. So I'm here about to finish up with my concentration in international development. My interests beyond that are also in social entrepreneurship and sustainability leadership. And I'm in a leadership program at ASU for cross-sector leaders. And I absolutely love that and seeing how it ties into my sustainability education. As far as being a mentee in the Fraser Global Mentorship Program, I was really looking for an opportunity to have some experiential learning and learn more from someone who has done so much in the field of international leadership and sustainability, and try to figure out where I want to go after I finish up here at ASU. And that has helped me a lot through this experience. If you go to the next slide. So I don't think I need to introduce Amanda any further. The only thing that I would say otherwise is that I feel like I could say any international organization or person that I look up to, and Amanda would somehow have a connection to it, or be able to speak upon like, oh, my friend that works at this organization, when we had dinner here, I can put you in contact, don't worry. So it was absolutely amazing to be able to just have access to her knowledge and everything that she's done. As a student, I have to say that this is probably the most influential experience that I've had while at ASU in terms of my career growth and personal development. I had monthly meetings with her via Zoom with my fellow mentee, Alexandra Hill, who was a master's student in, I believe the same one as you, Sakshi, the Masters of Sustainable Solutions program, and Chloe, which Amanda mentioned, was on those calls with me, also very helpful. And Amanda helped me learn a lot about how to present myself better. I remember she had us do one activity about thinking about a place we'd like to work, or someone we would like to have as a future mentor, and how we could pitch ourselves to them and ask for them to be a mentor. And I did that for the CEO of Tony's Chocolonely, which is a chocolate company that I work for now. And this has really come in handy because as I work on my honors thesis, I'm doing the same thing, and I'm about to contact this exact person to help me with it. So it all came full circle, and I'm very grateful for that. But of course, beyond this, understanding what I value in a career and my goals with it, and communicating my skills and what I can bring to make me the right fit and get me into these places that Amanda is encouraging me to go. Next slide, please. In terms of global sustainability, this conference and the mentorship experience has been really valuable in helping me understand the value of youth. I mean, I already knew this to an extent as a young person, but being at a conference where we were pretty much the only young people, and ideas and concepts that we had about how to approach these issues almost just didn't come up at all out of the mouths of some of these people that were speaking, made me realize just how important representation in terms of like age differences and youth and perspectives are. Also that leaders need to know what they're working towards and how they want to achieve it by leading with intention. You can't just lead for the sake of leading. You need to know what you're working towards. And Amanda having her great network and exposing us to amazing people really just reinforced the idea that networking is never a waste of time, and you never know when someone might be able to help you out and do something huge and amazing for the world. Next slide, please. And as for my future, I had sort of been straying away from the idea of working in an international organization and development, but every time that I connect with Amanda, I always have that passion rekindled and want to go back into it. So maybe that's where I go. Otherwise, right now, I'm definitely not afraid to try different things, and I'm working on some grad school applications. And sort of depends, of course, where I get in, what money I get, but I might be going down the international development and business route, maybe social entrepreneurship or sustainability, leadership, and management. So fingers crossed, we will have a positive answer and outcome to that within the next few months. Thank you.
All right, hello. Wonderful to be here. Again, thank you to the Frasers for this opportunity. It was amazing. I'm Lizzie Quigley. I was a mentee of Amanda this past semester. And if we go to the next slide, thank you. So I am a third-year honors student. I'll be graduating in May of 2023 with degrees in supply chain management and sustainability. I originally came to ASU as a finance major purely because it seemed like my best option. I was interested in changing the world, but I had no idea how. But beginning my freshman year, I was presented with an opportunity to lead and create programming surrounding the Sustainable Development Goals. And that changed my entire life. It changed my perspective. I realized sustainability is an area I'm incredibly passionate about, and that the UN Sustainable Development Goals are something I now live by. So that led me to changing my major to sustainability and supply chain management so I can pursue future paths that create a change. And that makes my interest in sustainable development, sustainability education, leadership development, putting that all together into a collaborative effort to make a better future. If we go to the next slide. My mentorship experience was amazing. Amanda, amazing. I really wanted to be a part of this program because I've worked with Amanda previously, have admired her and all the work that she's done, and I wanted to learn more about how I can enter a position that's creating a positive change and helping others create change too in the future. And I additionally, the opportunity to go to Geneva, which houses the UN, and learn more about global leadership and creating change and sustainable development from an in-person perspective was an opportunity I could not miss. So our mentorship meetings this past semester, there were 2 other students. We met 3 times for about an hour, and we all, through a collaborative effort, learned about each other and learned from Amanda what we could do to become better professionals and better makers of change. So we worked on how to introduce ourselves, personal statements, how to recognize what our skills are and to apply them to who we are talking to build up our reputation ourselves and create future partnerships. We learned about core values, career anchors, which I found really helpful. It made me realize that at the end of the day, my focus is creating change, having service in the work that I do. But I also learned that I have a very strong entrepreneurial perspective, which I did not realize about myself. And then we learned about networking and how to get mentors, how to get sponsors, and build connections with others to further support your goals, but also apply what your knowledge, your talents, your connections to others to help support theirs. Next slide. This was an amazing opportunity for global sustainability. The experience alone being in Geneva, which is a global city, was insane. It really showed me what it's like to connect with different people from around the world, different perspectives, seeing all these people that come from very different backgrounds that all have the same goal of improving the lives of others globally was very inspiring. And just being in a different place where my French improved significantly over the course of a week, it was amazing. Just being in a situation beyond what you're used to was a really eye-opening experience. And my perspective towards the role of myself and the US in the world really changed. I previously was not as aware of how important it is for individual leadership as well as global leadership, and the role that we as US citizens or Western citizens serve in supporting goals and putting a push behind bigger initiatives for creating global sustainable change, and the need for collaboration between all of our different perspectives, all of our different backgrounds, to create this change overall. Future plans, I have jokes about this, but it is true. This experience did give me a quarter life crisis. It was an amazing experience, and it really changed my perspective about what I want to do in the future. All good things. I have now, instead of 1 or 2 options I was thinking about, probably 27. But I feel more motivated and confident about pursuing leadership roles and in the future after witnessing people acting in these positions in person and recognizing that I can do those myself, and recognizing the skills that I might not have yet, but I see myself having the ability to gain them in the future. So I love the UN Sustainable Development Goals, as I've said before, which really makes me want to look into leadership and policy at an international level and pursuing sustainable development globally. But I also recognize that I really would love to pursue that through an educational path too. One of my focuses is behavioral change and sustainability that I'm really interested in. And that was initiated again by this experience. But even though I'm a supply chain major, thought I had given up on corporate sustainability. And with all the wonderful people we met during this trip, that was renewed once again, and I might want to pursue that path in the future. So all together, I know I want to create change and I want to do something great, but we'll see which path I take at the end.
I can jump on here. A little bit about our wonderful experience in the city of Geneva. Not only did we get to go to the conference, but we had plenty of time to do some site visits, meet amazing people, and be immersed in another culture. And for some people, it was their first time even leaving the country. So that was really exciting to be able to experience that alongside them and see all their excitement and new things. But if you go to the next slide, Caroline, I have a list of some of the different site visits and things we got to do. We saw the Old Town, had dinner with Susan Craig, who I will talk about, met with Procter & Gamble executive, went to the Interparliamentary Union, saw the UN building, of course, the conference, some amazing churches. And then if you haven't been to Geneva, they have this huge water fountain that is like, can't even be described as a fountain. It's just a jet of water that just shoots up into the air so high. And it's emblematic of the city. But talking about the IPU visit, we all got to meet with 2 people. This was Martin Chongong. He was the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, and he was the first African Secretary General of it. Yes, I'm getting that right. He was so nice to take time to meet with us. And we also met with, if you can see, Jess is on the left side of this photo. Next to Jess in the shade a little bit is Zaina Halal. She is the Director of Youth and Gender Programming for the IPU. We got to meet with both of them and ask them about not only their experiences working in this organization, but they answered questions for us. And this is probably one of the highlights of the trip for me. They were so kind to give us time. And if you go to the next slide, I have more exciting things to share. We saw the UN office. We didn't get to go in because of COVID restrictions, but that's okay. Another time. But we stopped by here multiple times, just going by on our way to and from the conference, seeing a Fridays for Future climate protest, taking photos, of course, looking all fancy, and being a place where a lot of us want to potentially work or pass through sometime in the future during our careers. It was really exciting to see this in person and sort of understand how this isn't just an unattainable place that we see work being done and all these like formal announcements and findings being pushed out across the world. There's real people that could be us going here, and we were really happy to be able to see it in person. Next slide, please. Geneva was a beautiful city. This is from the top of St. Peter's Cathedral, which we did a tour of, got our impromptu tour of the city by Amanda. And it was just wonderful again to see for a lot of people their first time being in Europe or outside of the country, and what different styles of urban design and living look like. And a lot of concepts that we've maybe studied before in our classes really come to life. You don't understand that until you get to physically experience it. And we had fun, some great food, saw some museums, just a great time overall. And then next slide would be wonderful. And I think I'm going to pass it off to Lizzie. It's you doing this.
Yes, thank you, Jackson. So one of the parts of our site visit was attending the International Leadership Association conference, which we did for 3 days while we were in Geneva. So if you go to the next slide, please. So this, as Amanda mentioned before, it's really important to just see the different layers of leadership and to be open-minded to altering your perspective towards leadership and how you take action. So the focus of this conference was reimagining leadership together. And as students interacting with professionals during this experience, it really brought together that whole idea of collaborative intergenerational leadership. So we had many amazing experiences attending plenaries and seeing so many amazing world leaders share their viewpoints and also debate on stage their varying perspectives, which I thought was really a really cool experience to see people be real and not just say words they memorized, but to really share their opinions and show how they're passionate about different topics. But the overall conference with the sessions and panels really had a wide perspective of the different areas that you need leadership in to create change. We learned about business leadership and how it can be used for the better. We learned about gender equality and how it's women in corporate boards. It's just really important to have women in charge when it comes to corporations to really focus on creating a change, and reimagining leadership development and how to create a sustainable future was something that students even got to participate in and really talk to people from very different perspectives, different generations, and how they view leadership versus how we do, and kind of find a way to collaborate our different views on how all of us will pursue it looking at leadership in the future. So altogether, an amazing experience and learning experience for all of us students. And if you go to the next slide.
I can get this one. And Lizzie, talking about seeing these global leaders being real, we definitely got to see this in a breakout session that Amanda helped. I think she was on the panel for, I don't think you were moderating. It was for global leadership and higher education. And we definitely had some, I wouldn't say heated discussions, but we had people not afraid to share their real thoughts. And it was getting a little out of hand in terms of managing the flow of things. But it was interesting to see that. And we appreciated, again, seeing that these people aren't just robots that speak on behalf of an organization. They have their own beliefs and opinions that go behind everything that they do. But in this one, I even got a chance to speak up and say something in front of the group, which was nerve-wracking as a young person, but also really motivating and inspiring. And I think it's refreshing too for even all these other attendees to see young people sharing their voices about the value of youth leadership and representation in these spaces, because how are we going to have a sustainable and just future if we don't have the people that are going to be living this future making it happen? I wonder. But we got to represent not only in these sessions, but Amanda mentioned that we had our booth where we could represent ASU, CGF, and GFL to other attendees. And this was our booth in the photo here, where each of us took turns every morning speaking to people who came up and telling them all about our amazing experiences while at ASU.
Yes, and so our closing plenary, Code Red for Humanity, at this conference really embraced the cross-section between current leadership and future leadership. This was an opportunity that us students got to participate in. We got to speak in front of an audience and make a call for action from the current leaders of today for creating change and creating a better world. And the panel was amazing. It brought together, we had the Secretary General of the IPU, we had a CEO, we had a philanthropist that's starting their own work. There's there's amazing people that are doing the most amazing work, and seeing them discuss and also being a part of that experience was amazing for us students. And us students got to open and close with excerpts from Amanda Gorman's poem Earthrise. So we can go to the next slide. This poem and the statements we chose to speak really were a call for creating change. We were trying to help the people in attendance recognize that us youth recognize that they are the ones that have the power right now, the power to create change and to set the stage for future generations coming in to continue that work and to continue that change. So it was really altogether a call for action that we opened the plenary with and closed for an overall just boost of motivation from everyone. Next slide.
And to wrap us up here, we not only got to attend the conference, do these amazing site visits, experience Geneva, all the students were able to participate in the International Student Case Competition, which required us to propose a solution to any global issue associated with the SDGs that I listed here. So no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, or climate action. And we had to propose a solution using leadership theory. And this had to be an academic presentation, also rooted in feasibility. And we competed against student teams from all across the world, some of which were also at the conference, by completing a poster presentation and executive summary document. And then if we were selected, we would move on to a final round and do it again. We had two ASU teams, one undergraduate and one graduate team. And I was on the undergraduate team, but I'm going to hand it over to Lizzie to talk about her experience with her graduate level team. If you could go to the next slide, please.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. So yes, there were 4 of us on this team, and we decided to focus on SDG 5, gender equality. And the problem we decided to focus on was gender inequality in sports, with a focus on the sexualization of women and girls. So this is a very complicated issue that we recognize it's important to focus on, because sports are something that are viewed globally, and they are a visual of gender equality and gender treatment. So it's for the sake of future generations, it was really important for us to see that this issue is something that's solved in terms of making sure that future generations recognize that gender equality is incredibly important. So since many sports organizations are run by corporations, we decided to focus on women leadership in these corporations that can set a bar and standards for women in these organizations being treated fairly. We're focusing on issues of equal pay, and then making sure that sports uniforms and how women are displayed in advertisement in these sports is fair and does not sexualize them, as that creates negative connotations towards the treatment of women. So we also focused on preparing women to take these positions of power, building confidence in women so that they feel ready to take these roles, and then also displaying that there are women that are capable and in power to inspire future generations. And that is how our case did.
And my group focused on SDG 2, which is zero hunger. And I was accompanied by Chloe Billingsley and Kylie Rath for our undergraduate team of ASU students. And we focused on using humanistic management and participatory governance to address food insecurity in Arizona Native American reservations. So it just so happens that Arizona has exceptionally high levels of food insecurity on its reservations, particularly Navajo Nation. And we wanted to figure out, especially considering that these communities are often the ones that are farming and producing a lot of the food themselves, how could it be that they are food insecure? And we proposed solutions to better incorporate Native American leaders and food system experts into the state of Arizona's decision-making for food policy and shifting how supply chain operations work to allow these communities to reap the benefits of the food that they grow directly, instead of having to grow it, sell it somewhere else, for them to sell it through a retailer, and then they have to go to this retailer that sells it to them for such an overpriced rate that we know there's awful inflation on reservations as well that makes food really inaccessible. So with this solution, we were actually lucky enough to be selected to present in the final, which was, we are one of 3 undergraduate student teams competing for a prize of $1,000. And here you can see, presenting on a Zoom laptop isn't always the most conducive and fun, but we made it work. And while we weren't selected as the winning team, it was a really great experience to be able to present in front of another panel of judges, gain feedback, and hone our presentation and research skills when it comes to addressing global issues. And maybe this won't work so well over Zoom, because I know sometimes videos don't send the best, but I believe Jess has compiled a video of all of our student testimonies that we had while in Geneva. If we want to give that a go, Caroline.
Let's do it. Let's see, it should work. If not, all right, feel free to wave me down if it doesn't play right. But this is kind of like news reporter style, all the students' experience in Geneva. They did testimonials throughout the trip.
Should I stop share, Jess?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
There you go.
Awesome. Can everyone see the screen okay? Perfect. Okay.
We're attending the International Leadership Association conference later this week, and I'm super excited because this is my first time being outside of America, so this has been great so far. I'm super excited to be here.
Hello, my name is Jackson Schuffelbein. I'm a CGF student here at St. Peter's Cathedral in Geneva, getting ready to attend the International Leadership Association Global Summit. I'm here with some other students who submitted case competitions, and we are getting ready to speak in a plenary session and represent ASU and have a great time.
Bienvenue à Genève, bonjour! Bonjour!
Hi there, my name is Amanda Kiviajo. I'm at the College of Global Futures and I'm majoring in sustainability. We are really excited. We're in Geneva and as you can see the Mont Blanc mountains are behind me.
Hey everyone, my name is Sasha. I am a second year in the Master's in Sustainable Solutions program here at the UN Geneva building. We just had an amazing opportunity to visit the Interpol Union and have a piece of Taipei in Geneva. Hi, my name is Lizzie. I'm a junior studying supply chain management and sustainability. Today we are in Geneva, Switzerland on our first day at the International Leadership Association conference. We just finished our first plenary and the final speaker reminded us that the youth are not the leaders of tomorrow, but the leaders of today.
Hi, I'm Chloe Billingsley. We're here at the second day of the ILA Reimagine Leadership for Virginia Global Futures Conference. We're getting ready to open the closing plenary session, Code Red for Humanity. I can't wait for you guys to catch up on the great work we've been doing here in the videos. See you then.
Climate change is the greatest challenge of our time. Of this, you are certainly all aware.
I tell you this, not to scare you, but to prepare you, to dare you to dream a different reality.
For it is the obscure, the oppressed, the poor, who when the disaster is declared done, still suffer more than anyone. You don't need to be a politician to make it your mission.
To conserve, to protect, to preserve that one and only home that is ours.
To use your unique powers to give future generations the planet we deserve. There is no rehearsal for climate change reversal. The time is now, now, now!
Hi, my name is Grace, and we just finished up day 2 at the ILA conference, and now we're here to the United Nations
and have the Friday for Your Futures climate protest started by Greta Thunberg.
All right. I think
wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations, students, on the incredible presentation, the experience that you had, and thank you again to Amanda and Jess for putting this whole thing together. And I want to open it up for questions at this time if people want to make questions or comments. Elisa, oh, that was a celebratory note there. Who would like to ask some questions?
And a huge thank you to Jess, who really was an absolute rock. Jess, we are all so, so grateful to you. Thank you.
Anyone have questions or comments that they'd like to share? Thanks, Chris.
I'll just make a comment. This is amazing, really extraordinary. So obviously you all learned a great deal from Amanda Allison. I'm not surprised. Amanda's amazing. She clearly had a very positive impact on you, and I know that that's going to make a difference, not just during the time that you spent with Amanda and Jess, but in the years going forward. So thanks very much to all of you for a really great presentation. I'm sorry I have to run. Hey, Curtis. Nice to see you. I have to run to another meeting, but congratulations. This was amazing.
Thank you.
So this is Curtis. I was curious to know how many other students or student organizations or universities were represented in Geneva.
Curtis, hi, it's Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
I think there were 42 other universities who were involved in the case competition. And in terms of the number that were actually there with students, that I don't know, but we could find out for you.
I'd like to just, say a couple of things that, first of all, I remember when Amanda first floated this idea that she was going to be the chairwoman at the conference, and COVID was going on, and I don't know, it's just amazing to me that the team here made it happen. I had very little to do with this time around. I'm just stunned. And, having a lot of you in my classes and whatnot, it's amazing to see you guys take the work from the classroom and put it into play and bring it back. I can't compliment you any more than I could think of. Really just amazing work by everybody, Amanda, the whole team, and all you students. And I'm thrilled. I'm just really thrilled.
I have a question for the students. I'd love to hear from each of you on what, maybe this experience, what's one thing that changed your thinking on something? So was there something that you learned or an interaction that you had during the conference that made you think differently about something, and what was that experience?
I can start. I realized that leadership is not just something that you engage in and just sort of fall into place with, and that it's something that is, one, a field of study, but two, something that's like extremely valuable to understand in terms of how you engage people that you are leading and how you lead them for achieving an outcome. So as I'm looking towards grad school and where I might go with that, I'm actually looking a lot more towards programs that are in either leadership and management for sustainability outcomes. And that's where I'm taking the direction of my thesis as well.
Great, thank you.
I can go next. One of the sessions actually on the last day was really impactful for me, and it was about how can you cultivate inner sustainability to further your own leadership. And I think it was from a woman from the University of Cambridge, I believe. And I really liked it because after talking to her after the session, she talked about how introverts can be good leaders and how the typical model of being a leader is not someone who is all extroverted. And I liked her emphasis on cultivating, like whether it's mental health or just well-being, how crucial those two things are in leadership.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think what I learned was just how many varying perspectives on leadership there are, and it also helped reaffirm my own. In one of the final sessions we attended, I had a conversation with a gentleman who was a little older, and his perspective on leadership was completely different than mine. He really believed there are leaders and there are followers, and that reaffirmed my own view that leadership is collaborative and it should be across the board. Everyone has the potential to be a leader. And it really reaffirmed my values of wanting to help others with leadership development, help others recognize that they are leaders too in their own areas, and really just opened my eyes towards the different perspectives that we need to work on.
Great, thank you. That's all. I think what you shared shows that there's different ways to view leadership. So you definitely all learned that, I think, through this experience.
So I'm curious for each of you, doing public speaking can be nerve-wracking, right? And so number one, my first question is just a yes or no as to whether or not this was your first time presenting in front of a group of people of that scale and size and being at a conference. And if it was, or whether it was not, that being such a unique experience, did you have any takeaways as being a presenter for those presentations that you could carry with you into the future? Does it excite you to do things that are more public facing for your career? I'm just kind of curious about how that affected you.
Yeah, it definitely was my first time speaking at a large conference, especially at Danciu. But it helped a lot, the fact that Jess as well as Chloe helped us practice a lot, and the fact that I wasn't doing it alone and that I had all my peers with me definitely took the nerves off as well. And I think that the key thing I would probably take away is the fact that you need to practice a lot. I'm not someone who can do impromptu or anything, so the fact that we knew exactly what to say and we were well prepared helped a lot.
I had spoken in front of a group that size before, but maybe not of people of that caliber and standing. So that was really nerve-wracking. It also helped that the majority of people were online so that you could sort of ignore them and act like it wasn't as big as it was. I don't know if it necessarily affected where I see myself going in terms of a career doing something like that, but in terms of understanding how I think about my own ideas and really just simplifying them in terms of how I verbally express them and taking away all the fluff, it was really valuable for me. I think that was something that my whole group went through when we were practicing for our poster presentation. We realized that we were saying a whole lot of things that we maybe didn't have to express so much, and things that we assumed people wouldn't understand, but they probably actually would if we said it logically. So more about rhetoric when we worked on presentations is where I grew the most.
For me, it was not the first time that I've done public speaking or had to present to a crowd of that size, but it was very different because most of my presentations for the past year and a half have been online. So it was very interesting to be in person again, and it really made me recognize how different my presentation style has become, how I need to prepare, and that I'm recognizing I need to start finding a balance between memorization or just completely on the fly. I've always been an on the fly person. This was a purely memorized one, and I've been working on the balance between those two with public speaking because of that.
I know we're coming up on time, but a lightning question maybe of students that are interested in joining the Fraser Global Mentorship Program. What would your advice be to them? I feel like I know the answer. Would you advise them to take on this responsibility and this opportunity, and any kind of advice you'd shoot to those students?
And of course, I definitely advise them to take the mentorship. And I think my advice would be to ask as many questions as possible and not be afraid of doing that or be intimidated.
I would second that in terms of course, go after it. But I would say don't see your connection with your mentor as the only opportunity to meet people in your field and things that you're interested in, and use it as more of a springboard for reaching out into other directions as well.
I agree with both of you, and really Jackson's point of a springboard, definitely take this opportunity, but be ready to apply it to the work you're currently doing and the work you hope to do in the future. There's so much to gain from the experience, not only in the present, but in the future as well.
Thank you all so much. Thank you everyone for coming today and for celebrating this amazing success. I do just want to take a second to again thank Amanda for your mentorship, for your leadership, for developing leadership in our students and devoting your time and effort to our student development, because we really appreciate it. And I want to thank Jess for your everything, for all of your work, for your student support, for your responsiveness, for making sure people had COVID tests when they need them, and helping with all our travel, work, and just everything. So amazing, and thank you on that. To the students, congratulations. And also I want to recognize your hard work and dedication that went into this program, because I know that you put a lot into it, and you all represented ASU in the School of Sustainability in a highly professional manner. And that's just awesome. And I'm just so proud of you. And of course, I do also want to recognize, they're not here, but I wanted to recognize the Global Education Office for their support in the programming and for making sure that we were following all the protocols and for making this program happen safely. And for, of course, our travel office as well, who's helped us immensely with budgeting and all the things that went along with that. And I just want to round up with thanking the Fraser family once again for making this opportunity available to our students. I hope that that you've enjoyed the presentation and that you can appreciate the impact that it's had on our students, and that this is not the first time that I've heard from students that this has been among the most impactful experiences of their program. So I just wanted to share that with you, and thank you all once again for coming.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, welcome everybody. We are in intern room 1, the purple room. Joining us today are students who are finishing their SOS 484 internship capstone experience, and we're excited to hear their presentations. Allison, you're up first, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Allison Hewlett, for those of you who may not know me, and I will be talking about my internship with the City of Phoenix, specifically within the Affordable Housing Division. So to start off and just give you a quick overview of what I will be covering in this presentation. First, I will be talking about the City of Phoenix's mission statement in regards to affordable housing, my roles and responsibilities as an intern, the learning objectives I set at the beginning of my internship, some of the SOS core competencies that I felt fit within my internship, my overall reflection, and then lastly, my thank yous and acknowledgements. So to start off, the City of Phoenix has an overarching goal to address the pressing need for affordable housing by identifying the community's housing needs through outreach and policy initiatives. And so since August, I've gotten the privilege to work with the Choice Neighborhoods project management team within the Affordable Housing Division. And essentially our team is focused on the Edison Eastlake area within Phoenix. And this is actually one of the largest concentrations of public housing in the state of Arizona. And so one of the main goals within this project is to really revitalize this area through new remodels of public housing and creating mixed income housing, as well as revitalizing neighborhood amenities,
and just instilling this sense of pride and ownership within its community residents. And so as an intern, my primary role was to look at different grant applications and potential funding opportunities for the goals that Choice had set out to reach. And so in particular, I really looked at a lot of grants for the parks part of the project. And so anything that had to do with parks and green spaces, I would try and research, as well as focus on community spaces, because I got to be involved with a potential proposed amenity, which was the Edison Skate Plaza, and hopefully that will be coming into fruition soon. And so from my roles and responsibilities, I then got a ton of deliverables that I got to work towards throughout my internship. And so I'd say one of my main ones was research. And a lot of this had to do with the Edison Skate Plaza project. And so as someone who has never skated before, is not a skateboarder at all, I researched a ton about the infrastructure of what a skate plaza would look like. And I also researched grant opportunities that could potentially help us find funding for building this skate park. And so something that I worked on was the skate park project grant application. And that was really cool because I'd never done grant writing at this level or skill set. And so my supervisor, Teresa, was amazing and helped me throughout that project. I also worked on this heat mitigation organizational spreadsheet in Excel. And this essentially looked at all of the different quarters that the Choice Project has been open for. And I kind of cross-referenced everything that mentioned heat mitigation to see if we were making our goals, how we were making it, what angle we were coming from, very analytical side, but that was also super interesting because I kind of got the best of both worlds in that I got to do completely different things, but experience a little bit of everything. So I enjoyed that a lot. And then as far as my learning objectives, this was what I personally had outlined at the beginning of the semester on things that I wanted to work on. And so for my first one, build collaborative relationships with colleagues. I feel like this is the one that I actually met and was able to achieve just because of the nature of many of the projects that I worked on, like the Edison Skate Plaza, tended to be collaborative. For example, within that project, we had bi-weekly meetings where we would go through ideas, different things on the agenda, and then delegate who was going to work on what. And so that was extremely helpful. Also, my supervisor introduced one-on-one meetings with me, which I really liked because it helped me kind of get a handle on where I was at the beginning of the day. And she would just encourage me to kind of be like, hey, like, where are you at in terms of your project deliverables? How can I help you? Do you have any concerns? And so I got to be like, oh, like, I'm confused as to how to do this. Like, how should I organize this within Excel? And she would give me feedback that way. And that was super cool. As far as becoming proficient in Excel shortcuts, this I worked on the most consistently because I was constantly looking at spreadsheets all day, every day, it felt like. And so that was cool just because, yeah, I had the time to actually work on this learning objective. And so I felt like I also got a good handle on that. In regards to researching the urban heat island effect, this worked really well in tandem with the heat mitigation organization project that I got to work on. And so again, like, that was nice because I had a deliverable that was kind of shaped around this learning objective. And so I was able to consistently work through that, which I personally really appreciated. And then these are the 3 SOS core competencies that I felt I really found was present in my internship. And so for values thinking, this was really cool because something that I found and didn't really think of to associate with housing is cultural context of the place that you are redeveloping. And so within the Edison Eastlake area, prior to actually starting the development of our sites, the Choice Neighborhoods project actually started archaeological digs. And so just to be sensitive of what was there prior to us building and all of that, we wanted to make sure that we were sensitive to potential things that might arise within Indigenous communities, specifically within the Hohokam, just because they were the first people in that area, and we wanted to make sure that we were dealing with this in a respectful manner. And so that was just really cool to see. As far as system thinking goes, you see this everywhere within the city because everything is collaborative and really holistic. So for example, just thinking through the Edison Skate Plaza, you have to not only collaborate with your teammates and the people within Choice and that specific office, but then you have to talk to the designers and what they're able to build and kind of their idea as what they would see for the project. You also have to talk to Parks and Rec, and they want to know, hey, how are you going to maintain this skate plaza and what are you going to do to actually fund it? And so it's just constant collaboration at every single end that you can think of. And yeah, everything is really interrelated and interconnected in that manner. And then for future thinking, this is also like everywhere because as someone who's going to be a part of a project that is constantly ongoing and it's over the course of years, you really have to think ahead. And so this I really thought of with the heat mitigation project and how we're constantly looking at it over the different quarters that Choice has been open and doing this project. Because, you know, at the end of the day, when we finish this project, we want to be able to say like, hey, like we did our best to minimize the impacts of urban heat island, and we did this through so-and-so. And so for my overall reflection, I personally had an amazing experience with Choice and what was happening with it. And it kind of opened up a different variety of career paths that I was potentially interested in. And so I never thought of looking into AmeriCorps or exploring that route. But after talking to the Housing Vistas and getting to hear like their firsthand experience, now I'm kind of like, oh, like that's something that I could look into after I graduate. Again, project management, we talk about that all the time in planning, but it's not something that I've ever witnessed. And so getting to work under Teresa Ellis, who is the project manager for Choice, amazing. She's so cool. And I just got to learn so much from her and like what it means to be a project manager. And so I appreciated that. As far as housing goes, prior to this experience, I've only really worked in transportation and environmental planning sectors. So I didn't really think housing was something that I'd ever want to get into after undergrad. But now that I've seen like how important housing is, especially affordable housing for communities, housing is definitely something I'd like to explore in the future and see where that takes me. Lastly, I just want to give a massive shout out to Teresa Ellis, who is my mentor and supervisor for the entirety of the project. And she just worked with me every single day that I was there and let me ask literally anything and everything that I wanted to. And that was just really cool for me because it was a new experience and she was very encouraging. I also wanted to give a massive shout out to Mindy Davis, who introduced me to the project and gave me this opportunity to begin with. And she also just encouraged me constantly to let her know if there was anything she could do as a manager to help me feel more welcome, if there was anything I was interested in. And so, yeah, that was just super amazing to be able to work under these two women. And then I'd also like to acknowledge the Stardust Affordable Center Scholarship, who gave me a scholarship for the semester, and that was just really helpful because I do have to work to go to school, and so I got to cut hours back at my work and focus more on my internship in school, and I'm really grateful to them. Massive shout out to the Choice Neighborhoods Housing Division, who was super welcoming to me and like constantly allowed me to pester them with all my questions about literally everything. And then thank you to you guys for attending and listening to me ramble about my experience with Choice. That is it.
Thank you so much, Allison. Does anyone in our audience have questions? You can feel free to unmute yourself.
I have a question. It's Lauren Cuby, Center for Stardust Center Manager, and a wonderful presentation. Your enthusiasm is palpable and understandable, given all of the important work you're doing. So can you describe to us any of the challenges you thought you were faced with because of COVID and completing internship? What were the challenges and maybe even opportunities that COVID presented?
Yeah, I guess one of the main challenges would probably be the office environment. When I started my internship, we weren't at full capacity, and we still currently are not at full capacity within our division. And so that meant that everyone was in the office at different times of day or different days completely. And so sometimes collaborating could be difficult because we would have to go through Microsoft Teams and then set up like a video meeting. And it's just, for the nature of the work that we're doing, sometimes it's just easier to be able to actually visit the on-site places like Aotearoa, which was one of the housing units, and be able to like talk through and visualize what we were doing. And so I feel like that was a major thing. Also, because of COVID, we weren't able to hold a lot of community events. And so I personally only was able to attend one. And I was kind of sad about that because, yeah, if it was without the COVID era, I feel like I could have talked to residents more, and especially since community input is so important in something like affordable housing, I feel like that was definitely probably one of the main drawbacks that I personally faced.
Hi, Allison, this is Ryan.
Hello.
How do you think this project has changed your career trajectory, if at all? Has it?
Yeah. Okay, so initially going into this project, I really wanted to do environmental planning, and that's still something that I have a lot of hopes in and would like to eventually go into. But yeah, I never really thought of housing as something that I would like. I didn't think it was on my radar at all, if I'm going to be completely honest. But yeah, just seeing how passionate all of my colleagues are about this topic, how much time and effort they really put into all of the projects was just really encouraging for me to see, and like all the change that they're working towards. And so yeah, just like knowing that makes me want to go into housing. And so like I said during my reflection, I hope to explore it hopefully sometime in the near future after I graduate. And yeah, I'm definitely keeping my eyes open for any housing opportunities that may come my way.
Awesome. Thanks so much. If you have more questions for Allison, I encourage her to stick around and you can drop them in the chat. We will move on to our next presentation. We are on a tight schedule today. Nancy, so if you're ready to share your screen, I'm going to give you the floor. And if you have any trouble sharing your screen, I have a copy of your presentation. Ah, perfect. You're ready to go. All right. Thanks so much. Nancy, take it away.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Nancy Lopez. I might sound weird because I'm just really sick, but this is my presentation. For the introduction, I am a senior majoring in sustainability and minoring in project management, and I graduate in the spring. And I also intern for the same department as Allison. It's just interesting to see what she's doing because it's just completely different things. I as well work with low-income communities and engage a lot with the residents that we are helping. Some of the roles and responsibilities. Okay. I work with the community engagement team. I help plan events for the residents. I went to the main school that the residents went to, or like the children from the parents went to. I also help with presentations and flyers outlining sustainable practices for new homes, since they are going into we're relocating them to new apartments, which means that they now have to pay for their own utilities or for appliances they never really had to begin with. And I also help gather community opinions on current projects and help clean up and start the community garden for this winter. So for the results, I carried out a domestic violence awareness event for adults and children that also had to do with domestic violence awareness for pets. I helped carry out these events for a few days during the month of October, helped host a community garden cleanup and got the garden ready for planting. I also hosted a painting and gardening event for the same community garden, helped lead multiple community events, helped engage in October's Public Safety Month, and also created information on energy efficient practices for families moving into these new homes, like I said. And then for some of the learning outcomes and objectives, I learned a lot about the importance of community engagement. Going into this role, I didn't really know how much engagement I was going to be doing, and I've never done anything like this. So it was very interesting, and I think I did learn a lot about how much the community's input, like the value it has to the work we're doing to help them out. I also got to practice reaching out to organizations for certain things to help out the community residents, which I also have never done. So I got to experience a lot of that and get a lot of practice for any future roles. That goes along with some leadership skills during the events I hosted, which again, I've never gotten to do. So it was very challenging and nerve-wracking at first to host these events or reach out to different organizations, but I'm glad I was able to experience this because I did have a lot of guidance. Also help with self-sustainable visions for the future and learn the importance of sustainability awareness and how much of an impact it can make to just share it with anyone at any time. Okay. So I do, since I was involved with a lot of community engagement events, I do have a lot of pictures I wanted to show. This one was the event I hosted where we did a community cleanup. This is for the community garden. And this is actually kind of like towards the end. It was kind of like a mess only because during the summer, it's hard to keep up with the garden. So usually we help start it again in the winter. So this is me with some of the vistas, this is just the cleanup day, not the planting and painting day. And then this is one of the domestic violence awareness events. This was at Aeroterra, and we had events regarding domestic violence awareness for pets, which had to do with the spay and neuter clinic that we also hosted at Aeroterra. And we gave information on resources if anyone needs them, or if anyone needs to get out of a situation like that where they also accept the family as well as the pet, so they don't have to leave them behind. So that meant a lot to me too, because I do have a pet of my own. And in the middle picture shows all the kids. We also had an event for the kids after the adult one and the spay and neuter one. So we got to interact with the kids that attend that community, the school across from Aeroterra, and got to engage with them. And you could also see this tree with the like paw prints of people writing their pets' names. And yeah, that was one of the events. Another event I helped with was in the senior living area for Aeroterra. It was an event where we kind of went through certain like exercises and stretches they could do on their free time. And so it was actually separated into 2 rooms. One room had the Spanish speaking residents, and then the other one had English speaking residents, and I helped with the Spanish presentation, and I kind of just read through like information on certain exercises and stretches and had to demonstrate them as well. So that was really fun. This is another event. This was called Trash for Treats. This is where we got the kids that go to that school in the after school program to go to the park, and we gave them a bag, and they helped clean up all the trash around their park. That's like the community park. And after that, we gave them treats or like ice cream. And then also there were some officers who were there to help as well. And I got to take a picture with all of them, one of the vistas, and my supervisor, Courtney. And then another one of the events was a community bike ride. I got to bring my friend to this as well. You can bring your friends and family. And we did a bike ride around the community, and it was led and helped the officers helped lead this event and stopped oncoming traffic for us to ride around the community. And it was really fun engaging with everyone. And there was also information on bike ride safety and food provided for the residents or whoever came and participated. Okay, I showed this bottom picture, but the top left was another domestic violence awareness event I went to. This was at where the community garden is at. This is a separate event. This was just for the women and the women residents from that community. And it was just a fun event. We had music playing, we had different activities going on, and it was just fun interacting with all the residents. And I felt like I got really close to them, especially at this event. For my conclusion, I completely fell in love with the community I was working with and appreciated every event they attended. It did really mean a lot because there's so much work that goes into every event. I also formed a great relationship with my supervisor, and it was the first time I have ever worked with someone who cared so much about the community and was so passionate about their work. So that was also very, very inspiring. And I'm also grateful for the scholarship I received that allowed me to focus so much time and energy into this internship. And I would do it again if I could. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have questions?
Hi, Allison. Nancy, sorry. Nancy, hi, it's Ryan Johnson. I was going to ask the same question that I asked Allison, which is, how has this changed your outlook on your career path, if it has?
It definitely has. Like I said, going into this, I had no idea how much community engagement I was going to be a part of. I've never really worked with a community, but I absolutely loved it. It's very different than what I ever intended to do, but after doing this, I'm really open to the idea of working with communities in the future, wherever it is, and just helping them and watching them improve. And it was unexpected, but I think it definitely did might shift my career path.
Nancy, great job on everything. And so my question for you is, you showed so many good community events, and I'm curious, number one, about the domestic violence ones. Was there a partner? Like, who were the partners in terms of those particular events? And, when you were doing all these different events, is there something that you took away as kind of an aha, or, something that you learned about working with community and sort of these outreach and educational events?
So I worked a lot with my supervisor. We would get together and brainstorm a lot for these events. She would bring certain things to the events, I would bring other things, and together just form like these great informational events for both like the children and the adults. And we spread information about like pets and how they are also impacted by domestic violence. And I also got to learn a lot about it through my research and gathering all of these preparations for the events. I also realized the impact it had. Like, I met someone in one of these events who said she just really needed this information and found it very helpful, and it was just very emotional. And I keep in contact with her now because I just thought it was just great seeing how this event really helped even just one person find like the resources they needed. So it was very rewarding doing that.
That's great. Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions? I have one, but I can hold off if there is somebody else.
I have a question. Thank you, Nancy. That was really, it sounds like an amazing experience that you had. I am wondering, was there anything that you didn't know before that really, actually it's a very similar question to what Alicia just asked, I think. I don't know if you have anything else. Like, was there any sort of experience that you had that really opened your eyes to working in this field that you never thought about before? Was there something that really, or something that you learned that was new and you had never thought about before? Just kind of like Ryan mentioned, he had never thought about domestic violence and the impact on pets. Was there something else that you had never thought about before?
I guess I would just say the impact of community engagement and community output. I guess one of the first things I helped with was going to that school, and I got to help the students with their drawings and paintings that were actually going to be displayed in the new apartment complex that they're going to move into. So that meant a lot to the kids, and just for them to be able to see their artwork whenever they move into this new place, I feel like it's just amazing. And I didn't realize before how big of an impact these kind of smaller things had on the community. And it makes them kind of, I feel like it makes them closer together. So that was a great experience.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, I can see that. Sometimes these things that look like small things to organize could really mean something for people.
Okay,
thank you, Nancy. Such a great presentation. And I could not tell that you were sick. And your enthusiasm is palpable. And for you to explain all the social determinants of health and the connections with housing and housing insecurity, and to understand and communicate that is really powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Nancy, I do have a quick question for you before we move on to Haley's presentation. And that was that you said that there was a lot of things that you had done for the first time. So it sounds like you did some outreach communications, some maybe event management, some hosting or facilitating of activities. Did you have a particular favorite skill that you were drawn to and you felt like you grew the most in? Like what was the development of one of those things that you had never really done before? Like which were you attracted to that you think you might do more of?
I would say I had the best time kind of planning and preparing these events for them and trying to figure out what they would be more interested in and how to incorporate like something informational, but also make something kind of fun. So that I think was one of my favorite parts, especially when it came to doing things for both the adults or sometimes just women or sometimes just children. That was also all very different. And yeah, I think that was one of the best parts for me.
Well, knowing your audience is probably the best way to help craft your message so it's best received, right? That's great. Well, thank you so much for presenting your message today to this audience. Yes, a round of applause if you'd like to do that. If you have questions, feel free to use the chat. Nancy, I encourage you to respond to chat. And then Haley, if you are ready to share your presentation, go ahead. And if you have any technical difficulties, I have it ready to share in case you run into issues.
Okay, perfect. Hello, I'm Haley. Let me share my screen really fast with you guys. Here we are. Is this in the way at all? Can you see the little screens here? Should I minimize this?
It's up to you. If you want to do the presentation mode, it still should give you the buttons in the bottom left to advance the slides.
All right, cool. All right, perfect. So my internship was with the Tempe Community Action Agency at the Escalante Community Garden. So for my introduction, I'm currently pursuing my Bachelor of Science at the School of Sustainability here in Tempe with hopes to be part of the graduating class of fall of 2022. And the mission of TCAA is to foster dignity and self-reliance for the economically vulnerable in the communities that we serve. And then their mission statement for the community gardens, there are two, Escalante, and then there's one at Clark Park. The other intern, his presentation is later this afternoon, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. But our mission statement is to build community through the production of high quality organic fruits and vegetables. Community gardens offer opportunities to teach our neighbors about sustainable gardening and healthy cooking. And my connection with this garden would be that a couple years ago, I volunteered with an old roommate of mine. And when it came time to pick an internship, I remembered that I really enjoyed my time. We painted rocks to decorate the garden with the kiddos, and I thought that was great. So I felt like this would be the perfect opportunity to spend my few months, and it was. So my learning outcomes and objectives, I really wanted to focus on networking, just with especially the COVID era. Just being at home all the time, I really felt like I didn't have that opportunity to make as many relationships as I could have, especially since graduation is so close. So I really wanted to work with that. Definitely sustainable gardening techniques, and we are a pesticide-free garden, so I really wanted to learn all the like tips and tricks and like little things that you could do to make sure that that was possible. And then I really wanted to gain experience, of course, in a professional environment. As an intern, I'm in charge and people look to me to answer all their questions. So I really wanted to make sure that I was prepared for that. And I think I grew a lot over the semester. So my roles and responsibilities, I was in charge of the garden, of course, so we have to harvest the produce that's grown, planting more plants and flowers, the composting that we did, upkeep of the garden, so like picking up the trash, fertilizing the soil, turning the soil, and then pest control, like I mentioned. And then my main objective for the semester was doing the CSA orders that we did on Fridays, and that was with the local farmers in the area. So here's some photos. So here's an example of the fertilizing that we did. Underneath this hay is the fertilizer, and the hay kind of locks in all of the like nutrients and keeps the soil warmer since we are getting a little bit more chilly. Here's some wildflowers that grew so quickly. These were planted like a month ago. Here's the McClintock High soil bed. All of the soil got moved. One of the fraternities here at ASU, they actually helped us move all of that one of the Saturdays, and we painted this as our volunteer activity on 9/11, so that was a lot of fun. And then here is a picture of our garden beds, and all of these jars that you see here, we were trying out different spices to see which one were the most effective. So there's chili powder, cayenne pepper, and then cinnamon. So we put them all in different boxes to see which one would make the ants and all the squash bugs and aphids kind of go away. And cinnamon, fun fact, was the winner. So that was fun doing with the kids. Here's our farm bag CSA. Here's me with one of our volunteers. You see all of the bags that we have in the back. And then on the bottom right corner, everybody picking up their bags, and then our flyers up on the top right corner as well. So that was on the first and third Fridays. All of the produce gets delivered. We pack it all up, and then people come in to pick them up. And then we do offer EBT services as well. So there's room for everybody to be a part of this program. It's $14 or $22, and that was really neat being like the leader for that activity. And then here's some cool photos that I took of the honeybees that we have and the sunflowers. And then this was the day that inspired me to be more active with the kids that come in the garden. So as you can see, there's quite a handful of them that I was not prepared for, since I'm so used to people around my age or a little bit older coming in to volunteer. So this is what inspired me to want to do my community, the nature journal. And I have a link for that here shortly. And this was one of the groups that came in one of the weekends. This is another group of high schoolers that we had. We had goats that day. That was a lot of fun. This is Curtis, our other intern, Butters the goat. And then we had the little doggies that came in. We have stray cats that just sit on all of our beds and sit on our plants. And then Spooky Garden, this was a huge event that we were all working on through the whole semester. We were in charge of putting together, for the community center as well, their fall festival. And these are the decorations that we had. We had a vendor table right here with all of our information, and we were giving away plants to kind of help keep the community engaged. So that was fun. And then the community classes as well. This is when Jay came from the Arizona Citrus Tree Grove, he gave information on how to like take care of the citrus trees in Arizona. And that was super cool, having a big turnout. And you can see all the produce on the table. And then here's my link to my community nature journal. So hopefully that pops up nicely. Awesome. So I spent a majority of my semester coming up with fun ideas for the kids. So just a title page, rules, of course, gotta have those, a map. I wanted to make this usable at both the gardens, so that's why it's pretty general. And then color grids, word searches, items to bring and what not to bring, insects that they see, animals, word scrambles. And then this was my favorite part, coloring in bumblebees. And then that's the end of it. So just a nice little interactive thing for them to do while they were here. I wasn't expecting so much that I would be wanting to be so engaged with all the kids that came in. So that's something that I really toned into during my time there, which I'm really excited about. I didn't really think that that would be so interesting to me, but it was. Oops. And then so as my results, I did end up doing a lot of networking with the volunteers and the people that came in to do all of our classes. I created my nature journal, and I intend to add many more pages to that over the next few weeks. I did also get offered a job as the garden coordinator, so I start that in January, which I'm really excited for. And then of course, establishing relationship with my community members. The first few weeks I felt like this kind of shy, but now we're all just like the best of friends, and it's really great. And I'm really thankful to have that with them. So in conclusion, this opportunity was insane. Like, I'm so grateful that I chose to do this. It was perfect for me. I loved being outside. I loved learning everything that my supervisor Morgan had to teach me. Curtis, he was part of the Master Gardener program, so he just knew everything under the sun about soil and plants. I'm really looking forward to starting my position in January, as I mentioned, and then it's everything I could have imagined and more. So I'm really thankful for this opportunity, and thankful for my team. It's Curtis, and then me, and then Prescott. He's the one that has the presentation later. And then, of course, the Stardust Center for Affordable Homes and Family. Thank you so much for the scholarship opportunity. Thank you for reading my essay and loving my essay. That was incredible. And that's my presentation.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I've been to the Escalante Garden, and it's a phenomenal place. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, I really, like, when I visited a couple years ago, when I went to show up, like, for my internship, I was like, I don't think this is the same place. And it like, so much had changed over just a few years. So
I'll have to go back and visit. So Lauren has a question. Haley, was companion planting to minimize pest a part of the garden plan?
Yes. So I think I skipped over that, but yes, companion planting was awesome. It was really cool learning about that. Just how, like, when you plant one thing, it's easier to grow with other things. Like, for example, like with beets, it's good to do like beans and celery and putting those all together in the same beds. And then same thing with cover crops. Nancy mentioned it in hers, like how like in the summertime, it's definitely difficult to keep up with gardens, especially in Arizona. So learning about cover crops and the science behind that. I just thought you just put stuff in the dirt and it grew, but apparently there's just so much more to that. So it was really cool, and I'm excited to learn more. And I just want to know that garden inside and out. And I feel like there's just still more for me to absorb about it. And I can't wait for what has yet to come, even after, like, since we're done now here. I'm excited to keep moving forward with them. It's really great.
That's great. Does anyone else in our audience have questions for Haley?
Well, Haley, really great job. And you kind of talked about being surprised how much, you connected with the community and the kids in particular. So, and I know, congratulations on the job and the job offer. Do you feel like this is now a new avenue for you as this is my career? Is this kind of like a side venture, or how's this basically influenced how you're thinking about your professional life after your degree?
So I really was thinking that I was going to go into renewable energy. I was just going to be like in an office. Like, that was like what I thought about when I was starting school. And then as the internship was approaching, I'm like, I want to be outside. And then I was outside, like, working with adults. And then the kids came in, and it was just like, I love you guys. Like, I want to, they're just so interested, and they're so excited to learn. And when I presented the journal to them, that was just such a rewarding experience. And I'm doing my certificate in environmental education. So I think that even just like coming up with a curriculum for the kids at the community center for like sustainable gardening, composting, all of that. Mm-hmm. It's not something I thought was going to happen, but it did. And I look forward to working with Sam. She's in charge of all the children's classes. Her and I will be collaborating a lot come the new year. So it's definitely a completely different avenue, quite the U-turn actually from my journey that I thought I was on. So I look forward to this whole new perspective of things that I wasn't expecting at all.
That's great. Thank you.
I would just say it's Lauren, just as a Stardust Center program manager, really proud of your contributions to the program. And I know, Northeast Tempe is a real food desert. So providing healthy, accessible food to residents is so important. I know Mountain Park Health Center uses like a prescription, an RX for healthy food, and they give clients a prescription for picking up food boxes. And I think you're at the ground floor of a lot of really important work that cities are doing. And we're going to see more and more of that. And I think there's great interest at ASU and cities in developing a food forest, not just expanding upon the work of Escalante Center, but perhaps in the new Denali Plaza development, having an actual food forest. So keep your eyes out for future opportunities in the next few years, because I think you're primed and poised to really capture those opportunities.
I'm very excited. Thank you so much.
Haley, this is Ryan Johnson. As the owner of a backyard garden plot, I have to ask you, you went by really quickly, but I don't want to put chemicals on my garden. And you said cinnamon, right? I've tried peppers. I've tried pepper, but it's really hard. It doesn't really come out of the spray bottle. How do I apply cinnamon?
So I really just went to the dollar store and I bought 5 of each, and it comes with like the sprinkle side. So I didn't even dilute it with water. Like I literally just took it and I just I shook it out all along the sides of the beds, like where the ants trail up, and they freaked out. But I really thought that it was going to be the cayenne pepper because it's so spicy, but I don't know if you've ever like had too much cinnamon before, but it's also pretty potent as well. So I just went for it. I just did the straight powder and they were gone within.
You just did it dry, because I tried to put cayenne in a water solution in a spray bottle and it just clogged up the sprayer. So I'm gonna just try it dry then.
Just shake it all out. And like I said, just go to just get a bunch of them from the dollar store, and it works just as good as the McCormick spices. I can promise you that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Does anyone else have another question for Haley? Okay, well, we have 1 minute to go before Kimberly is scheduled to start, but if you, Kimberly, are ready to share your screen, I can pass it off to you now if you'd like.
That works.
All right, cool. Floor is yours.
Just a minute. All right, thank you for coming. And this is about my internship with Creighton Community Foundation, a nonprofit that is involved with fostering strong communities through food security. My name is Kimberly Hartley. I will be graduating in 10 days with the Bachelor of Science in Sustainability, and I'll be graduating summa cum laude. And at the Creighton Community Foundation, I'm a community garden intern, and my responsibilities include collaborating in the development of the garden, planning multiple garden events, leading volunteers in various tasks in the garden, and designing a pollinator garden in Google SketchUp, excuse me. And I've been creating templates, the project charter template and an event planning template. And I've been helping with running garden events, progressively more and more responsibility. And this is my team, which includes Tirsa, Barbara, Jeff, Fabiola, and Becca. And Tirsa is my direct supervisor, while Barbara is the person I work most closely with as the garden development leader. Jeff is the executive director, and he has a great vision for the garden. And Fabiola takes care of everything involved with SNAP, and Becca has her hands in everything, including outreach for the community. And these people are wonderful. I've had a great educational experience with them. Now, the goals for the garden have been to create a sustainable community garden for the neighborhood, to create teaching opportunities for the school children by getting the parents and teachers involved, supplement the cafeteria food with produce from the garden, improve food security for children and residents of the neighborhood, and to foster a strong community through involvement. And the only one we didn't make serious headway on during the semester was the third one, but we're still working on that one. We have several components in the garden, and this actually helped with the systems thinking. We have the Lear garden system, which starts with an IBC tank. This will eventually have tilapia in it, and as a long-term food source and as a provider of nutrients for the garden. And the water from there gets pumped into this reservoir, and then it filters down this sloped garden bed and into this rock pit at number 4. And that allows the water to be filtered and cleaned before it's pumped back up to the IBC tank again. It's kind of like an aquaponics system, except that it's open recirculating instead of closed. Another component of the Lear system is the rock pit. And we only had one to start with, but it serviced 2 of the garden beds, and we wanted to have more. So, excuse me, we had a big garden day, volunteer garden day on September 25th, where we started digging it at the second one. And then by October 20th, we had it down to about 2 feet with the help of our regular volunteers. This is Danny and Roger. And by the 23rd, which was another big garden day, it was down to about 2 feet. And then by the 17th, we had it all dug out and lined, and with these arches in the bottom to keep the water from being inundated with the rocks. And then up here is where we pump it out to go back to the IBC tank. And then there's Jeff after he jumped into the pit, and Barbara and 2 of our, Roger again, and George, 2 of our regular volunteers. We had a lot of volunteer involvement, so I got a lot of experience with engaging with the community. And then finally on the 20th was the community garden day that I was most involved with. And we had this huge rock pit where everybody was wheelbarrowing the rocks over to the pit. And we actually wound up finishing it. It took only a day to fill it up after about 2 months of digging it out. And another component is the garden bed. And here on the left, these are made of feed troughs that we drilled holes in the bottom of to make them, so that they could let the water out when we watered them. And then here on the right are the Lear garden beds. And as you can see, we have beautiful vegetables growing already. And altogether, we have about 560 square feet of growing room for our community. The pallet garden was the smallest component, but it's an easy project for community members to do. And we had several of them taken away by the community members so that they could plant herbs at their own houses. Now we have it up by the chicken coop. Our plan was to attach it to the side of the chicken coop to provide shade and to provide extra vitamins and nutrients as the chickens pecked at the different herbs. Now here is the pollinator garden that I designed in Google SketchUp to bring pollinators to the area. And it includes host plants for butterflies, which will allow children to come in and see the different life stages and provide a learning experience. And it also ensures that pollinators are near our vegetable garden so that we can have plenty of fertile crops. And we weren't able to implement the pollinator garden, but we were able to start it with a pollinator row. And we put that up against the fence, and we have 9 different types of plants included. Some of them are multiples of the same plant, but with the variety, we should have a variety of pollinators coming in and, you know, helping to attract and sustain them. Now, we had 4 major garden events during the semester, starting at August 28th, when I was in charge of the pallet garden. And we also rebuilt some Lear beds. And on September 25th, we were able to start the rock pit, put together a Lear bed, and also plant the pollinator row. On October 22nd, we had the school children from the school come out class by class to do activities in the, in the garden with our group. And on the 23rd, we had a charrette where the community came out and gave us ideas on what they wanted in the garden. And then on November 20th, I was in complete charge of that one. I had been getting progressively more and more responsibilities, but I was in charge of planning, ordering, and getting all of the stuff together for November 20th. And we were able to finish the rock pit, finish the 5th Lear bed, and get some things planted. So in conclusion, we had a wildly successful semester. The garden's been transformed and it's actively growing vegetables and pollinator plants. And the Lear systems have been installed and they're ready to go. We received 64 responses to the charrette, which allowed me to use my public participation planning skills. And my responsibility for the garden day on November 20th gave me more practice in project management, which I have a certificate for and had been wanting some experience with that. I feel that I'm more qualified to take on future responsibilities, and I'm grateful to Creighton Community Foundation and the Stafford Scholarship for all the opportunities I have. And I'm grateful for the wonderful people that I was able to enjoy during my time there. Any questions?
Does anyone have questions for Kimberly? You can feel free to unmute yourself.
I'll go. Kimberly, that was awesome. I learned a lot. I really enjoyed hearing everything about the Lear system. Here's my question for you. How much space did that take up? And is this something that is within their garden? I don't know how to phrase this. Is this done? Or are there multiple parts of this that they want to keep expanding on?
The Lear system, we have 6 garden beds, 2 garden pits and 6 beds. And we need to get 2 more tanks for the water, and then it will be done. And I would say it's about 60 by 20 is the area. There's also an orchard in there too. Mm-hmm. So we have pomegranates and citrus and apples. And it's quite a big area, but it's all on the outside of the school. The garden beds are anyway.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Kimberly, this is Ryan. I really enjoyed your slides. I think you did a nice job on the deck, pretty pictures and concise information. I want to ask you the same question that the previous students have received, which is, has this work affected the way you're thinking about your own future, or your career path, or wherever you're headed?
Yes, I really liked the community involvement aspect of it. It's the first time that I've actually worked with a lot of volunteers. And by doing so, I was able to exercise my leadership skills and, like I said, project management. And it's really cemented that I want to get into something where I'm working with the community and making things better for neighborhoods.
What's the future plans for the gardens that are connected to the school? Does the school have classes or intentions to involve the students on a regular basis?
Well, we have a monthly garden advisory board meeting where the teachers come in, and Barbara has a curriculum that she goes over with them and shows them how they can utilize the different aspects of the garden in with their curriculum, whether it's science or even PE, English. She has things for all of them and for different grades. So it's pretty involved.
That's awesome. We had a community garden at my elementary school that the kindergarten class and the 5th grade class had a regular standing appointment to take care of certain assigned beds. So does anyone else have any questions for Kimberly? All right. Well, Kira, you're scheduled to start at 4 p.m., but if you are ready to go a minute early, we can turn the floor over to you.
I'm ready to go. Let me share my screen.
Yep. Awesome.
All right, can everyone see that?
Yep, looks great.
So my name is Kira, and I am a junior studying sustainability and geographic information science here at ASU. And this semester, I worked with Dr. Kaylin Kretz at the School of Sustainability, researching sustainable urban land use management, and specifically planning and policies for biodiversity objectives. So first, I want to explain the context and problem that I'm aiming to address. So according to PBS, the plant and animal extinctions are occurring at a rate of at least 1,000 times faster than before human impact. So our impact on biodiversity loss through things like local development and global climate change implies that we are responsible to address this issue. And in addition, the significant impact of our actions suggests that we should be considered part of ecosystems, and ecological systems models should include our impact to understand and address those issues more properly. So due to our increasing human population, there is a really big demand for urban development. However, when it's unsustainable, there's a major threat to conservation and habitat degradation, and this will continue as long as unsustainable development continues. So in 2021, the Biden administration released a report which outlined conservation plans, but while this includes a combination of social dimensions and environmental justice and science, it highlights the importance of various stakeholders addressing these issues through protected areas. There is no mention of this in urban areas specifically, which are rapidly growing, and I feel like this is a really big area that should be addressed. So why should we care? I believe there should be rights for non-humans and ecosystems as a whole, but also humans are affected by the loss of ecosystem services, and there are connections between biodiversity loss and climate change as well. So my research questions were: what potential land management solutions have been discussed? How do these approaches address the threat of urbanization and actively support conservation objectives? And which areas require further research? So this slide just shows the significance of what I hope to do, showing urban land management solutions. So on the disciplinary side, there's the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the proactive strategies that are used to anticipate the needs of ecosystems before species are listed. And on the public impact side, there is the maintaining ecosystem services, including climate change mitigation, and human population growth requires innovative strategies. So my methods, throughout the semester, I created an academic literature review, and through this, a thesis proposal. And the academic literature review included 8 academic articles that covered a range of topics. So there are 3 broad focus areas. The potential solutions include improving the Endangered Species Act, implementing proactive voluntary conservation programs, and urban ecological infrastructure, which is also known as green infrastructure. It's slightly different, but it's more specific. And then improving the habitat quality on unprotected lands, researching geographic factors through case studies, and creating conservation planning models that are interdisciplinary, emphasize informed opportunism, and use modern technology for modeling more complex systems that we see today. And I wrote a research proposal based on these findings and the gaps in the literature. So this is just a slide showing like the themes that I found throughout the semester. So the land management approaches for conservation goals highlighted in the literature review advocated for interdisciplinary and stakeholder collaboration through proactive and voluntary actions. These include agreements on consistent terminology and emphasize modern technological tools like systems models and spatial data analysis to better understand these systems on spatial and temporal scales, including our human impact and natural processes. And the specific strategies that were mentioned were policy and program improvements, land use strategies, and conservation planning models. And this slide just shows the learning outcomes and the UN Sustainable Development Goals more specifically. So my personal learning outcomes from this research project were that I developed my academic research and communication skills, which I hope will prepare me for graduate school in urban planning. I also deepened my understanding of sustainable urban land use, land management, and planning practices specifically for biodiversity goals. And in terms of professional development, I discovered that I have a preference for self-guided work. And although I do enjoy academic reading literature, I am much more eager to dig into creative and hands-on work in the future. And in regard to the sustainability program here at ASU, I developed systems thinking skills and by analyzing stakeholder trade-offs. And I also developed values thinking when considering why humans have an obligation to protect biodiversity and address the ways which we are threatening it. On a broader scale, my research connects to 4 of the UN SDGs. So the first is goal 11, which is to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Goal 13 is to take action on take urgent action to combat global climate change and its impacts. And goal 14 is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And the last goal, 15, that is related to this project is to protect and restore and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems. This includes forest, desertification, and land degradation and biodiversity loss. So finally, going into next semester, I plan to continue this topic in my thesis for Barrett, and the focus will be on urban ecological infrastructure as a planning strategy, providing high quality habitat for wildlife in cities. So this encompasses both ecological structures and functions in cities. So investing in this will have a great potential to minimize the impacts of land conversion, specifically urbanization, on wildlife habitats. So through case studies in Arizona and California, well, in the literature, they showcase a helpful approach to focusing on geographic context. So in Arizona, I'll focus on central Arizona, which is about 100 miles north of Phoenix metro area, and major cities along coastal California. So both of these regions are home to a history of species diversity, but they also both face the threat of urbanization. They're both in different stages of urbanization. Currently, coastal California cities are very built up, while central Arizona is currently being developed. So this comparison will show a fundamental difference in urban ecology as a proactive approach versus a reactive approach in terms of the timeline of when it's implemented. And will also the comparison contrast will also be useful to gauge how and when specific strategies should be ideally implemented considering these factors. And this analysis will include historical species ranges, site conditions, and future planning strategy and policy implications. So in the literature, mapping technology was widely utilized to visualize significant spatial relationships. And I will create a map series that will portray interconnected features on various scales. And finally, this will lead to the formulation of strategy suggestions and performance indicators for addressing biodiversity goals through urban ecological practices. And that is everything. Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question. You mentioned very early on an idea about entities, non-human entities having rights. Is that a concept that exists anywhere right now?
Actually, I got into this topic from one of my classes. I'm currently taking an equity and justice class. And it is not very common of an argument in a lot of the ecology literature right now. Most of it is talking about climate change and human impacts, but I personally think that this is an important thing to look at. I know that indigenous nations they have this point very strongly, but otherwise it's not very often mentioned.
Kara, great job on everything. And one avenue, just building on that you can absolutely look at, because you're in my SOS class, the 310 class too, is rights of nature, because this is in the legal aspects and the law aspects. So if that's something that interests you, there are quite a lot of things written at the moment about rights of nature, and in particular one, and I cannot pronounce it because it's a Maori name of a river in New Zealand that was actually granted personhood status as a part of a legal case. And so it's quite interesting. But great job on all of this. And my question for you is, you've got a lot that you did, you have a lot that you're going into, and you obviously have a lot of interests. And so, was there one thing within the research that you did this last semester in particular that's really kind of maybe gave you a new insight of, oh, I didn't know I wanted to do this, or I wasn't thinking about this before?
Yeah, definitely the biggest thing that came up to me was that I feel that a lot of times we think of conservation in terms of being very separate from our own places. So we would have protected areas and those would be like reserved for nature. But I think that since land is becoming more and more scarce as we keep developing, like the thing that popped out to me was that we should be making sure we're developing with nature in mind so that it can continue in the same places. And that could just look like wetlands in Phoenix. We have some of those, and they are used for human purposes, but they also serve for like wildlife conservation as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
It's Ryan Johnson here. Hi, nice presentation. I liked your slides. Why do you think people don't pay attention to biodiversity loss? Is it just that it's not visible? Or what does the literature say about that?
Well, there was one article saying that it's really overshadowed by things we think of as more urgent and immediate, like climate change, but in reality, those things are really interconnected. So in order to address things like climate change, we have to address biodiversity too, and it can't be overshadowed by those issues.
Yeah, I mean, clearly we're dealing with systems, right? All these are systems and they're intertwined and connected. I worry about the biodiversity loss and the extinction as well, like you do. But I don't know why it doesn't get more attention, why people don't. I mean, clearly there are many campaigns out there to save some of the exotic species and, some of the big species that you think about in Africa and elsewhere, but just the widespread biodiversity loss is so alarming. I wish people would take it more seriously. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just throwing out a comment, I guess.
I guess just in response to that, I would say try and put a positive view on it, like seeing these solutions people can do, like creating urban ecological infrastructure, I think is just a really great perspective.
No, I'm glad you said that. I mean, I try to stay optimistic. And so what are you optimistic about?
I think it would just be really amazing to see a world where like we feel like we're in a healthy ecosystem too, because we are part of ecosystems. So I think if wildlife is happy and healthy in their habitats, we'll feel also comfortable in our environment too, because we share an environment. So yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Okay, if not, I think that if you want to use your reaction and give everybody an applause, I think that we had some really phenomenal presentations today. Thank you so much. for your time and energy and efforts all semester on developing your skills and your knowledge and your network, and then telling us all about it. Thank you. To our audience, thank you for asking great questions. Students, if you have any questions or need any follow-up, I'm sure Caroline would be happy to answer your questions about the internship experience. I will stop the recording, but I'll leave the Zoom room open for the next like 15 minutes or so if anyone feels like hanging out and chit-chatting. So thank you so much. And if you are done with the presentations and you don't want to hang out, then you are free to go. Enjoy your Friday and weekend.
Hello, my name is David Burgess, and I'm a senior here at Arizona State University. I'm a Bachelor of Science major in the School of Sustainability. My minor is in ecosystems. My track course is in energy, and I was fortunate enough to have Professor Jonathan Kelman oversee my project. Today we'll be talking about how climate change and water scarcity has changed the way that we should go forward sustainably to provide water for people, countries, ecosystems, and through nuclear energy. Climate change exacerbates water stress. Rising sea levels are causing fresh water to become brackish and become more salinity for drinking water. This will also increase the GDP as many countries will be trying to use their economics, however stressed they may be, to fight climate change and provide water for their resources, their people, their agriculture. This is also going to cause migration to happen. More people that live in rural communities are going to try to move to cities, and it's going to stress cities with their water as well. This will also have a rise in conflict as water scarcity will surely become more of a bargaining tool for many countries. Food sources and prices will be affected. And this will also increase health complications. As we all know, with bad water, there will be diseases and diseases as well as other complications. And droughts will also have a negative impact on ecosystems. Some will not be reversible, and we will have a loss of habitat and species. There are two kinds of desalinations. The first is reverse osmosis, and this is something that you might have underneath your sink in your kitchen. It is a force push membrane system that removes the solutes and produces fresh water. It uses less energy, it's more cost effective, and most of the power plants are run by natural gas, and they do emit a fair amount of CO2. Thermal distillation, much like moonshine, is still the same process. It mimics the natural process of water, where oceans may heat up late in the day, clouds form, rain falls. This is the separation of water from salt. It is more energy dependent and often is linked to refineries to use waste heat to run the distillation. These power plants put off a large amount of CO2. Next slide. So to start the study, we had to look at Israel. Israel was dealing with a 100-year-old drought, and their water source, the biggest water source, was the Sea of Galilee. They found out that in 1950s that a simple leek was growing a tree. From that, they learned how to use drip irrigation to run their agriculture. They perfected how many drops and how much fertilizer would be used to grow their crops. Then they went to a national campaign to conserve water. They used low flow toilets. They reclaimed 86% of their gray water for irrigation, the best in the world. The next best country is Spain at 12%. They currently have 6 RO desalination plants along the coast, the Mediterranean, and they are able to make 80% of their water from desalination. All of their plants run off natural gas, emitting still a fair amount of CO2, something that we want to get away from here in the School of Sustainability. But the surplus of water has allowed them to have positive export in produce in the billions. And they are now actually selling water to neighboring countries. Jordan is one of them. Next slide. This is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan was the first nuclear desalination plant in the world. This is a picture of the small BN350 fast breeder. It uses liquid sodium as its coolant, not water. And this is a very small reactor. Kazakhstan is along the Caspian Sea. It is very arid. And as much as they had for oil and natural gas, they did not have enough water. So they built this plant back in 1973 is when it first went online. And it ran up until 1999 without any complications. None at all. This was a small plant and it did 80,000 liters a day of water for the Kazakhstans. Next slide. So going forward, we want to move away from the large nuclear reactors that everybody knows about, and we want to start focusing on small modular reactors. This is the single core. This is one module. This is from a company called NuScale, and they're out of Oregon. One module can produce 77 megawatts. That's enough to run 70,000 homes. And this process will be used, they'll use the high heat that comes off the reactor to distillate the water. It's a passive design. They shut down by themselves. There's no chance of any critical conditions happening here. But one module can produce 60 million gallons a day of potable water. A 12 module unit can provide enough water for 4 million people, and that would be Cape Town, South Africa. So next slide. So why nuclear? Nuclear energy is a stable and safe means to produce large amounts of clean energy that does not emit greenhouse gases. So for the past 50 years, all the nuclear reactors that have been running have not been contributing to our current climate change. They also take up a small footprint. They might be 1 mile, square mile for one power plant. To put that in perspective, to meet the same power needs, you would need about 70 square miles for wind and about 40 to 50 square miles of solar. So it takes up a much larger footprint, and renewables are intermittent, whereas nuclear could run at full capacity 24/7. They're smaller units. They can be refilled every 5 to 7 years. They can be built into existing decommissioned coal power plants. So they can use the water, they could use the power lines. Because they're a smaller reactor, they don't need the big power lines. If you've ever been past the Palo Verde out there, you'll see the huge power lines that they have to use to run that much energy to California. Nuclear is the right choice as a base load. So what that means is that you can pair these up with renewables and you can have clean energy, and nuclear can handle where the renewables leave off. So if there's no wind or at night or just during the day, your city needs more during peak hours, all forms of energy will be clean, reliable, and work to reduce climate change. One power plant, an 8 module, can provide 60 million gallons from one module, and the rest of it can run up to 360 power for 360,000 people. This would work well in developing countries where one power source might meet the bulk of your country's needs. And then you can stagger that with renewables the farther out you go in urban communities. They're scalable, so you can build them to any size you need, and they'll meet the needs of populations. They will help reduce ecosystem impacts. You won't have to pull from natural aquifers like they do in South Texas, and they'll help mitigate climate change effects. And that is the end of it there. I do have to say that I've been very fortunate that even in the School of Sustainability, working with Professor Kelman, if any of you know who he is or have seen any of his lectures, you know this is a very dynamic person. and a ton of fun to learn from. He had a past in nuclear energy. I think one of his degrees is in nuclear energy, and just amazing. This project was really great to be able to take all of this great knowledge from the School of Sustainability and be able to focus it. And he helped me put things into place. This is how policy works. Saudi Arabia has a lot of desalination plants, and they use their natural resource of oil. They emit tons of CO2 into the atmosphere. And he said, yeah, that's policy working for you. You're using your resources. Okay, this all makes sense now. So to put all of this into perspective and to handle something such as future nuclear in the School of Sustainability, that probably doesn't always go hand in hand, but I was quite confident that a small reactor, one that's being built by Bill Gates here pretty soon, will meet the needs, the clean, efficient needs that we will need going forward. So any questions?
Yeah, let's open the floor to questions. We have about 4 minutes. And if you could open your camera, if you would have a question, that would really help just on our human interaction face to face. All right, and you can raise your hand, or you can just, this is a small group, you can just start talking.
I'll go first. I just wanted to say, I just saw your face light up when you were talking about the experience of working together with your mentor. So what were some of the moments of joy for you in this process, or like things that surprised you in this process?
You know, walking into this, it was huge. You know, when you're just looking at this whole grand scale. So when you're doing these projects, you're pretty much on your own. And you're having to go find out the information instead of doing an internship where you just show up and someone says, well, go over here and file these papers, that kind of deal. So at our first meeting, I'm coming in with these grand ideas of nuclear this and this huge and this that, and I've got environmentalists telling me I'm doing this and doing that. I mean, it got big. And he said, what we're going to do is we're just going to scale it down to a sliver that you can actually make an impact with. And I think in just general, for anybody in the School of Sustainability, when you find that one niche, that's what it's all about. Something that you feel you can handle and you're not going to save the whole world. Last night, I watched a video on the lady who went to Costa Rica on a vacation, toured a coffee plantation, and now she owns a very sustainable coffee shop in Phoenix and preaches sustainability. That's her one little niche that she can do something with. And that's what I encourage everybody. Just look for that niche. Your one thing will make a huge difference for so many.
What's the name of that coffee shop?
Fair Trade.
Oh yeah.
Fair Trade Coffee in downtown Phoenix.
Yeah.
I've never been there, but next week when we're done with school, I'm going to go find her. That was amazing.
I did work with coffee plantations, with family-owned coffee plantations, and I'm kind of newer to the area and looking for coffee shops. So that's also great advice.
That and Peixoto.
I love Peixoto. So that one, yes, know about Peixoto. I just don't get down to Chandler that often, but
they'll be coming.
I don't want to take
soon.
Everyone's question time. I just I can ask more if there aren't other questions, but
we have about 1 minute left.
Oh, 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get a chance, find Julia. She's one of the owners. It's her and her husband that own Peixoto. She had one of our ASU PhD students who was getting her PhD in sustainability, came and found her and did some work. And because her family owns the plantation in Brazil.
Okay, yeah.
And so they have reduced transportation. They have their warehouse here in Chandler. It used to be in Houston. Yeah. And you would have to tell the people in Houston, I need so many bags. And she's like, I need to eliminate that shipping. That's not good. So yeah.
Well, thanks for that takeaway of just trying to find your small sliver of where you can contribute.
Coffee and nuclear. How can we go wrong with this conversation?
Well, that was actually why I came. I know nothing about this. And so thank you for explaining the small modular reactors, because, you know, I can imagine your loved ones, there's like a pushback at first, or you have to explain yourself or something, you know, like what is it about the small modular reactors that work?
Well, sure.
You explained it really well.
One of my best friends is a structural engineer out of Los Alamos.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to get formulas on how to, figure out how much CO2 is going in. And he's like, why are you doing nuclear? Just go solar. We have plenty of land. We can just put more solar out there. And I said, you're talking to sustainability here. I said, at some point, you're just going to be trashing everything.
Yeah.
So
we're going to have
getting my time out
Thank you
here,
so much. We're going to have to stop there. Let's go ahead and put up your slides.
All right.
Sweet.
And then
So
I
we're
do have
gonna-
a poster for today.
Okay, great. And this is being recorded. And
perfect.
Okay, you want to just advance it one and take it back one just to make sure everything works well.
It's just a poster. So
Oh,
does
okay.
it?
Oh. Okay, so I'll let you navigate it.
Okay, let
and
me-
we'll go ahead and turn it over
guys.
to you and
Okay.
you can introduce yourself.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Dayanara Aviles, and I'm a junior at ASU, majoring in sustainability and civic and economic thought and leadership. My internship was with Dr. Kelly Larson, and we researched residents' attitudes and experiences with urban wildlife, the implications for human-wildlife coexistence. So for our introduction, again, we are researching human-wildlife coexistence and the attitudes that go behind that. The three questions we have for this specific report are 1, the level of comfort living in proximity to different wildlife taxa, 2, memorable positive and negative experiences at home and elsewhere, and 3, the positive influence of human-wildlife interactions on human well-being. This research comes from 24 convenience-based interviews with people living in single-family homes and apartments in the greater Phoenix area in Arizona. Fairly split with gender, and you can just see that race and ethnicity chart there as well. And we did these through Zoom and did transcriptions. And so to begin with the first question, the level of comfort with different wildlife. In the interview, to get this, we asked the specific question on how comfortable residents would feel with certain wildlife if they entered into their neighborhoods on the following scale, from very uncomfortable to very comfortable. And the results are up here in figure 1. We did an ANOVA test and a Tukey poke test. So you can see the left animals there are the ones that people felt high levels of comfort with, these being roadrunners, quail, rabbits, doves, and lizards. That middle section is your moderate comfort level, foxes, bats, coyotes, Gila monsters, snakes, and low comfort levels, Gila monsters was on the barrier, snakes, scorpions, and rattlesnakes. And so to carry on with this, later, we went and looked at all the unprompted mentions of these wildlife to get a further distinction on what wildlife popped up the most for positive, negative, and memorable experiences and where these take place. So for positive interactions, 56% of these occur in mountain preserves in suburban context, and 35% in or around homes, 9% from etc. places, seas, zoos, aquariums. The most memorable experiences, again, will be in mountain preserves and suburban context primarily, 22% in or around homes, 17% at beach, zoos, etc. And the negative interactions are 67% at 3% in desert preserves and suburban contexts. We have some quotes there that reflect people's feelings towards wildlife being in their personal spaces. The one on the left saying, I live in an apartment building, so there isn't really any wildlife. As it becomes more urbanized or suburbanized, there are fewer sightings of crazy wildlife. I used to see coyotes all the time. Now I see less of them with that urbanization. On the right, you see, I don't view wildlife as some negative intrusion into my home. I'm an intruder in their home. So I have every distinct conceptualization of what that relationship looks like and the dynamics within that relationship. So the one on the left is kind of a more common perspective that we got during this, and the one on the right highlights a distinct perspective that we saw through these interviews. And then an interesting note is from the negative human-wildlife interactions, the 67% at home tended to be in homes versus the home interactions that you see in the positive wildlife were majority outside homes, like in yards and backyards. So it just has this distinction of people who might be okay with animals still don't want them inside their house, versus if it's in the yard, it might be fine. Interviewees tend to have memorable experiences in the mountain preserves during recreational activities such as hiking, camping, and memorable interactions happen with strong emotions such as fear or uncertainty. Negative experiences for our group of interviewees were mainly wildlife that were seen as gross or icky, to bring a spotlight word that kept coming up with roaches and mice, or threatening, which was a popular theme with scorpions and snakes. Positive experiences occur at home with more common wildlife like birds and bunnies, and are wildlife that residents are okay with purposely trying to attract with feeders. And then we just have some quotes. The positive one, someone speaks of birds and owls, they make me feel good. They're part of my life. A mixed interaction is, it's really hard to scare javelinas off because they're mean, but the experience was pretty funny. And then a neutral one, in the past year, we've seen XYZ wildlife, snakes, lizards, scorpions, with no really emotions attached to it. And then we have part 3 of our research question, the effects of human-wildlife interactions on human well-being. 50% of our respondents have had spiritual interactions where they expressed feelings of connection, harmony, and serenity in relation to wildlife. 58% of these interactions occurred in that mountain context, and there are specific types of interactions where this happens the most. So again, you have your recreational outdoor activities, camping, hiking, going to the ocean. One respondent had a really interesting experience where they got to go on the Apache reservation, and they got to do a spiritual run with them, and a bird started flying above them, and he felt like it was accompanying them. So that is a memorable experience that in this section of our research, we're just finding the implications of kind of mental health and well-being. So seeing specific wildlife in the city, many participants appreciate birds living in or near their homes. Someone said particularly during the pandemic, seeing the birds and hearing the birds without seeing them was something that made them feel less lonely during the pandemic. And close encounters with wildlife, this respondent said they caught an octopus in the ocean that they later returned, and they felt they had a connection with the sea. They felt that the animals came to greet them. They were representing their father, the sea. So overall, we find that smaller birds and mammals are viewed most positively, and whereas venomous reptiles or wildlife are viewed as gross or most negatively. And regardless of the overall attitude with wildlife, residents tend to prefer wildlife to stay out of their homes and yards. And spiritual experience with wildlife occur in mountain areas or suburban contexts, especially for people who used to live in those areas and appreciate wildlife more due to the lack of wildlife in urban spaces. And for our next steps, we are working on 2 publications, one being how wildlife interactions at home and in urban areas affect potential coexistence factors, and a second publication on the positive and negative health outcomes associated with human-wildlife interactions. And then if there's any questions, feel free.
That was so great. You have beautiful visuals on here, Diana. They're really nice.
Thank you.
So this is my area of interest and kind of expertise, are these relationships that we have with the more than human world and what they mean to us. And so what I really like about what you showed is that there are some of those themes that it's like the cute things are the ones we want, but also we still want those outside of our houses. And I think that was so interesting, you know, because we don't want to find a scorpion in our house. But if there were maybe a gecko in our house, it might be a little bit more tolerable. And then if it were, you know, something cute with cute eyes. So it makes me wonder about what you think about these relationships in terms of conservation efforts or preservation efforts, things like that. So how could you use this research to make a case for better relationships with nature?
Yeah, so throughout our research, we're just kind of trying to find out how these attitudes even the positive ones, because many times when we talk about how can we have effective wildlife management in urban areas, it's dealing with the people who have negative views. But through our research, we see the people with positive attitudes towards wildlife are still a problem, not a problem, but an obstacle to find out how they also view wildlife management. Because people with positive attitudes don't always remain to be so positive when the time comes to actually be next to these animals. And so for us, seeing the places like in hiking, camping, and seeing where positive or memorable interactions happen and how we can help foster those kinds of interactions, and maybe where some people have negative interactions in those spaces, how can we help foster positive interactions to kind of at least promote neutral interactions instead of
like a do no harm kind of attitude, right? It reminds me of some work that someone else I know is doing about like parents and caregivers' perceptions of risk and danger and how that influences children's beliefs and fears. So I was making connections between your work and his work about how we form these fears of things that we don't know, don't understand, don't like how they look, and things like that.
Yeah, we actually had a really interesting respondent. Their memorable interaction was they were hiking with their family and they were near, not too close, but to Mama Bear and her cubs. And the child was just like, oh, cool, like bear. But when they turned around and they saw that their parents were fear and like shocked and just frozen in like fear, they were like, oh my gosh, I have to be afraid as well. And so that's the kind of things we're looking to and seeing how, like you said, parents do influence their children, and kind of these effects are seen generationally.
I don't know if anyone else has questions, but I could talk about this all day long.
Oh, I very much love this poster, and I think that there's a lot of great information here. I grew up in rural New Mexico, so it was not uncommon to see coyotes and wolves in the evening roaming around. And even here at Chandler, now that it's a lot cooler and we sleep with our windows open, we can hear the coyotes at the golf course across the street. And I think most people are okay with wildlife, you know, especially when you live on the outskirts of a big city like we do. They're fine with wildlife as long as it's not attacking their pets. Yeah. So their little dogs or little cats being taken by owls or coyotes, mainly coyotes. I think that's probably the biggest thing is that feeling safe is probably what they prefer more than anything. Yeah, don't get that scorpion in my house, but it's cool to look at.
Yeah, that not in my house kind of view. I was thinking though about the people with the positive feelings or affinity with these beings, and how they could also kind of cause harm to them too by wanting to get too close, feeding them, things like that. So having an idea of where these attitudes come from and then how we act on these attitudes too is an interesting angle for this work.
Yeah, or the people that get out at Yellowstone and want to look at the bears or the buffalo and, oh, let's get a picture. Oh, they're chasing us.
Yeah, we had so many interesting anecdotes. Like one respondent mentioned how they have a positive attitude with wildlife, but within their neighborhood social media group chats, they worry about how their neighbors respond to wildlife in close proximity to their home. So in her neighborhood, she had mentioned her neighbors will post things like, oh, I just ran over this snake that I saw on the road. And will look at the post and be like, well, they're not that harmful, but maybe you could harm someone in the neighborhood while trying to run over a snake or trying to shoot the snake or shoot the coyote. And so people with positive interactions sometimes do get too close, too comfortable, or sometimes they're worried about making the smart move in terms of how the other people around them will react.
All right, thank you so much for your talk. We're going to have to close it there and transition into the next speaker. You are available for further questions, yes, if offline, through email, take it. Okay, so Jerod, why don't you go ahead and share your screen, make sure you're good to go.
All right, can you all hear me? Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. And let's give it a minute. So Jerod, just to confirm, you're okay with being recorded?
Yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna let it roll then. And yeah, just let's give it till 3:30 at the top of the hour, half hour. And then you'll just go ahead and introduce yourself in same format, speak for however long you like, and then give time for Q&A. And nope, that's me. Wrong screen.
There we go.
There we go. Let's go into presenter mode.
And let's see, my presenter mode, I was just trying.
Should be that little icon down on the bottom, I think, to the left of the slider. Left of the slider bar. It's like a little screen. That should do it, let's hope. Hey, all right. Now then, please go ahead and just advance one and go back one. All right, looks good. It's all yours.
Good. All right. So my name is Jerod Fox. I am an intern with the North Willamette Wildlife District. So kind of ties in really nicely to that last presentation where my role is really working with the wildlife team here in Oregon, and I'm learning a lot. I'm a bachelor's of sustainability student with the School of Sustainability, and my internship supervisor here is our district biologist, Kurt License. And this is just a little bit about ODFW and me personally. So in the middle of this, we had a son. So there's a picture of me in my uniform. We got to bring him home from the hospital right in the middle of my internship. And it was just a great photo there that I got to share. The agency's mission here is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generations. And you can see the different principles there and the different things that we do here at ODFW. We do a lot with the fish and stuff, and my job specifically has been working on the wildlife side. So for me, the objectives of my internship here has really been getting some hands-on experience working with the biologists. So I did a lot of necropsies and gathering biological samples. We've been addressing wildlife conflicts and doing some habitat improvement and preservation, and then really trying to network with all the employees here and all the different partnering organizations that we have gotten to work with. So here is a slide that'll kind of walk through of just a few of the different things that I've gotten to do. So on the left, you'll see I'm doing a necropsy on an cervid elk head. And so we're looking and monitoring for the health of the elk population here in Oregon and trying to identify for chronic wasting disease. We just found out Idaho has their first known confirmed case of chronic wasting disease about 2 weeks ago in Idaho. So we're really trying to get a hold of as many samples as we can, whether that be, you'll see the black-tailed deer necropsy that we've done there in the bottom. And so we're harvesting obex and lymph nodes and different organs from these animals to try to identify disease. And we're also trying to identify the health of the species from hunter-harvest animals as well. So that cougar was a hunter-harvest animals, and we're checking to identify their age with their teeth and get the information about their genetic diversity there. Then we have a Cooper's hawk that was brought into our office with the unknown cause of death. So anytime that we have animals that are dying in the area. We are doing necropsies on them as well to try to identify what might be going wrong with the individual species. Through my internship, we had an oil spill in a local water, Kellogg Creek here in the Milwaukee, Portland area. So we were monitoring for impacts to wildlife, and we found a lot of oil ducks in this oil spill, and they're kind of hard to identify when they're oiled, but if you kind of see this duck here in the bottom right, its feathers look wet. So anytime you're seeing a duck with their feathers when they're appearing to be wet, you know there's something wrong with that duck and that they've been oiled. And you can see the sheen here, and it's a very light sheen, but it impacts the wildlife. And the ducks can die from hypothermia. So we were able to retrieve this duck here and take it to the Audubon Society here in Portland, and they actually just released it on Thanksgiving. So it was nice to be able to see this duck released. And the very first week of my internship was a really exciting 18-mile hike up Mount Hood. We got to climb 4,000 feet of elevation, so it was a pretty intense hike. And we set up a monitoring station to try to track wolverines. While we don't have any current sightings of wolverines in the Cascade Range here in Oregon, we have sighted them just in Washington North in the Cascade Range in Mount Adams a couple of years ago. So we are actively monitoring and trying to identify where their range is, and just be able to identify. You can identify them oftentimes by the pattern on their coat. So we have some trail cams set up adjacent to these bait stations, which dispense lure a scent onto, there's a cow femur. And this is a picture from a previous encounter that I was able to take here and share. And but it was just a beautiful day and a beautiful hike and a beautiful opportunity to get out and see the different wildlife that we have here in Oregon. All right, and that so that's it that I have for slides here for this presentation. And I'll go ahead and stop sharing, and then go back and open it up for whatever questions that y'all have.
Congratulations on becoming a father.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he was born at 24 weeks, so it's been a journey. Yeah.
How old is he now?
He's about 44 weeks, so
wow.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I was just thinking how exciting all of that sounded. And what did it take to prepare you for this internship? What kind of background knowledge did you bring into this opportunity?
So as background knowledge, I did grow up hunting. So in my family, that was a family tradition that my family had. So I had that background. So I've been working with the agency here and there. And then just my schooling here at ASU. So I took a lot of biology courses with ASU, and as well as the sustainability and the ecology courses, and was able to apply and get this internship. So yeah.
Sounds like an adventure, especially the hiking and, just being out there. I can't imagine how fun that was.
Yeah, it was a blast. We have one mountain goat that is up on Mount Hood, a Billy up on Mount Hood, and he was spotted over the summer just in that same sandy river canyon there. And so we were monitoring. We set up some more trail cams to try to get him on there as well. He's the only goat on the mountain, and we're hoping we'll get some more moved in. We can't move them in. They have to naturally go into the area. So we have some in the Mount Jefferson wilderness that we're hoping will come on up. So yeah.
I always wonder about how trail cams work and how you analyze that data. Does it mark times when something goes in front of it and then you revisit the footage later, or how does that even work?
It does mark the time on there and the date. But it is a lot of looking through photos because you'll get wind moving limbs and you get a ton of photos that you have to filter through, but it's always fun to check and see what's on there.
Because I was going to ask you, are there any like Easter eggs or funny things that you caught on your trail cams that you weren't expecting? Any visitors?
Bigfoot? Was Bigfoot there?
Right. I mean, that's the real question. No.
Yeah,
we have never found Bigfoot. We did get a really rare Sierra Nevada fox on the camera. So that was really exciting. We're kind of the northern tip of their range. And it's actually a black fox. They have different colors, but it's, yeah.
So you can tell I'm excited because I don't get to see this kind of wildlife or be out in these spaces. We had a kit fox on campus the other night and I was so happy. I was just so excited.
Was that the one that was at the football game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a video of it. It was so cute.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. But anyway,
I do have one quick question with and we saw this at other national parks, at least around the world, when COVID kicked in and people weren't being out in the wild as much, and they saw a lot of animals coming back to areas that they had been run off from large populations visiting. Did any of the rangers say anything like that, or did they see an influx of natural animals or animals from the area come back in?
It's really hard to say. I haven't heard any too much of an influx. We have I feel like we have encountered a lot more roadkill salvage deer this year. So we're about 4,300 roadkill salvage deer for Oregon at this point in time. I don't know if I'm supposed to share numbers, but I feel like as people have been driving faster, it seems, I just heard an article about how people are driving a little bit faster now after the pandemic. And I think we're seeing an influx there of wildlife that way. So,
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
We have enough time for one more question.
That's the fox, everybody.
Yeah.
That is a kit fox, right? Little guy.
Yeah, I think so.
So cute.
Yeah, he ran out on the field at the ASU USC game. That had to stop the game and herd him off. But then when ASU went up to play in Seattle, they took a big picture of the fox, so he went with the team up there.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear about that black fox, though. I can imagine it's a fascinating world that not many people have the ability to see, and I can only picture, the kinds of stories you'll have to tell your son and everything. So, congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'd like to stop it here and we'll transition into Prescott Matthews. You want to go ahead and pull your slides up, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second here as I set it up.
Okay. And Prescott, if you can, is it Prescott or Prescott?
Oh, good question. Prescott. I wasn't actually named after the city of Noor, but I get a lot of that, definitely.
And if you could leave your camera on, that way we will spotlight you for your presentation. There we will all go away. So you will go ahead and introduce yourself in about a minute. We'll wait till 3:45 exactly. And then we can start. Perfect. And this is being recorded. And then I'll do the same thing. I'll stop you about a minute and transition out for the next speaker.
Gotcha.
Okay, it's all yours.
All right. Is it in, do you guys see this? Is it in presentation mode?
Yes,
Perfect.
You're fine.
All right. So before I start, I do want to thank everyone for taking the time to attend the student showcase. My name is Prescott Matthews. I will be graduating this month in December with a Bachelor of Science in Sustainability, a track focus in energy. And for my internship, this was a part of my SOS 484 capstone course. I have here, my instructors were Hannah Hewitt and Caroline Savall. So for my internship, I worked with Tempe Community Action Agency over the course of my semester. Tempe Community Action Agency, otherwise known as TCAA, is Tempe's largest social service agency. They are a nonprofit organization that they provide welfare assistance and general community support for all of the residents of Tempe. This includes a vast array of programs from emergency rent and utility assistance, a shelter program for alleviating homelessness, as well as food programs such as food pantry system, senior independence programs, as well as 2 community garden locations. Our mission at TCAA is to foster dignity and self-reliance in the economically vulnerable within the communities we serve. So as I mentioned, there are 2 community garden locations, the first being Escalante, over near the Escalante Senior Center on the east side of Tempe, near the 101 freeway, and the Clark Park Community Garden, which is approximately 1.5 miles southwest of ASU's downtown Tempe campus. So as an intern with TCAA, I primarily operated out of the Clark Park Community Garden location. Our community garden programs, I would say maybe the first priority was to increase access to fresh produce in areas defined as a food desert. So for example, downtown Tempe until recent developments was always known as a bit of a food desert. There weren't really any actual grocery stores people can get to. So having a community garden in an area like that is definitely a great help. So at Clark Park Community Garden, we work to promote both environmental and agricultural sustainability, as well as offer individuals the opportunity to interact with each other within their local community and practice collaboration by working together to grow fresh produce, which could also be used as a healthy supplemental food source. Clark Park also was used to hold community events whenever possible. So for example, right now, we do have an artisan market that runs on a monthly basis. In the past, I know we've done farmers markets and things of that nature as well. And at the garden itself, there's a sizable amount of space for smaller gardens, kind of small rectangle garden boxes that people can rent out on an annual basis. This provides a space for gardeners to practice land stewardship, and we offer classes that go over just like methods for gardening and things of that nature for people who are newcomers or wanting to kind of dip their toes into that. So at the garden itself, I would say my primary role was to act as an ambassador for Tempe Community Action Agency for the garden location. So my responsibilities varied obviously day to day, but for the most part, I'd say they included preparing the garden itself for daily activity. I would organize the volunteers, get everyone together and communicate what tasks needed to be done for that day, who the leads were, and obviously I would assist with the tasks throughout the course of the workday as well. As well as I would welcome new volunteers who showed up and provide orientation, walking them around the garden itself, as well as introducing them to TCAA as a whole and gauging their interest depending on, there might be other programs they might be interested in, such as the food pantry or senior independence, things like that. I would also work on a weekly basis, capturing volunteer service hours as a nonprofit, it's really important for TCAA to understand just how much work is getting done at these gardens, just for operations and for grant writing as well. So information like this and other such things were reported periodically between TCAA and Clark Park via weekly meetings. And then I'll go back here. You can see this is just a picture of what's called a lair garden. One of the mainstay volunteers at our Clark Park location actually developed this from an engineering standpoint for gardening. It's kind of an interesting concept. It has a compost system where the water goes through, helps decompose things, and it carries the nutrients throughout the entire garden, where it drains on a pond at the other end that have, I believe, mosquito fish to help filter out like the pesky, like mosquitoes and flies that buzz around. This is just one example of things that the volunteers have been able to develop in the space we provide at Clark Park. So over the course of the semester, I worked with my supervisor as well as many of the volunteers at the community garden to prepare the garden itself for the upcoming winter and spring seasons. Because Arizona is obviously a little, in the Phoenix area, it's a hotter climate, we can still continuously grow a lot during the winter season rather than shutting down for frost. So activities were included, such as clearing old garden beds, taking inventory of tools and resources. We had a giant kind of a storage facility, we call it the pump house, that would need to be organized, that had years worth of various resources and tools in there. I also assisted with planting the fall and winter crops, which was very fun, as well as just performing overall cleanup of the site as needed. A quick fun fact about the garden itself: it is moving to the other side of the Clark Park next year, but it was built on the premises of an old municipal pool. So you can still see like no diving signs, and we call our storage facility the pump house because it used to be the pump house. So as well, I worked to bolster the relationship between Tempe Community Action Agency, Clark Park, and the community at large. This included canvassing around Tempe to raise support for the garden, as well as for TCAA by passing out flyers or spreading awareness about our farm bag program, which was essentially 3 times a Saturday on a subscription basis. We worked with Sun Produce Co-op to gather produce, things like lettuce, potatoes, apples, from small gardens like us to other smaller farms in the Phoenix area. We get an order of those every week and package them into bags that people can then pick up who live in the area. And then at TCAA, they also requested their interns develop a passion project that they work on over the course of their internship. So for myself, I hosted Tuesday evening work days to provide additional time for our garden volunteers to perform tasks. We had a normal Saturday morning work day for that was on a weekly basis, but I thought it would be a good idea to give people an additional day if they ever found themselves a little too busy. And of course, during August and September, when it was pretty hot, it was nice to come to the garden during a little bit cooler weather. So at the beginning of my semester with the internship experience at TCAA, I developed 3 primary learning objectives that I wanted to expand upon and utilize throughout my internship. The first being to better understand how sustainability plays an important role within the operations of a nonprofit organization. So there were many ways I found this to be true with TCAA. For example, as a nonprofit organization, they need to practice economic sustainability because it's necessary to carefully balance their limited budget, as well as ensure resources are used efficiently and only as needed. As I mentioned, there's a robust network of volunteers that work at TCAA's various projects. So it's incredibly important for them to also understand how to develop a sustainable relationship with your community. That was something I found to be extremely uplifting at times, seeing people from all walks of life getting together to get things done. So my second objective was to improve upon my communication skills in a professional environment, just because this is something that will be useful in all of my future career endeavors. Essentially, I found that by acting as a liaison between TCAA and the Clark Park Community Garden, I was able to improve upon these skills by identifying potential issues and working with people to come up with a game plan or creating new solutions, things of that nature. As I mentioned, we had our weekly team meetings, which provided ample opportunity for this as well. And then finally, I wanted to develop the ability to build collaborative relationships with colleagues and customers alike. This, of course, is incredibly important from a community standpoint as well, which the garden provided a lot of learning opportunities for me. So I would work with TCAA and the volunteer network to achieve goals that were set in place periodically at the garden. We would collaborate on these things. I found that continuous communication as well as practicing observational awareness were incredibly effective in building the skill set. And as well, throughout the course of my internship, there were several core sustainability competencies that I utilized. These are concepts that they play a very big role in the School of Sustainability as far as the educational process goes. A lot of these terms are things a lot of people here are probably extremely familiar with. But these are the ones that I found to be most relevant to my internship experience. We have systems thinking, which essentially it means to analyze how things relate to and affect each other as a whole. It focuses on how a system's parts interrelate and work within the context of a larger system, within the grand scheme of things. There's also future thinking, which is the ability to envision both potential and desirable futures. So it's necessary to anticipate potential consequences, whether positive or negative. This is something that was incredibly useful working at the garden, coming up with plans for new areas and thinking of what could happen versus what we want to happen, things of that nature. This leads into strategic thinking, which is developing a plan in order to achieve a specific set of goals. So you would need to prioritize long-term goals instead of simply reacting to issues with temporary solutions, more short-term. And then finally, I would say the competency I used the most was the collaborative competency, simply put, to develop the ability to work effectively in order to mutually achieve a goal. Throughout my time at the community garden, I found things ran most smoothly when everyone was in constant communication with each other and was open to criticism, as well as just collaborating on various issues. Just as a side note, I found it interesting. There were several applicable United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that I related to over the course of my internship. As a community garden, obviously, zero hunger, good health and well-being are very relatable, as well as consumption and production, right? Making sure you're only growing and taking from the garden what you want, or what you need rather than what you want. And then, of course, sustainable cities and communities is very relatable to the garden itself as well. And over here, we have a picture of our monthly artisan market that I mentioned previously. We were able to work with several of the volunteers, as well as other residents within the local neighborhood in West Tempe, to bring things to the market that they were interested in that we could sell alongside our farm bag subscription to really draw people to the area and create a focal point for the community. I found that, in conclusion, overall, my internship experience with Tempe Community Action Agency has been a valuable learning experience, and I found that it provided insight into how nonprofits such as TCAA operate on a daily basis. It has inspired me to introduce sustainability as a concept into more community spaces in my future endeavors. And then as I close, I would like to give thanks to my supervisors at TCAA, Dad Backhorn and Morgan Winburn, as well as my instructor, Assistant Director of Internships, Caroline Saval. And then finally, all of my peers and volunteers at Tempe Community Action Agency and Clark Park Community Garden. Thank you. I'll open the floor up to questions now.
We're technically out of time. However, our next speaker is not shown yet.
No problem.
So until Morgan pops in, let's go ahead and we can take it. We'll just do one question at a time and see how this goes.
I love Clark Park. So I just want to say I'm biased. I'm a huge fan of Clark Park. One of my favorite artisans, I'm not sure if he's still living anymore, is a man named Sidney McShane. I don't know if he still goes there, but anyway, I was really impressed by how you brought in sustainability competencies into the conversation, like systems thinking and futures thinking and strategic thinking. And it made me wonder about this organization, TCAA, and its future, and what you think the future of these kinds of community gardens might look like for Tempe. So maybe a desirable or a plausible future for these kinds of spaces in this city. Can you imagine what that might look like over the next 10 or 15 years?
Absolutely. And I found, just as a resident of Tempe myself, I live not far away from downtown or anything. We've seen this urbanization increase almost exponentially over the past few years. So things like community gardens, urban gardens, things like rooftop gardens of that nature are going to be incredibly important in the near future as a way of supplementing people's food resources, as well as just being a focal point that people can kind of gather around for developing a more, a better sense of community in regards to that. And I'd say with TCAA, this our two community gardens, the Escalante over on, I believe it's just south of the university, and with the 101, and then the Clark Park Community Garden. These are just one small section of TCAA's broader operations. So it's like you mentioned, the ability to bring sustainability into how they function is incredibly important, because there's so many other aspects of how this nonprofit works that you have to take into account for. You almost have to think of it as not just a nonprofit, but almost like a large company where volunteers who work also have a say in certain matters, things of that nature.
I don't know very much about the operations of these kinds of spaces. Who gets to decide what gets planted, when to turn over the gardens and things like that? Is it TCAA that's deciding that?
Yeah, so the kind of beautiful thing about our community garden space at Clark Park and at Escalante is TCAA does have obviously the final say as far as things are organized, or the behaviors that are allowed, rules, things of that nature. But the volunteers who work at the garden on a weekly basis, they have quite a bit of autonomy in regards to like what they want to do. So for example, this past maybe month or two, we had a volunteer who really wanted to start growing carrots and beets, and we didn't want to say no to that. So we opened up the space for her and worked with her so she could develop a garden bed primarily for those things. And now they're in full growth. I think the beets are almost ready for harvest now. And that's something that she fully led outside of TCAA, essentially.
I really like the idea of this. In high school, I was in ag, and we grew all sorts of stuff and sold it. And I think somebody's going to be doing something with the Chandler high school ag here soon, which I like supporting. But I think one of the issues that we have to deal with here in Phoenix with these gardens is that we have such a hot summer, people don't get out, and they're not used to getting out. And I was real happy to hear that you were getting the word out that, hey, we're here, this is what we're doing. And I know a ton of people are really supportive of this. And I'm thankful that you put in all this effort to keep your community thriving with this. And I hope it continues to keep growing, because after the pandemic and we were all homebound, it's nice to be able to get out and go get some fresh fruit and vegetables. And I'm glad you're keeping this going strong, and hopefully it spreads throughout the valley a lot stronger, like it should be.
Absolutely. And yeah, definitely once the pandemic happened, it kind of, things kind of ground to a halt a little bit. So it's been nice, especially as things are opening up a little bit and the weather's been cooling down. People have been able to use the garden as a way to kind of reconnect with their surroundings. So it's been nice seeing new coming faces as well as older faces who been in quarantine and now get the chance to kind of go out and interact with people. So it's been a great experience seeing relationships blossom over the course of time.
That's great. Yeah, it feels good to go get your hands dirty once in a while.
Yeah, and a little bit, obviously my internship had a vast array of responsibilities, but there was obviously times where I was just, essentially shoveling dirt and planting crops. So it was kind of cool to get a break from things every once in a while. And there might be an odd day where I could help out with that stuff. So that was a great experience.
Yeah, right on. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I do some work with school gardens, and we talk about how children and adults kind of see these things differently. Like for us, a community garden or a collective garden can be difficult because you put in all this effort and it might be like one carrot, but it's like everybody's carrot and it's not enough to divide up between people. But we feel like children don't really see it that way. Like they're more oriented to the process of it, and they have all these little wins along the way where they planted this, they did that, and for us it's like the product isn't enough for everyone or something. So it just makes me wonder about these ideas of like who accesses these community gardens and how do they find their way in, and is it very inviting for anyone? Is it very abundantly clear that anyone could come in there, or does it have room to grow for becoming a more inclusive space than it already is?
Yeah, and I think one thing we try to highlight with our community garden programs is, as I mentioned, we have the 2 locations, and because of where they're oriented, we find the kind of the people who go to Clark Park versus people who go to Escalante might have different abilities or different passions. So for example, Escalante is right next to a lot of elementary schools and a kind of more family suburban area. So they have a lot of younger audiences who come to help out. So Escalante has kind of shifted a bit to having educational classes, and they have a lot of kid-friendly stuff like little cartoons or things to get them involved with nature. Whereas at Clark Park, being near downtown, we don't have as much of the familial and younger audiences that come by. We have a lot of middle-aged and college-aged adults who live in the area or who live in apartment complexes who just don't have the space. So it's kind of a different vibe in that regard, where we can have people come to Clark Park to learn more about the community aspects of it, or if they're interested in teaching their kids about things, they can go to Escalante. So it's nice being able to have something for everybody in that regard.
Wow.
Yeah, they really are important spaces. I've been, Cindy, I don't know how you want to handle this with having an extra 15 minutes. I don't know if we want to open up some bigger conversation, but I guess the last thing I was thinking was about how we refer to areas as food deserts. And I use that term. And I saw somewhere that we should be calling them food apartheid, because on the one hand, deserts are rich with life and beauty. And so when we say food desert, sometimes it sounds like it's not beautiful. It sounds like it's a desperate situation. But on the other hand, it's also that food deserts are created by policies. It's an unequal access to resources. And so by calling it a food apartheid, we're claiming that policy failure there instead of alluding to something beautiful like a naturally occurring desert. And I still haven't figured out where I land on all of that, because I still say food desert, but I wonder if you have any opinions on that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's the first I've heard of that term, but yeah, in some ways I think it does make sense, because like you said, like first and foremost, a desert doesn't necessarily mean there's no resources.
Bad, right?
Yeah, exactly. But also on top of that, having a food like what we've called it isn't always so black and white. People from a higher income might still have access to food because they can afford to travel or have it delivered to them, or they can shop at like a Whole Foods or something. Whereas someone who's essentially like a next door neighbor with a very different income bracket doesn't have the same access at all. So I can kind of see where the apartheid term's coming from. It's interesting.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter just maybe a few weeks ago, and it's been sitting with me for a while. Cindy, what do you think we should do?
I think pause the recording, and we just can't go early though. That's the big thing. So 1 second, let me go ahead and pause it.
Alrighty, so I did my internship as a sustainability education intern at CUSD at Chandler Unified School District. So for an intro about me, I'm a sustainability major. My focus is in econ, and I'm also a sociology minor. So for my internship, I wanted to have an internship where I educate students on sustainability I think that education is one of the most important factors of sustainability. If people aren't educated on the issues, then they don't know how to help. So I grew up in Chandler, Arizona, and K through 12, I went to Chandler Unified School District. So I wanted to have an internship at a school in Chandler. So I reached out to various teachers at schools in Chandler, and my supervisor, Carrie Williams, was very open to having a sustainability education intern. So Carrie has been the Future Farmers of America teacher at Chandler High School for 21 years. So she's very experienced. So Chandler High School is one of Arizona's largest high schools. They serve 3,000 to 4,000 students annually. And in case you didn't know, FFA is a youth organization that preps their members for leadership and careers in the science, business, and technology of agriculture. So FFA offers middle school and high school classes that promote and support agriculture education. So here's some photos I took from Chandler High School. They had pigs, sheep, and chickens, and we didn't have anything like this at my high school, so I thought it was really cool to see what FFA was doing. So my roles and responsibilities. So throughout the semester, I created and presented 7 lessons based on intro to sustainability topics for Chandler High School's FFA classes. So I started out by gauging student interest in sustainability topics. I wanted to talk to them about things that they wanted to learn more about. So they wanted to learn more about urban planning, sustainable agriculture, how they can help, things like that. So I based my lessons around that. I aligned my lessons to state standards, and I planned my lessons in order to enrich Chandler High School's agriculture program. In Chandler High School, Carrie Williams, she will keep my lessons and teach them to future classes. So I ensured student engagement through interactive lessons. I made sure to incorporate interesting videos. I had them play like a video game one day about like being a sustainability farmer. They really liked it. So I just made sure to cater to my audience and make sure my lessons were things that 14 to 18-year-olds wanted to do. So I monitored student comprehension through class discussions, response sheets, and quizzes. And I assessed student knowledge of key sustainability topics. So to dive more into my final outcomes, my lessons. So my first lesson introduced what the term sustainability meant, and we discussed the 3 pillars of sustainability. So planet, profit, and people, also known as environment, economics, and equity. And I also introduced the UN's SDGs to them. So lesson 2 was an intro to ecological footprint and carbon footprint. They are different. They took an ecological footprint quiz and reflected on that, and we had a discussion on that. And then also for lesson 3 was an intro to sustainable agriculture topics. So the importance of soil health, crop rotations, cover crops, and the difference between monoculture and polyculture. And then we did a second lesson on sustainable agriculture. Since it was FFA, I wanted to focus primarily on agriculture. So I discussed local food systems, urban farms, so farms and cities, and compost use in agriculture. And we, for lesson 5, I showed a video on 4 different sustainable farms. They really enjoyed that. And then I also put together a lesson discussing sustainable companies and countries. I wanted to let them see real life examples of sustainability. So for companies, for instance, I talked about Patagonia and PepsiCo and what they're doing. And for countries, I talked about Denmark and Singapore. And then lesson 6, we talked about sustainable cities. urban planning, what urban planners do, what role they play in sustainability, and we also discuss environmental justice. So this was my favorite lesson, honestly. I showed a video discussing Phoenix and the inequalities that Phoenix residents have faced. For an instance, in South Phoenix, they have the freeway, the railroad, and the airport near them due to discriminatory urban planning practices in the past. So we discussed that, and it was very interesting to see their thoughts on it. And I thought it was really good to incorporate environmental justice, since that is a very important component of sustainability. And then lesson 7 was a Jeopardy to review everything that we did, and they really enjoyed that. And then I focused for my SDG, I chose number 4. I focused on the most, which was quality education. So through FFA, every fall, they go to kindergarten classrooms in elementary schools, and they just do an introduction to agriculture and life cycles. They read like a pumpkin book about like harvesting pumpkins, and they do a little craft about the life cycle of pumpkins. And I loved working with elementary schoolers. I thought they were so cute, and I thought it'd be a great opportunity to talk to young children about sustainability topics. So I talked to my supervisor, Carrie, about this, and I told her I wanted to teach elementary schools about sustainability. And she gave me a list of elementary schools in Chandler that FFA has worked with and would be open to having a visitor giving a lesson. So I contacted multiple elementary schools, and Goodman Elementary School contacted me back. So I discussed with the teachers there, and they're learning about water in their science classes. They're learning about water cycles. So I thought it'd be perfect to do a lesson for the elementary schoolers on water sources and water conservation and the importance of water for humans. So through this lesson, I read an age-appropriate book on ocean pollution. I presented a PowerPoint with facts about water sources like rivers, lakes, oceans. I prepared an independent workbook, water source booklet for each student with pictures to color and facts about water. And we also conducted an experiment on the freezing point of water. I wanted them to understand how water functions, and I just thought it'd be really fun to do an experiment with the kids. So we did a very simple experiment. This was with 7-year-olds, so it's very simplified, but we did an experiment where they predicted whether salt, sugar, and fresh water would freeze. So here's some photos that Miss Jensen at CTA Goodman took for me of her class doing their predictions. And also here's a photo of us conducting the experiment. So it was a very simple experiment. We just made salt water, sugar water, and then fresh water. So I froze it overnight, and I came back the next day and we looked at our experiment and what happened. And so the salt water, in case you didn't know, salt water does not freeze. Salt lowers the freezing temperature of water. So we discussed that. We watched a video about like the North Pole and why glaciers are frozen because they're freshwater, and why the ocean doesn't freeze. So they really enjoyed that. They had lots of questions, and they were very curious about water sources and why they're important. So my learning outcomes: I developed my interpersonal and communication skills by answering students' questions and helping students comprehend the material. I definitely advanced my time management and planning skills by creating lessons according to the school's schedules. So one unintended outcome I had was realizing that students of all ages are keenly interested in learning about conservation and sustainability topics. Even the high schoolers that I thought were going to be too cool for school actually were very invested and interested in what I was doing. And also this helped me with my presentation skills. So the SOS learning outcomes for systems thinking, we talked about how the pillars of sustainability connect to many different aspects of everyday life. For future thinking, We focused on how our actions today will affect tomorrow through discussion of our carbon footprint and community action. And strategic thinking. My lessons empathized how companies should be focusing on planning their operations to expand through sustainable growth rather than short-term growth. So an example of this is when the students learned about how polyculture is more sustainable and beneficial for farmers than present-day monoculture and industrial farming. So in conclusion, I really enjoyed teaching students of many ages at schools in Chandler. I will definitely consider a job in the sustainable education field. And I'd like to thank my supervisor, Carrie Williams, for her guidance and support, and CUSD's administration for approving this internship. And then I'll take some questions.
I hope you're ready to take some compliments because that was awesome.
Oh, thank you so much.
So everyone's going to need to cut me off because sustainability education is my favorite thing to talk about. My title here is Assistant Professor of Sustainability Education. So I just want to tell you, I am not at all surprised that the students were keenly interested in everything, because what you did was amazing. It was amazing, Claire. Like your 7 lessons, they were based on student-generated topics. So you were already listening to the needs of the students. And then you combine them with the state standards. So you're addressing one of the hardest, one of the biggest challenges of sustainability education, which is how do we even make room for these kinds of topics when we're so focused on reading and math? How can we build these things into education and mainstream education? So you follow the standards. And then you engage them in different learning styles, like with the games and everything, and you cater to your audience, you're responsive to their needs. And I think it's really important that you brought in an explanation of discriminatory urban practices at that age. And it sounds like you even differentiated these lessons for different age groups. Like you sound like a natural teacher. And I'm so, it just makes me so proud to work at ASU, to know that you're someone that was your community and you had an internship and you used your internship to give back to your community in a way where you uniquely have these skills that make you good at what you did. So I don't have any questions, but I do just want to say I'm very impressed, and I'm going to send you an email if you give me your email. And if I can ever help you as you navigate your next steps, that would be just a thrill for me to be able to do that for you. Very impressive.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Hi, Claire. I just wanted to jump in there and say I used to be an FFA student in high school, and I know how important that everything that you just talked about was to us students at the time. Even though we didn't have this kind of presentation at that time, as I looked over my coursework and I came up with ecosystems for my minor, was because of my time in FFA, because I knew how important the land is. I know how important the crops are, the interaction of people, and just ecosystems in general. So I still carry that with me from FFA, and I live in Chandler, so every time they sell their corn up the way, it is the best corn, and we buy tons of it from them, and I always will support the FFA. But to start with some of these kids, my son is 8 years old, he's in 3rd grade, and they remember this, and this is a great time to start these practices. And so I applaud your effort to reach out not only to the high school students in the FFA, but the next generation that's going to carry this. So yeah, absolutely. As a former student, yeah, that was right on.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Claire. We are going to have to wrap up this presentation and get Rachel on deck. Welcome, Rachel. If you'd like to go ahead and share your screen, Dean will make you a co-host. And let's just put it in. Yep, there we go. If you could move it forward and move it back one. Another downtown Phoenix Farmers Market. All right, fantastic. Great. And make us go back. And then we'll go ahead and we'll wait till the 4:30, which is right now. So go ahead and introduce yourself. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, my name is Rachel Antidormi. I interned with the Downtown Phoenix Farmers Market this semester. So a little bit about me. I am doing the Bachelor of Arts program in sustainability, and I'm also in the 4+1 program at ASU doing the Masters of Sustainability Solutions. I interned with the Downtown Phoenix Farmers Market, which they're affiliated through Community Food Connections. And their mission is to strengthen small farmers and local businesses to foster a sustainable food system and produce healthy, equitable food for the local community. And then my main 3 goals were to learn the operations of the farmers market, to help increase food access, and then of course education and marketing about local food and the Downtown Phoenix Farmers Market. So the 3 SDGs that I feel the farmers market really encompasses in their mission are zero hunger, quality education, and responsible consumption and production. And I feel like I really worked on those throughout the semester. My main objectives were to learn about sustainable food systems and community organizations. So I really got to learn a lot about how nonprofits work, how farmers markets work, and that was just a really great opportunity because I really do want to focus my work after college in local sectors. And then I was able to learn and understand how local growers grow their food, how they face their sustainability challenges, how they are trying to improve. I was actually able to attend a couple food farm tours throughout the semester with my supervisor, where we went to the growers at the market, we went to their farms, and we got to see the farms, we got to see just how they work. We got to see them in action and really see all the hard work and that goes into making food for the community. And then I was able to help foster a better community environment that promoted local food and educated about the importance of diversity and equity, and really create a connection with food. And then as well, the main things that I did throughout the semester, I did a lot of marketing type things like running the social medias, which is actually a lot harder than I expected. You know, there's a lot to keep up on every day, which I really did not expect, but it was a good experience. And then the education side of everything, I created a lot of signs, which is kind of the marketing side as well, that promoted and educated about like recycling, composting, and the food assistance programs, which was also a really big part of my internship. I had to take a learning course to learn about how the food assistance programs in Arizona work with the farmers market. So, and I was also able to learn how to run WIC and EBT transactions, and the Double Up Food program, which was, that's really something that I think we really need to highlight and in Phoenix and all around the country, because if you have EBT, you can take out a certain amount of money to spend at the market, and then the Double Up Food program doubles that money. So you get double the amount of money to spend at the farmers market, which is a really great opportunity to help reduce food insecurity in our community. And then I was really just able to make a lot of meaningful connections with everyone, all the local vendors and growers. I think it's so important to make really great connections, especially like I live in Tempe, but Phoenix is our neighbor. So it's really great to understand how they keep their businesses sustainable and how they face the challenges they face, because local is very important, and I want to be able to know the ways of locality and be able to support people. And then, so what's next for the market? The Downtown Phoenix Farmers Market is actually expanding. So they're going to be opening a weekday night market, which is really exciting. And I just want to say special thanks to my supervisor, Colin, and everyone at the farmers market, because they really took me under their wing and taught me everything. And, you know, I was really able to become more of an Arizonan. I'm from out of state, and it was really nice to engross myself in local culture and be able to help promote sustainability, and become part of the family. And then actually, since the farmers market is expanding, my supervisor had actually talked about opening up a new position for assistant manager at the farmers market, and they said that I would be their first choice. So that would be, hopefully, fingers crossed, that would be super exciting to get to actually be more immersed into the farmers market and then help out expand and support and continue the growth of like educating about sustainability and the local food programs and everything like that. So yep, that was my internship. Thanks for watching.
That was excellent. We will open it up for questions now. That is my farmer's market downtown, so it's a good one. We have about 9 minutes or so for questions, 8-9 minutes.
Oh, that was quick.
I know. It goes by fast.
You were so passionate about it. It was so fun just to hear about your experiences and everything. And that's wonderful news about that position opening up. That would be just such a great way to continue to contribute. I loved what you said about it making you feel like part of the community. And I don't know, I just think I'm going to carry that with me for a long time, because it makes me think, well, these farmers markets aren't just a more sustainable way to live or a way to buy local. It's like, this is building community. This is building culture. And so if you could kind of change anything about the city and the way farmers markets are available and run, what do you think you would change or try and improve upon from what you learned in your experience?
Oh, I feel like I wish more people came around and volunteered, because there really is so much to do. Like every week I would have stuff to do during the week, but it was like one day that you really got to make everything happen on Saturday. That was the one day. So I don't know, I guess if there was more time in the world, but it would just help so much if there was more people that wanted to volunteer or, you know, make things happen, because, you know, there's only like 4 or 5 people that actually run the market, and they do a lot of stuff.
Almost sounds like a production, almost like a play. You have to rehearse and get ready, and then it's showtime, and then everyone's exhausted.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I like this. They need more interns.
I'm so happy that the farmers market is back in action. It's been a while since my wife and I have been there, and happy to see that it's back and thriving, and we'll definitely be going back. But most definitely it does build on communities, and to have something that wonderful in downtown Phoenix has been just amazing. And there is so much great stuff going on down there, and if that got any bigger, that would be fine with me. I'm sure Cindy would be okay with that, since she frequents that pretty much. But yeah, great food, great coffee, great products, and just a sense of getting your hands in the middle of Phoenix and being a part of the community. Absolutely wonderful. Good luck to you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Rachel, did they reach out much to the Westward Ho?
I'm not sure. I'm not aware of what that is.
It's right next to the farmers market, kind of. It's almost across the street on Central. It's an assisted living it's the high rise. It used to be a very fancy high-end hotel, and it became assisted living for seniors. And so it's just north of the post office. But ASU has a partnership with them in the health services area. They've taken over some of their space, but offered free services, I believe, to some of their folks. But I don't know if many of them come over or not to the farmers market, since it's so close.
I don't know anything about.
All right, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm embarrassed to say I've never been to the farmers market.
See, now, Jana, you can come to the farmers market and go to get your fair trade coffee.
Yeah, my coffee.
We're super close.
And I'm a new resident to Phoenix. I live pretty far north. I'm like 12th and Bethany home, but I need to start getting out into Phoenix and exploring it. I did want to say, Rachel, that I thought you did a really nice explanation, or a good job explaining the double up situation. I wouldn't even imagine that would be something you would learn in an internship in a farmer's market, but you just did a great job of making those connections. And is there anything else that you learned that surprised you like that? Because for me, that wasn't something I was expecting to learn about from you today.
Yeah, actually, I know. I have never heard of that before. And actually, I know it's not just specific to the downtown Phoenix Farmers Market, but they have like the wooden coins that we give out, and they are able to be used like forever and at any market that accepts them. So that's really cool as well. But I guess I don't know, there's so many opportunities. Like we do WIC coupons and senior coupons. And actually I had a picture on my slide, but we created these, they're called market bucks. So they're kind of like gift cards. They're like buy dollar for dollar, but I think that's a really cool opportunity for people to get as holiday gifts and to promote, like, you know, holiday gift guilt is a thing, and everything one day ends up in the landfill. You don't know what to get people. So if we wanted like the market box to be something that people can give as a gift, and then it helps promote the community and like local vendors and stuff. But yeah, it was so cool to be able to learn about, really immerse myself in like the food programs, and then I was able to learn the how to make transactions and things like that. So yeah.
Okay, if I can hype you up a little bit more. So it sounds like you might have a job interview coming your way soon. So Rachel, why are you the right person for this assistant director job?
Well, I have the experience. I don't know. I feel like this semester went by really quickly, and I feel like I always have really outside the box ideas. Outside the box ideas? Is that the way? Yeah. And I was only able to implement so much because we only met once a week. And I think I have so many ideas to keep going with this. And now that I have the connections made with all the vendors, and I mean, I know how to run the money transactions, the food assistance transactions. And I think that, yeah, I just really appreciate being in the community. And I feel that they appreciate me and my work as well. So I think I'm ready. I think I know the ropes. So yes.
Well, sounds like you already are a valued member of that community and that you're making a difference there. And I think if you do have the opportunity of an interview with them, which sounds like you might, explaining, like just diving into the ideas that you have for them, I think will blow them away. You know, if you're like, okay, guys, I know how all these things work, so let's get that out of the way. Here are some cool ideas, and this is what I would need to be successful, you know, and then I think you'll just blow them away. Can you imagine, like, you finish your program and walk right into this amazing job where you already feel loved? It's wonderful.
I know.
I'll be cheering you on.
Thank you.
We'll be showing up because of you being there. Absolutely, yeah. Sundevils, yeah, we're showing up. She's one of us.
Yeah, in your interview, let them know that you like recruited a bunch of new people, and that we're aware that holiday gifts are an option now. You know, it's on our radar. It's great.
Good.
We're all coming, Rachel. We're all coming.
And come to Festivus. I will be home out of state, but Festivus is the big, giant downtown Phoenix Farmers Market event that they do. So make sure to go.
When is that?
It's December 15th and 16th.
Okay. Is that graduation day or convocation day?
15th is, but it's at 2.
Yeah, it's at nighttime.
Just roll right into the next thing.
I'm going to go ahead and pause.
Okay.
We're good to go?
Good to go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Hannah. I'm a senior at ASU this semester, obviously, majoring in sustainability. I have a minor in geography, and I'm getting a certificate in energy and sustainability. For this fall, for my capstone, I became a part of the Greenlight Solutions Foundation team as a nonprofit development intern. I worked alongside the executive director, Ashley Wiseman, and learned all about the inner workings of a growing sustainability education nonprofit. Ashley, the executive director of Greenlight Solutions Foundation, is the face and driving force of the organization. She's a force to be reckoned with. She's the busiest woman I know. She earned her master's degree of sustainability solutions at Arizona State. And as her graduate thesis, she focused on green business certifications. So she knows what she's doing. She's a very, very, very intelligent lady. Greenlight Solutions Foundation is a 501c3 educational nonprofit. Through their professional education programs and student-led projects, they empower students and business leaders, business professionals, and community members to go green, essentially. Their mission is to educate and empower students and business leaders to create positive social, economical, and environmental change through sustainability initiatives. The first image down here at the bottom is the co-founders of Greenlight. The co-founders are Nathan Gassman, Ryan Moores, and Kevin Keller, and I actually got to meet all of them at once in person last night at the Solutioneer Showcase, which was really awesome because they're amazing people. And it's pretty cool to actually meet everyone that you talk to so often in person rather than just through a screen. So that was really fun. And the second photo down here I actually took, and this is from the fall 2021 Solutioneering 101 welcome event. It was our first event of the semester, and we all went to Chop Shop, and we got to meet all the Solutioneers, and we even got to work on a case study. So we had fun, got to meet everyone, and got to know everyone a little bit. For my main responsibilities at Greenlight, as an intern, I wasn't actually doing any of the sustainability projects. So I was a lot of behind the scenes working very closely with the executive director, Ashley. So I was an assistant to her. I attended monthly board of directors meetings to provide progress updates on my tasks and responsibilities. I created social media content and implemented engagement techniques, provided support for student chapter and student-led projects as needed if they needed extra help. That's when the intern stepped in. Provided assistance in fundraising events and campaigns, and promoted the fundraisers and the showcase through social media to hopefully increase donations and attendance. So these three photos down here, these are examples of weekly social media posts that I was in charge of. I took over the role of social media about mid-September. And that's what I've been doing every week since. It's been my main responsibility, my main obligation has been taking over social media for Greenlight. So this first photo here in blue, this is an example of an opportunities post, which in this case is a visual for the fundraiser Giving Tuesday, which we just had this past Tuesday, which aimed to raise $4,500 in community donations. It shows progress towards the goal. The light bulb fills up with that like orange color as it gets closer to our goal. And it also includes the link in which you can donate. This second one here, this is an example of an Educate and Empower post. What we do for Educate and Empower post is every Sunday we do an SDG Sunday post with a different sustainable development goal, and we provide information on that goal's targets and which Greenlight Solutions student-led project supports that goal in particular. And this third one down here, this is an example of an impact post which promotes past sustainability projects that have been done by Greenlight Solutioneers and the past project partner. And like a brief overview, quotes if there are any. And then the second page of this post, say on Instagram, where you can post multiple pictures, would be like the project team that worked on it. So a few different strategies during my time at Greenlight that I would say helped the nonprofit grow and become more successful in general. The first would be increased social media. It's really important to post consistently, especially on LinkedIn, because that's where a lot of people go for networking possibilities. I've noticed that videos get the most attention on Facebook, and captions on all platforms should be kept as short and concise as possible. Nobody wants to read a chunk of information on social media. It's also said that you have about 15 seconds of like the reader's attention until they decide to scroll or move on. So it's definitely best to keep everything short and concise while getting all the important details in there. Using hashtags and tagging all individuals and organizations that are mentioned in the post really helps increase engagement. And that's one of the main things that I started implementing in all the posts, was tagging as many people, organizations, and even the location of organizations as possible. And that really helped to increase reach and engagement on all the posts. And lastly, followers appeared to really like meeting the Greenlight Solutions team. Whenever I would post about board members or Solutioneer mentors, reach and engagement like skyrocketed. People just absolutely loved to meet the team, which I don't think anyone was really expecting all that much. We thought that the public would be more interested in projects or events, but the posts that were about the board of directors have definitely done by far the best, especially on LinkedIn. Second, for fundraisers, donors are more inclined to donate when you mention why you support the organization. If you speak from the heart and inform the donors about what their money is actually going towards and what it's being used for, they will not only be more inclined to donate, but they'll be inspired and they'll understand why they're doing it and the reason behind it. And they'll appreciate the organization more for that. So up here at the top right, I don't know if you can see that because my face is in the way. Up here at the top right, this is a screenshot of the Greenlight Solutions engagement chart from LinkedIn, I believe. Oh no, it's a Facebook engagement chart from September 20th of 2021 to November 20th, 2021. And that is the time that I took over the role of social media from the past intern, the previous intern. Up until I was making this presentation. So the past week isn't included in this, obviously. But by implementing these strategies that I mentioned previously, I increased the organization's LinkedIn page views by 13%, Facebook page reach by 1,200%, and Instagram reach by slightly over 28%. When it comes to the Giving Tuesday fundraising campaign, I managed to surpass my own personal goal of raising at least $300 out of the $4,500 goal. I made and submitted this presentation before Giving Tuesday actually happened because it happened this past Tuesday. So on here, it says that I raised $710. But actually, I ended up raising $1,291 on my personal Flip Cause page alone, which I was not expecting at all. So obviously, we're still receiving some donations slowly at this point, but Greenlight has raised a total of $5,571, in which $1,500 will be matched by Infosol. They're one of our close friends. I actually got to meet one of the members of Infosol last night, the Solutioneer Showcase, which was awesome. These donations are going straight towards the student Solutioneers so we can help them engage with more project partners and more local businesses to help them implement sustainability initiatives. So that's really what the money's going towards. And that's why Ashley has been just working her butt off to get as many donations as possible because she really just cares so much about the students and wants them all to do so well. Moving down. I gained a lot from this position at Greenlight, a lot. It wasn't really what I expected this internship to be, but it was definitely not an experience that I would trade for anything. I gained knowledge in fundraising techniques, demonstrated student recruitment and outreach strategies, learned about social media marketing and engagement methods. I accepted public speaking opportunities. I spoke at Volunteer Fest. That was actually, I believe, my second or third week at Greenlight. I represented them at Volunteer Fest, which was very nerve-wracking, but very rewarding and very fun. Practiced data collection and input techniques, became familiar with nonprofit development processes, learned some graphic design techniques, Canva, and gained experience with a bunch of digital tools, including Asana, HubSpot, Google Drive, Slack, Canva, Flipcause, and I got a lot better with Excel, thank God. My supervisor, Ashley, is a huge inspiration to me. She honestly helped me so much throughout this process. I wasn't expecting her to be so personable since she has so much on her plate, but I really would consider her like a friend at this point. She's just the greatest person ever and so busy all the time, but if you have a question, she really makes time for you. So I really do want to thank her from the bottom of my heart for making this experience not as stressful as it could have been, especially when you're working with a developing nonprofit. But really everyone at Greenlight made me feel like a part of the family immediately, which was super amazing, just to feel like a part of the family. This really is such a great organization, and I'm so thankful to have been a part of it. And that's all I have for you guys. Thank you guys so much for listening. If you want to know more, I have the little teeny tiny greenlightsolutions.org down here. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah.
We have about 3 minutes for questions. Hannah, it's up to you if you want to keep sharing your screen or not.
Oh, okay, I will take it off this. How do you stop share? Oh, I see. Stop share.
Great job.
Thank you.
I was just taking a list, and your last point of everything that you learned, that was what I was listing. It was, look at all of these marketable skills that you have as a result of this internship. Like the graph of the impact of your social media post from when you started until now, that's amazing. And then I was doing math over here, which is always hard. More than $7,000 when you match that donation. That's amazing. And you had to make these, like, you know, on the job decisions of how to best communicate to a large audience that you can't see, you don't know how it's going to impact them. And then you're taking all this data and you're learning from it, and you're seeing like, oh, if we go on LinkedIn and do it this way, we're going to attract these people and make connections. And so, and also the graphic design was amazing. Those were really good examples.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh gosh, all the platforms you learned, all the things you did. I'm just so proud to be associated with this university. You did great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, blown away, honestly. That was amazing. And that you got a great mentor out of it.
I did. I'm definitely keeping in contact with Ashley. I actually joined the fund committee, which is in charge. Well, fund stands for fundraising, uplifting, and networking. So they're just like a little like offside part of Greenlight. So I'm definitely going to be staying connected with them, and, you know, helping them out on the side while just doing a couple hours a week.
Great.
Because I don't want to leave yet, you know.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. First of all, I just want to say I am so excited to see that this organization, this foundation, is continuing. I was here when it first started, and I'm just so impressed with the organization and leadership of students like you who are keeping it going and marketing it and getting the word out about all the great work that students are doing. I mean, this is so well run. It's really impressive.
It really is.
So I think my question is, how did you decide to join? How did you land this internship? Were you part of Greenlight Solutions first, and then you wanted to see this? You created this opportunity yourself, or were you looking for an internship and this was an opportunity, and that's how you got connected to Greenlight?
Yeah, so this completely fell in my lap. I actually hadn't heard of Greenlight. At least I don't think I have. So I was not a part of it. I was never a solutioneer, had no part in it whatsoever. And for my capstone credit, I was looking all over the place for internships. I had been applying for internships for so long, and I wasn't hearing back. I was getting rejected left and right. And there was one week in the summer, in like July, I believe, I had 6 different interviews lined up, because like people started getting back to me about the fall internships. So I had a bunch of interviews lined up, and Greenlight Solutions was, I believe, the second one. And as soon as I interviewed with Ashley, I was like, I want this one, because she was so cool. Like the first thing that I noticed about her was that she had a tattoo on her arm, and I was like, she's cool, she's young, like we're gonna get along, like she's gonna, like, I don't know, I just like felt that was the one. It's hard to explain. It was really weird, but it totally did fall in my lap. And before we even got off the Zoom call, she was like, okay, are you doing this for school credit? I was like, yeah, I'm hoping to. And she's like, okay, we'll get those, forms filled out for you. And I was like, really?
That's
so
great.
yeah, it just fell into my lap in the best time possible, really. So, and
it sounds like you really you're going to continue with this connection with the group, which is great.
Yeah, definitely.
Great.
I just want to say a quick congratulations on your great presentation and on the
great work that you did with Green Light Solutions. I also wanted to hit on your articulation of the skills that you learned and the quantification of, increases of your social media hits and things like that. I mean, you know me, I'm the internship coordinator for people who don't know me. I'm always thinking resume, cover letter, quantify, like hit these points. And so I think about everything that people like learn and do in their internships, which are great accomplishments, but it's another skill to be able to articulate those in the way that you did in your presentation and the way that I hope that you're doing also in your materials. So congratulations on that and keep up the great work. You really nailed it on that. So great job.
Thank you so much. That means a lot. Oh my gosh. Thank you.